hand, they're of course U.S. allies. They host U.S. personnel to an extent. And parallel to that, they have very close ties with the regime in Tehran. Now, it's debatable whether any country in the Middle East, except from Israel, has actually wanted to pursue regime change in any capacity. But these two countries in particular have been rather friendly with the Islamic Republic. They benefit from its existence. For example, with Qatar, Iran and Doha continue to fund the same groups, for example, Hamas. At the same time, from the Muslim Brotherhood perspective, which is the ideology in Doha, as long as Israel is occupied with dealing with the regime in Tehran, that gives them a free hand to operate more or less independent from Iranian influence. And I'm thinking mostly in Syria, of course, as Iran's footprint weakened in Syria, that gave Doha the upper hand to focus more so on other endeavors. And this is one example here where they actually want to keep the regime afloat so they can cause another headache for Israel and the United States, unfortunately. And the last pillar here is the frozen assets in Qatar. And that's very crucial because we're looking at about maybe $6 billion that have been blocked in Qatari banks. And it's a matter of cooperation with the United States until Tehran gets access to those funds. And unfortunately, we know exactly what they will be funding with these unfrozen assets.
And on that note here, I want to pop this up on your screen. This is actually coming in from I-24 News English, as they say that Iran's president says $6 billion of Iranian assets in Qatar to be released after signing agreement with the U.S. lifting oil sanctions. That's according to Iranian state media. First of all, what do you make of that overall? But also, likely any truth to that as we're hearing it from Iran's president?
We have to see whether, if true, it would be in increments or the whole $6 billion would be unfrozen at once. To look at it a bit pessimistically, the first waiver that was issued by the United States, and I think it's valid until the end of August, not only allows Iran to sell oil, but also allows transactions to be made with Iran's central bank. That would be the same entity, in theory, that would actually get this $6 billion. So the sanction waiver is in place for this to happen. Now, the challenge here is Tehran has not held up its end of the bargain. The administration was rather clear that it would be a tit-for-tat process. It would be more or less a diplomatic dance. Both sides need to provide concessions. And all the regime had to do was keep the strait open. And we look at it now, of course, as you noted early on, that the traffic does not really resemble an open strait in this context. So that's why it's tough to see whether there's any truth to that or not. But we know what the Iranians are eyeing in Tehran as to what they want to get out of this discussion, which is get this sanction waiver, of course, and at the same time derail any discussions around the nuclear talks so they can just focus on the strait and see if they can obtain more concessions from Washington.
There's also the question of what we've seen happen here over in Iran. We know that all of this kind of retaliatory strike situation began last Thursday when Iran attacked a vessel with a drone that was over in the Strait of Hormuz. We saw the U.S. respond with those retaliatory strikes, and this is some of the video released by U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, that shows Iran being struck by the U.S. military. Can you explain for folks out there really what we're looking at and the significance of these strikes in particular?
It was crucial because this was one of the first very direct instances that the Islamic Republic attacked vessels following the ceasefire directly from Iranian soil and left itself with no plausible deniability. They did not use proxies like they do a lot of the times. Now, it was great to see the U.S. finally responded proportionally, at least here. I know you and I had discussed this previously as to what repercussions would the Islamic Republic receive should they continue to throttle the strait. And now we know. But here's the equation that is not fully balanced. On one hand, one attack using simply one drone would derail, of course, a lot of talks, would increase oil prices, would undermine U.S. efforts led by J.D. Vance on one hand. So the stakes are quite high. Now, looking at the retaliatory strikes coming from the United States against the Iranian coastline, I think is about 10 targets in the south of the country. If you look detailed, if you have a detailed look at some of these strikes, They have been attacked before by the United States. So it really begs the question as to our response here does have the same implications for the Islamic Republic or not. One would say a more proportional response to them closing the strait would be at least threatening to reinstitute the blockade. That was really the game changer here. Because from regime's perspective, they can absorb more attacks on their coastline. That's not going to be that catastrophic. So the balance of proportionality here is not quite at play, even though on paper it might seem like it.
I'm going to pop this up on your screen right here as well. This is actually coming in from Iran International English. It's kind of lengthy, but overall, the gist of it is that the Iranian Supreme Leader's representative at the Kayhan newspaper wrote that Iran's first demand in negotiations should be the handover of U.S. President Donald Trump for trial in Iranian courts. Why even make a statement like that? There's no question that that's obviously not going to happen.
Of course not. It's more or less a signal saying that by no means we're at peace. It is a direct, I think it's more or less appeasing also the hardline base of the Islamic Republic, suggesting that just because we are negotiating with this administration does not mean we are seeking alternative routes. And that's very implicit, but explicitly, they've made that threat very clear before when they tried to assassinate the president more than once. Now we know that option, of course, is no longer, by no means off the table. Now, you mentioned some rhetoric coming from officials in Tehran. We saw another council recently issue another statement saying this negotiation with the United States is coming at the cost of the life of the former supreme leader, and that in itself says maybe there are many individuals within the Islamic Republic's hardline apparatus that do not condone these talks, and they fail to see what Iran is getting in return. Now, looking at it objectively, of course, this MOU heavily does favor Tehran, but really is indicative of the aggressive stance some of these folks have taken simply because they think they can impose more and more. Now, as to what more in this context means, as you noted, of course, it is not to actually apprehend the US president. I agree that's quite absurd, but it means to put more demands on the table and provide less concessions, especially as technical talks around the nuclear dust are taking place.
All right, so we've talked a lot about the U.S. and Iran, but another topic that you and I have discussed quite a bit is the situation ongoing between Israel and the Hezbollah terror group. Popping this up to give you a look at this post from this morning from the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces. They say, struck in response to ceasefire violations, 3 Hezbollah command centers in southern Lebanon. Additionally, troops struck and dismantled a launcher that Hezbollah continued using to attack them. Now, that all came with this video right here that I'm going to show on your screen in just a second. Again, coming in from the IDF. What is the current situation and how does that, and you and I have discussed this numerous times, but how does all of this that you're seeing there factor into what we're watching develop between the U.S. and Iran?
You saw a clear signal from Hezbollah operatives when they took over the streets a few days ago, rejecting any ceasefire deal with Israel to begin with. Very similar rhetoric that you see from officials in Tehran. They've never been this aligned on rejecting any ceasefire or truce deal. That, again, speaks volumes in itself. But when it comes to Hezbollah, listen, now they have a diplomatic immunity under this fragile truce. They, of course, feel emboldened. The interesting angle here is they probably also think they can absorb more attacks because so long as there is a foundation for Tehran to build on, they'll continue attacks against Israelis. And now that they know this might be a point of contention between Jerusalem and Washington, they're going to double down on this leverage that they have. There's going to be no question about it. In other words, they're testing the waters. They're going to see if they continue to violate the ceasefire, 1 on Lebanon's border and 2 in the Strait of Hormuz. What response will the United States give, and whether they think they can absorb it? If there's going to be limited attacks across maybe Hezbollah targets, even in Beirut or even Islamic Republic assets by the Persian Gulf, more or less they think they can absorb it. And the question is, are we going to allow this to become the new normal? Just I guess limited acts of aggression with more than one adversary in the Middle East that is no longer necessarily full out war, but is not peace either. This gray area in between could really lead to one, major miscalculations, and two, potentially full out war. So this gray area here needs to be addressed from the United States specifically.
In what way, if any, does a U.S. and Iran peace deal, an end to all of this, benefit or maybe not benefit Israel?
On one hand, if there is an effective peace deal that would prevent the Islamic Republic from obtaining a nuclear weapon. And that really, that route, of course, goes down the technical issues as to whether Tehran can actually possess the capabilities to enrich uranium, to actually pursue weaponization. Once that issue is dismantled by itself, that, of course, would be not just a positive sign for Israel, but all allies in the nation, of course, Europeans as well. We know the extent that Iranian missiles can reach. So as long as their missiles can reach you and they have the capacity to weaponize their nuclear program, in itself would be a direct threat. So as long as a deal, one, is able to address that, or two, if there's not necessarily going to be a deal, ensuring that the regime is not going to have access to more and more funds, and the economic relationship with Tehran is not going to become normalized with the international community, because the officials have been very clear. As soon as they get access to more funds, number one priority would be their missile infrastructure, and second to that would be their proxy apparatus. So any deal that, one, enables this, or at best maybe does not fund it, would be a win. Or if there's going to be a deal that, in return of all these concessions, actually provides a guarantee that the strait would be forever open, we have not gone close there, or two, more or less addresses these nuclear aspirations. And I'm going beyond just diplomatic measures of Iran promising that they're not going to weaponize. Actually, not having the capabilities to weaponize is the same as not having the capabilities to close the Strait of Hormuz. And so far, unfortunately, they possess both, paired with their ambitions to throttle.
And we're looking at a poll here on your screen. We always want to hear from folks at home or wherever you're watching us from. And the question that we're posing to you right now is, should the U.S. resume negotiations with Iran even as these tensions tend to remain high overall? Now, all you have to do to vote is scan that QR code, top right-hand side of your screen. Just open your phone, open the camera app, hold it up to that QR code. It'll take you right to our Vote Now website. As of right now, you can see an overwhelming majority. 78% of you folks are saying no, the U.S. should not resume negotiations with Iran. 21% saying yes. What do you make of these kind of results right here? Any surprise? And also, we're watching this in real time, so you'll see all the numbers kind of change on your screen.
No surprises there, but I think despite the immediate tactic of dealing with the regime, whether it's, again, war or further negotiations, I think one key pillar that everyone's aligned on is that the threat or the issue stemming from the Islamic Republic needs to be resolved, not contained or postponed. And that was more or less different administration stance. On one hand, you saw Biden, for example, or Obama even to an extent, more or less try to appease the problem by maybe throwing sanctions waiver at it, or having a deal that fully enables the Islamic Republic to maintain uranium enrichment and support proxies and missiles. Then you had the other administrations trying to contain this issue, at least preventing it from getting out of control. Now, Trump, under his second term, was the only president that was going to resolve it. So it was not going to be postponed again. And the achievements speak for themselves. Because of Operation Midnight Hammer last June, it's the only time in Islamic Republic's nuclear history that they're no longer enriching uranium. Because of the blockade that the president put in place, it was the only time outside of COVID that Iran's oil exports had dropped to zero. These are major leverages and achievements by this administration. So, of course, the people have seen that. They know the upper hand the United States has. So the question is not necessarily whether we're at advantage, is how we're going to leverage that and capitalize on it to either A, get a better deal, or if not, genuinely have the option of regime change on the table at this point. Because as you and I have discussed thoroughly, Josh, this is a regime that does not change how it behaves. In Iran, behavior only changes when the regime does.
And of course, about 200 votes coming in just a matter of minutes here. And I can see that number ticking up, going to get to 300, 400, and so on. But the question here, should the U.S. resume negotiations with Iran even as tensions remain high? You can go to livenowfox.com/connect. That's where we keep all of our different polls. Or open your phone and scan that QR code top right-hand side of your screen. Right now, the number's changing in real time. 87%, 88%, 87% saying no. Yes right now at 13%. Now, Jonathan, you know my next question for you, as it always is, what are you going to be watching for here in the coming hours, days, weeks?
There are two main, moving parts. On one hand, as we talked about, it's the technical negotiations, whether they're actually going to lead anywhere, whether this was Tehran's way of postponing that to the best of their ability, because the situation right now more or less does favor them to an extent. So they have every incentive to drag this out as they have in the past. So I'm watching whatever discussion happens in Doha very, very closely. And when we're talking about technical discussions, we're talking about how we're going to more or less dissolve this nuclear dust. If it's going to be exported or destroyed inside Iran, it's hard to rely on the regime itself to dispose this. That's one. And two, whether we're going to actually get inspectors inside the country to deal with some of these sites. And close to that is the situation domestically. The inflation keeps to increase. The Islamic Republic security forces continue to crack down internally very, very aggressively. So the situation inside is also, the repression has intensified greatly. It's a matter of time until the Iranian population more or less maybe launches a protest wave or another campaign trying to reach out to the outside world, and how the regime is going to deal with that is also going to be crucial. So it's both internal and external factors we have to be watching very closely in the next month or so until the ceasefire ends.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much, as always, for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Love to wake you up early and make you come join us here to break down all the developments. Anything we missed that you want to make sure to add here? I know we covered a lot of ground, but want to give you a chance here to provide any additional comments.
I think we discussed all of it, which is one, southern Lebanon, the Strait of Hormuz, the nuclear angle, proxies, and internal. Too many moving parts, which is why maybe negotiations might be taking too long with this with the Islamic Republic. But hopefully we'll get transparency. If there is any, achievement obtained by this administration, it should be hopefully declared immediately, so it doesn't turn into an MOU situation where we did not see the text until weeks later. Hopefully will be filled in as the process goes on.
All right. Jonathan Saye with the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you, as always, for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Great joining you. Thanks.
And right now, I do want to take you out to this live look that we have of French President Emmanuel Macron meeting here with the Sultan of Oman. Now, it looks like they are going to be making remarks. However, not quite clear if any of this will be in English or if there will be a translation. What I'm going to do is lift this up really quickly to listen in.
Affaires étrangères de la République française et le ministère du patrimoine et du tourisme du sultanat d'Oman sur le musée franco-omanais.
All right, so two issues right there. It's not in English, first off, and there's no translation, but also it appears that there's no microphone up there, so you're just kind of hearing the background noise, what's picking up from afar. So if that changes, we'll make sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, the Sultan of Oman right now visiting France and meeting with officials there, including the French President Emmanuel Macron. Going to head to a quick break here at 6:19 on the East Coast and 3:19 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are 24/7, as you see there on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 622 on the East Coast and 322 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here with you for the next several hours as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Right now, I do want to get to those top stories and break it down for you if you are just waking up here on this Monday. And right here, you can see a live look over the Strait of Hormuz at this hour as it appears the U.S. and Iran have now agreed to stop those strikes, at least for now, as the peace talks are set for tomorrow in Qatar. Again, a live look over the Strait of Hormuz coming in from marine traffic as there is a little less movement there since all of this kind of unfolded over the past several days. Now, Reuters reporting that technical teams from both countries will meet in Doha, quote, in the coming days. The talks come after those days of strikes, which started when Iran launched an attack on a ship off the coast of Oman on Thursday of last week. That attack led the U.S. military to resume retaliatory strikes on Iran Friday, calling Iran's actions a violation of the Memorandum of Understanding, that is the MOU, that was signed by both sides about 2 weeks ago. President Trump also sounding off on Truth Social over the weekend, saying, quote, there may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we successfully started. If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist. And I do want to take you out to another live image that we have coming up on your screen here. This is over in Caracas here in Venezuela, as we have the latest on the rescue and recovery efforts there after last week's back-to-back powerful earthquakes. The death toll approaching 1,500, with the Venezuelan government expecting that number sadly to rise significantly in the coming days. At last check, more than 50,000 people are still believed to be missing, though some reports indicate that number could actually be about 70,000. Search and rescue crews working to find victims underneath the rubble of the buildings, and you can see them gathered right there, and they are working to do everything they can to find victims and survivors. Venezuelans could be seen searching for their loved ones and neighbors over the weekend using shovels, heavy equipment, ropes, and their bare hands to dig through concrete and other debris. The U.S. among the many countries who have pledged resources to help, including sending search and rescue crews there to the region. Now, we also have this live look over Washington, D.C. at this hour, as another big story is, of course, going to take part and place there in the Supreme Court. Later this morning, the High Court will release some of the final opinions of its term, and that could include arguably the most closely watched case involving birthright citizenship. Trump v. Barbara is a challenge to President Trump's executive order from his first day in office for his second term more than a year ago, seeking to end birthright citizenship. All of the lower courts that have weighed in so far have ruled that the order is unconstitutional. The Trump administration argues that those rulings, as well as the longstanding view that virtually everyone born in the U.S. is entitled to citizenship, are based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the Constitution. The challengers counter that the Trump administration, quote, is asking for nothing less than a remaking of our nation's constitutional foundations, end quote, one that, quote, would cast a shadow over the citizenship of millions upon millions of Americans going back generations. The citizenship clause is part of the 14th Amendment and was added to the Constitution way back in 1868. The clause says citizenship is granted to anyone, quote, born in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Now, of course, we know that President Trump was sworn into his second term in office January 20th of last year, and he signed a series of executive orders that includes ending birthright citizenship. Again, the Supreme Court expected to take that up, of course, we know over the past few months. And as they release opinions at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we could potentially see that as one of their rulings. Again, this is getting toward the end of their term, so they'll have this one today where they release those opinions, and then later on in the week. And sadly, they don't give us a heads up of any kind as to which opinions they'll release when, but we will have live coverage as that plays out. Also want to take you right back over to this live look that we have of French President Emmanuel Macron as he's meeting with Oman's Sultan there. I want to pop up the audio to just listen in to see if we can hear anything.
Le Sadé, président directeur de CMA-CGM, ainsi que M. Abdourahman Salem Al-Atoui, président directeur général de ASIAD, ont échangé un mémorandum d'accord entre CMA-CGM et Oman Investment Authority.
All right. And again, no English there, but you can see officials from both countries who are shaking hands, a lot getting underway. Once we hear remarks from the Sultan of Oman and from French President Emmanuel Macron, there could potentially be a translation into English. If that is the case, of course, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox in real time. And right now, I want to take up another live image that we do have coming into the newsroom. Take a look right there. This is over in the UK, where it appears that we are going to hear from Andy Burnham, who, of course, is expected to take over as prime minister there after Keir Starmer announced that he is going to step down. Now, he resigned last week from the head of the Labour Party, but has not technically resigned as prime minister. That will happen after July 7th, when there is that nominating ceremony. And again, Andy Burnham is the presumptive next prime minister. He's holding a campaign event where he's expected to talk all about the economy and other topics. And considering how all of this has played out, we're going to bring you some of those remarks here on Live Now from Fox. And we're also expecting to see Keir Starmer, the current prime minister, meeting with Mark Rutte in a matter of moments. He is, of course, the head of NATO. Right now, we are going to step away for a quick break at 6:29 on the East Coast and 3:29 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Looks like they are getting underway here. So as they kind of introduce Andy Burnham, we're going to head to that quick break. We'll be right back. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Monday. Popping this up on your screen right here. This is a look from Andy Burnham, who is the presumptive prime minister of the UK. We expect that he will officially be nominated on July 7th and then likely voted into office there. But Burnham did post on social media saying changing who governs Britain isn't enough. We need to change how Britain is governed. There's a campaign event for Burnham that's underway right now. Not quite clear when we're going to hear from him, but there is a speaker at the podium. So we're going to lift up the audio and listen in live.
to change people later on in life and help them grasp the creation of a new economy. And there's been one person that's been integral in what we've been trying to achieve over the last decades. And he's chosen a different path. The captain of a football team, surrounded by people that are committed to this place. And what we've been able to create in Greater Manchester has caught the attention, not just in the UK, but when we go abroad. Because we're telling ourselves a different story about what the future could be. A place that puts place before politics, that focuses on people and focuses on community and focuses on opportunity. And look, those of you that know me know that I don't give compliments lightly. I'm not someone that easily fawns on the people around me. So take this with the honesty and the integrity with which I mean it. I've seen Andy up close, and don't get me wrong, at first, when he wasn't on time to everything, I find that really stressful. But what I realised in doing that is that I was working with a man who would give the same amount of respect and attention to a global CEO that we were negotiating a multi-million-pound deal for our city region as he would give the woman on the streets that stops him to talk and ask questions on the way. And that in an era when we don't see many people with trust in politics, when people feel that the country isn't working for them, when they don't see people in leadership that hears them, is something quite special. And what Andy's been able to do, working with myself and the other leaders across Greater Manchester, is think about how we restore hope back into our communities, offering people a different path. And it's not easy to let someone go when they're moving on to other things, and across Greater Manchester, people are willing him on. But they're willing him on because they see someone who doesn't just listen, but somebody who gets it.
All right, so you are listening to officials there ahead of those remarks from Andy Burnham. And important to note that the audio is not synced up, so we are looking to find another feed here that we can pull in. My producer Ryan working on that right now, so we should have that shortly, and it appears that the audio will likely match up there. There's just a slight delay, but enough to make it noticeable there. So once we pull that in, we will make sure to bring that to you to give you a look. But right now I want to give you a look at this camera where you can see we are working to pull that feed in real time. I just realized as I did that, you can kind of see Ryan there in the center of the screen with a balloon there that says, "Yay, USA." I'm imagining that's in some way connected to the World Cup or, you know, just pride for the USA, which everyone has as well. Again, we are working to pull in that feed right now in real time, so we should have it shortly. But this is an event for Andy Burnham, who is considered to be the presumptive likely candidate there for Prime Minister, taking over for Keir Starmer, who announced essentially that he was going to resign just last week. Looks like we do have that feed. Let's lift up the audio.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome. Thanks so much, everybody. Thanks very much, everyone. Wow, what a welcome. Good morning, everybody. Are you ready for this? I'm sounding like I used to sound when I used to DJ across this this great city, and I'm probably doing that because I'm missing it so much. I'm missing all of you. I am missing all of you, missing this place, the people. You were just brilliant to me in my 9 years as mayor. I could not have asked for better backing. You were there at my back all the way through, and I will never forget what this place did for me. It's been such a wrench to leave that I've had to get special permission from what people in Westminster call my Manchester clothes. I've had to get special permission to wear them this morning. Sorry, Kemi, about that. However, I have bowed to public pressure on one front. I have bought some new running shorts. It was either do that or change the decency laws, and I opted for the former. But I can't tell you how glad it makes me that we meet at this big moment in one of my favourite places on earth, the People's History Museum. It holds real significance for me, and it's not just because one of my old coats is in a glass case upstairs. And can you believe it, comes off second best alongside Michael Foot's infamous donkey jacket. It's because these galleries tell the story of our country better than anywhere else. How through time it has not been run in the interests of the many. And how ordinary people have fought to change that status quo and make it fairer. Today, we must take inspiration from that history and get ready to repeat it. The time has come to build the broadest possible coalition of people to lift Britain back up to where we all want it to be. What hope can we have that it will be different this time? That's the question I would be asking if I was a voter right now. It's the one I want to answer as clearly as I can today, and in doing so, give the new direction the country is looking for. After 10 years of political turbulence since Brexit, and 20 years of falling living standards since the 2008 financial crash, Westminster hasn't been working for people, and it hasn't been working for a very long time. In fact, it is broken. And as a result, the country isn't where it should be. It is stuck in a rut, and clearly we can't go on like this. My generation of politicians, including me, must take responsibility. We haven't been good enough. But instead of being honest about that, the parties have continued with politics as usual, finger-pointing, point-scoring. Now, that might matter less in a world where people's lives are getting better, but when they are not, it is dangerous and destructive of what remains of public trust in politics. We cannot go through another decade like the one we have just had. We need a new determination to raise living standards of every single person in this land. And we must accept that, to do that, to fix the economy and the country, we need to change politics, and we need to do it now. So let me state my clear intention as I put myself forward. True to the motto of this city, I am going to do things differently. I am going to break with the more of the same approach that has got us here. I am going to give Britain the circuit breaker it needs. By building a more collaborative politics in Westminster, by taking power out of the centre and putting it in the hands of the people and places who can use it best. And in so doing, creating a new sense of agency, possibility and hope flowing around the country. We will make politics work for you and the place where you live. I know it can be done because we have done it here. When I started as mayor in 2017, we set about building a new approach, a new politics based on the exact opposite of the Westminster approach. Place first, not party first. Problem solving, not point scoring. Long term, not short term. A decade on, it's incredible how much we've been able to achieve by working together instead of fighting against one another. The Greater Manchester Way is based on strong partnership between all sectors: public, private, community, voluntary, academic, faith, and our trade unions. We ask everyone to face the same way and then pull in that same direction together. Let me give you an example. When we realised the last Conservative government had done something significant by introducing 45-day work placements for young people linked to T-levels, we set ourselves the mission of finding one for every young person who wanted one. Over the course of last year, we rang round our businesses in the city region and, with the help of hundreds of companies, delivered our goal of 1,000 extra work placements. That's 1,000 extra young lives changed every year, and it shows what a place can do when it works as one. For Britain to get back where it should be, those same principles need to be applied now to how we run the country. Pull in the same direction, move forward together. But let's not kid ourselves. This is not as easy as it sounds. Westminster and Whitehall are set up for conflict, and they require radical change if the country is to get back on track. I left Westminster a decade ago with the Mayor of the Liverpool City region, Steve Rotherham, because we could see it simply wasn't working for the northwest of England and the people here, and indeed other parts of Britain, the same thing. The Parliament I returned to on Monday is full of good people, many of them here in the audience today, members of Parliament who've joined us. And they are working hard every day, trying to do the right thing for the places that they represent. But it's hard, it's too hard for them to make change. Why? Because power is not in the hands of those places that they represent, but held by an insufficiently accountable, outsourced state. We are one of the most over-centralised countries in the world. And worse, that over-centralised heart of the country is not pulling in the same way, but in different directions. That is the reality of Westminster now, both within our parties and between them, and between the departments of Whitehall. I'll be honest, I was worried about what I found on my return last week. It is a more fragmented, disjointed place than the one I left, and frankly, unhappier. I will work hard to change that culture, leading from the front and showing how things can be different. Letting MPs be authentic representatives and not using the whip system to create fear or close down debate. Involving more people in the work of the government and drawing on the breadth and depth of talent and expertise our party has to offer. While the political direction I set is not up for negotiation, I will build an inclusive team at the very highest level so that all parts of the party and the country can see themselves reflected and represented in it. And may I say, I will not announce those decisions on appointments. Certainly not today. And indeed not until the end of this process. So until then, feel free to discount the wild speculation in circulation. Message from the back of the room there. Good morning, Mr. Mason. I will reach out to other political parties to find as much common ground as we can and build that more collaborative approach I spoke about a moment ago. So, a greater sense of unity in Parliament will then allow us to give a clearer sense of direction to Whitehall. I was struck by recent comments from ministers expressing their deep frustration at the Whitehall turf wars. Like Parliament, the civil service is full of good people trying to do the right thing, but they are held back by the structure and culture in which they have to work. It is too adversarial, and too much time is wasted with departmental silos battling each other and battling the Treasury rather than getting things done. How can the country pull in the same direction when that is the reality at the very top? And as mayors, I'm sure I speak for the front row here, as mayors we have felt similar frustration over the years when those same departments constantly push back against our legitimate requests to improve our places by devolving a fraction of the power and resources they hold. The truth is this: the country spends too much time arguing and not enough time doing. I'm not sure this Whitehall culture could ever be justified. It wasn't justified when I was a minister almost 20 years ago, but it certainly can't be justified now. The stark imbalance in resources between national government and local government is holding back growth. If councils can't fix potholes, what chance do they have of bringing forward major regeneration schemes to get growth going? While national government has got bigger, particularly since the pandemic, local government is threadbare and without the resources to fulfil even statutory responsibilities. This is not just bad for councils and the areas they serve, it is bad for everywhere. It is bad for London and the South East. The whole country suffers when the regions and nations are not meeting their potential, and Londoners are left with an overheated economy and an overcrowded housing market. It is actually bad for national government too, because we will never get the growth up to the level Britain needs unless every single postcode in the land is set up to contribute to it. This country hasn't thought in that way before, but with the Makerfield test at the heart of decision making, it will do from now on. To make it happen, we will bring about the biggest rebalancing of power our country has seen. It is time for Whitehall to accept that growth cannot be ordered from the top down. Instead, it can only be nurtured from the bottom up. It comes from having the power at ground level to make a real difference, from a clear shared vision that everyone can understand and investors can back. It comes from running sound finances, as we have done here in Greater Manchester, which in turn gives businesses the stability and the confidence to invest, increasing their productivity and adoption of new technology. It comes from placing our universities at the heart of local economies, as all the mayors do, and bringing the innovation-led approach through start-ups and scale-ups. It comes from committing to decent infrastructure in all parts of the UK and getting national investors to back the aspirations set by regions. It comes from giving people the security of a good home and good employment so that they can be as productive as possible, from good mobility and an ability to afford the basics. And it comes from not leaving everything to the market, but public intervention where necessary to set higher ambitions for towns, as we did in Stockport, and kickstart the process of change. This is Manchesterism. I think I even saw the Mayor of Liverpool clapping at that one. It is a vision for good growth and a rejection of the old trickle-down model. And like the ideas this museum celebrates, which grew here and changed the country, so all parts of the UK should now be given the chance to develop their own version of the same, focusing on the things that matter most to them. Good growth in every British postcode. What a sea change that would be in the way UK government thinks about our own country. Places no longer forgotten or written off as they have been in the past, but supported to make the best of their assets, seeing the positives in all places. And there are positives in all places, in all postcodes across this United Kingdom. Let's always remember that. Powers for our rural economies to address issues specific to them, like inadequate transport. Powers for areas undergoing industrial transition, like Port Talbot, Scunthorpe and Aberdeen. Powers for our proud coastal towns to reimagine themselves for the 21st century. And yes, more powers for London too, over education and housing, so that London can do more for itself and remain the world's greatest capital city. And you heard that here from Manchester. All of it backed by the stability that comes from sound public finances, as I said before, and the discipline of our current fiscal rules. I hope people can begin to feel, hopefully you can, some of the excitement that comes with the change that I'm setting out today. It promises a new era of possibility for Britain, possibility in places that haven't felt it for a very long time. And I know, because I heard that from people on doorsteps in the by-election. But let's give them that feeling, that ability to hope, to aspire to better. The change will be the biggest change in our lifetimes to the way the country is run, and it is consistent with the 2024 manifesto. We will create a more streamlined state with a clearer purpose to power up all parts of the country and put a laser-like focus on growth and regeneration, good growth. The change will be driven through the Prime Minister's office in an extended operation based here in Manchester. But here's the important thing. It will only be based here. The job of Number 10 North will be to make power flow into the Midlands, into the southwest, into the east of England, and yes, into London, as I said before, as much as into the northeast, Yorkshire and the Humber, and here in the northwest. It will be about offering new opportunities to extend devolution in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland by taking power deeper down. The people of Dundee and Bangor feel just as distant from Holyrood and the Senedd as they do from Westminster. Now get this. Number 10 North will be the nerve centre of a rewired Britain. It will be the conduit through which we redistribute power and resources across the UK. It will coordinate all parts of government at national and local level to agree a long-term economic strategy and help all places set new growth ambitions. It will be given a mission to strive for equivalent living conditions in all parts of Britain, borrowing from the German Basic Law. It will make place-based collaboration the new operating principle for UK PLC, requiring all government departments and agencies to support strategic and local authorities with staffing and resources. And let me say this very directly. And let me say this very directly. The days of Whitehall fighting the devolution power into the regions and nations are over, for good. I have had 10 years of fighting the Whitehall machine, blocking this place's progress, the progress of people here, and I am simply not prepared to accept the same for any area coming after Greater Manchester. The whole of Whitehall will now be required to get behind our places and work together with them to make quicker, more joined-up decisions. Ours will be a 10-year mission to raise living standards across the land. To do this, Number 10 North will support the regions on 3 clear tasks: reform of essential utilities, reindustrialisation and the regeneration of places. On utilities, we will ensure all parts of the UK are able to take greater public control of essential services like water, housing, energy and transport, learning from the model that has transformed our bus networks here in Greater Manchester. We will set out 10-year plans to bring down the cost of these essentials to individuals, families and businesses. On reindustrialisation, we will support every region to set clear and credible industrial ambitions and provide the support to achieve them, encouraging more cross-UK partnership between places with complementary industrial clusters, as Cambridge and Manchester have done on life sciences. We will consolidate public and private investment at a place-based level and help all areas establish good growth funds, as we have done here in Greater Manchester. We are such an inventive country, and going forward we can be the world's leading innovation nation. This is the key to higher growth, and I want more world-beating British manufacturers and service providers at the frontier of new technology and exporting to the world. I will back our scientists, technologists, entrepreneurs and creatives, as I have done here, and show how Britain will be the innovation nation of the next decade. We will get better at capturing full value from their ideas for UK PLC by changing the culture in Whitehall when it comes to backing British industry. For too long, UK public procurement policy has been based on chasing cut-price deals around the world, rather than helping our own British-based suppliers become more stable and competitive. No more. From here on, every pound raised from taxpayers will work harder for them, and that approach will apply fully to the Defence Investment Plan. We will make sure that all eligible public contracts are subject to proper social value weighting. And we will do that to make sure British-based companies are in a better position to win those contracts. This change is essential, given the need to build our own resilience in places across the country in an increasingly uncertain world. We need to safeguard sovereign manufacturing and production capability across the country in critical sectors like steel, defence, energy, food and farming, rather than just being prepared to let it go, as we have sadly done in the past. In return, we will recycle maximum benefits for our communities and our residents. For instance, by requiring a much greater supply of 45-day work placements and apprenticeships for young people. I take very seriously the findings of the recent report by Alan Milburn. We need a complete rethink of how we support the next generation to succeed, and it has to start with the education system. The days of a school system configured entirely around the university route will be brought to an end. University is great for those who want it, but when are we going to focus on the life chances of those kids who want something different? When? The country hasn't done that for a long, long time. People have argued over many years for an education system based on parity between academic and technical, and that is what we will build, giving every young person growing up here a clear path into a reindustrialised Britain. Where young people need mental health support, it should be provided as part of in-work support. And we will answer the call from the mayors, and particularly the Mayor of the North East, for devolution of employment support and changing the way we support and sustain people employment, working much more through our community and voluntary sector at a grassroots level, working with organisations people trust to help them, rather than going into places that they fear. This is the difference that the mayors can make, and in doing that, we will reduce the welfare bill in a way that is fair and lasting and helps people move forward. Another way to do that is by repairing the public housing stock. Britain has lost almost 1.5 million council homes since the 1980s, and around the same number of people are now on housing waiting lists and have been there for a very long time. As a result, the country is in a housing trap. We are forced to chase rents in the private rented sector through the benefit system. When governments try to control these costs by freezing local housing allowance, it makes families homeless and places unfunded pressures on councils when they have to pay for temporary accommodation. Britain's housing crisis is having a ruinous impact on its public finances. So, working with local areas, Number 10 North will oversee the biggest council house building programme since the post-war period. We will use public land, vacant public land, to reduce costs. Let me just take you back to when I grew up here in the 1970s, and Steve Rotherham and I have written about this in a certain book. But when we were growing up here, amongst the friends we had at school, there were two things that were the foundations of working class aspiration. A council home, a secure home that was the foundation for everything, and then good technical education. And those things have been taken away in the decades since. So no wonder so many young people struggle to make it work and then don't make it work. Don't blame them. Blame ourselves. We haven't been giving people this stability, this ability to get on in life. And it's time we did and brought back working class aspiration, the chance of somebody growing up here to be everything that they can be. And that's what we'll do. and also make this a city where no one has to leave to get on in life, or any of the other cities represented here today. That's what this new era is going to be all about, a sense of hope, of possibility, that things are achievable that you might not have thought were before. And having this focus on council homes again and building them in all parts of the country, it will represent a decisive shift to a more preventative, productive state, adopting a national housing first philosophy, as has been pioneered so successfully in Finland. If you don't give people a good home, what chance have they got of having a good life? What chance of making the health service sustainable if people are not living in good accommodation or getting a good education for kids? Everything starts with a good home, and this country finally has to put that at the top of its priority list. Through this new approach, we will bring higher density residential development to our towns, and Number 10 North will be able to support all places to turn around those towns, their high streets and the local centres, increasing footfall on the high street and protecting more green spaces from development. To reinforce that, we will reform business rates to support pubs and high street businesses, businesses that bring social benefits to communities. And let me finish by saying this. Rather than being a marker of decline, shouldn't we make our high streets the new symbol of Britain's renaissance? Ours is a 10-year mission to raise people's living standards. I know people can't wait forever for change. I heard on doorsteps in Makerfield how people need a bit extra now to help with rising costs. I will do my very best to deliver it, and whilst not taking risks with the public finances, will seek to give Britain some breathing space as soon as I can. People need to be able to look forward to a night out or a holiday with the kids. People need hope. This brings me back to where I started and the stories told in this building of how ordinary people, right back to Peterloo 200 years ago here, changed a British state not built with them in mind. Our modern challenge is exactly the same. An economy which, from the mid-1980s onwards, has not been built with them in mind, and instead has handed more to those who already have most and left people overpaying for the basics. If people in 1844 could form the cooperative movement in Rochdale to lower the price of food, then why can't we act now with similar courage to make life better? Imagine what things could be like if we succeed. Imagine what it would feel like to live in a country wired to work for ordinary people rather than against them. Imagine if all local areas could build homes people can afford to the point where they could guarantee one for everyone. Imagine if we could bring down the cost of energy for people and businesses and the good things that would come from that. Imagine good growth in every postcode and hope in every heart.
All right, that was Andy Burnham speaking as he lays out the economic plan for the United Kingdom. He is, of course, the presumptive nominee to be the next Prime Minister of the UK, now that Keir Starmer has announced that he is going to step down. And what I want to do is actually pop this up on your screen. This is actually from a short time ago. You could see it happening down in the bottom right-hand box that we had. It was very tiny, though, so I want to pop it up and give you a look as we saw Mark Rutte, who is the NATO chief, arrive there at 10 Downing Street for a meeting with Keir Starmer, the current prime minister. Now, important to note that at this point, there are no remarks that have been made. We didn't get a news conference of any kind, but If we do see them walk out and speak to members of the media, we will make sure to bring that to you. However, this was just a very brief shot of Ruta. You can see him right there exiting the vehicle. He's going to walk up to 10 Downing Street. Again, this was moments ago. He'll shake hands with Keir Starmer. They'll pose for some quick photos, and then they will go inside. Let's lift up the audio here.
Has Keir Starmer let you down on defence spending? Are you expecting better from Andy Burnham, sir? Is the UK still reliable?
All right, questions being shouted there about defense spending for NATO. And of course, Mark Rutte shaking hands with Keir Starmer, not answering any of those questions. Unlikely that there will be a news conference or remarks there. But as I mentioned, if that changes, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we are going to head to a quick break at 7:13 on the East Coast and 4:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:15 on the East Coast and 4:15 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next several hours as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Now, we always check in with our Fox affiliates across the country for a look at the stories that they're covering. And right now, I want to head over to Central Florida. That's where a woman is dead after an alligator attack as she swam in a river in Seminole County, that's outside of Orlando. And this is the third reported alligator attack in Florida over just the last week, the others involving a child and a snorkeler. I want to bring in Amanda Ruiz over at our Fox 35 Orlando team. She is on the ground following all of the latest details. And Amanda, a very tragic story here.
Good morning, Josh. That is correct. And people who live around this area, they tell me that they are extremely heartbroken to hear the details of this incident. But let me tell you, honestly, they say they're not surprised to hear that an alligator was involved in this case, because they say when they go around this trail, they always see them around. Now, according to authorities, they say a 31-year-old woman was swimming in the river near this trail with her friends on Sunday, and that's when she was attacked by the gator. She was then rushed to the hospital, but she later died. FWC says serious alligator attacks are rare, and crews are now working to trap that gator. But people who frequent the area say they've seen gators all the time here before, and they are saddened for the victim's family.
That's really sad and upsetting for her and like her family too. Like I couldn't imagine that happening to my mom or my sisters.
When they get that thing out of here, you know, I like nature and stuff, but you know, once it starts attacking people, that crosses the line for me.
Now, the FWC says that they are still investigating this case. We're still working to learn who the woman was, what her name was. Once we get that information, we'll keep you updated. But for now, reporting in Seminole County, Amanda Ruiz, Fox 35 News.
Amanda, thank you so much for that report right there. Of course, we'll stay in touch here as more information comes out. Thank you again for being here with us. And I do want to take you to another story that we are following over in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. That is where a man was killed by a crocodile. The New York Post reporting the 28-year-old was attacked at a popular beach, Marina Vallarta Beach, near the Marriott Puerto Vallarta Resort and Space. This was late Friday. His body reportedly recovered on Saturday, about 12 hours later. We're told that a California couple on vacation was on the beach and attempted to rescue that man using a kayak, but they could not find paddles. Signage in the area warning of jellyfish, stingrays, and crocodiles in the water, but that California couple says the crocodile image on the sign actually looked more like an iguana. This all happened not far from the site of a 2022 crocodile attack where 2 Colorado tourists were injured. Again, we'll follow both of these stories with the help of our Fox 35 Orlando team and, of course, pay attention to the latest information and have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you to this live look over Washington, D.C. at this hour as we continue to cover everything related to the Supreme Court. Now, as we've mentioned, today could potentially be a very busy day for the court, as later on this morning, the court will release some of the final opinions of its term, and that could include arguably the most closely watched case, that is birthright citizenship. Trump v. Barbara is a challenge to President Trump's executive order from his first day in office for his second term, seeking to end birthright citizenship. All of the lower courts that have weighed in so far have ruled that the order is unconstitutional. The Trump administration arguing that those rulings, as well as the long-standing view that virtually everyone born in the U.S. is entitled to U.S. citizenship, are based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the Constitution. The challengers counter that the Trump administration, quote, is asking for nothing less than a remaking of our nation's constitutional foundations, end quote, one that, quote, would cast a shadow over the citizenship of millions upon millions of Americans going back generations. The Citizenship Clause is part of the 14th Amendment and was added to the Constitution back in 1868. The clause confers citizenship on anyone, quote, born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Now, again, these opinions are set to come out at 10 a.m. Eastern time, but I can tell you that they don't tell us ahead of time what to expect. However, at the end of the term here, with only a handful of rulings left, it is possible we could get it today or later on in the week. Either way, we're going to make sure to bring you all of the updates here on Live Now from Fox. That is what we do here. And again, we should have that later on today, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Our very own Christy Matino will be right here in the hot seat to bring you those rulings the second they come out. And right here, want to pop this up on your screen as we take a live look over the White House in D.C. President Trump does have no public events that are scheduled for today. However, we can tell you that one of the closed events does involve him signing executive orders. And a lot of the time, we'll actually see that happen where he does allow cameras inside, does a statement, some remarks there, and then essentially just lets some of the reporters ask questions. If that is the case, as always, we'll bring that to you live, uninterrupted, commercial-free on Live Now from Fox. So we'll definitely keep you posted on all of that as we get all of the details. And we do have some other live images that are coming into the newsroom right here. Popping this up on your screen. This is a live look over in Caracas. This is Venezuela as we continue to cover everything about the rescue and recovery efforts there After last week's back-to-back powerful earthquakes, the death toll now approaching 1,500, with the Venezuelan government saying they expect that number will rise significantly in the coming days as these efforts continue. Now, more than 50,000 people are still believed to be missing, though some reports indicate that the number could actually be as high as 70,000 or potentially even higher as communications are down and it's become difficult for families to reach their loved ones there. Search and rescue crews are working to find victims underneath the rubble of the buildings. And you can see right now the image going kind of in and out at this point as they are working those communications issues. But also you have crews coming from several different countries, including the U.S., providing that relief there and helping with all of the activity taking place. Now, Venezuelans could be seen this weekend searching for loved ones and neighbors using shovels, heavy equipment, ropes, and even their bare hands to dig through concrete and other debris. The U.S. among, as I mentioned, the many countries who are pledging resources to help, including sending search and rescue crews to the region. But again, a key factor here is communication and the fact that it's down in many different areas. We had one guest who joined us just yesterday from Venezuela, and even using Starlink, they were having problems being able to provide any sort of remarks. So at this point, communication is still going to be an issue, but those crews are over there right now working to help save lives. And I want to pop this up on your screen because we always check in with you at home. And another big story that we're covering today is the situation between the U.S. and Iran, because it appears that the U.S. and Iran have now agreed to stop the back and forth strikes, at least for the current time, with new peace talks set for tomorrow in Qatar. Reuters reporting that technical teams from both countries are expected to meet in Doha, quote, in the coming days, though other sources say, speaking to U.S. officials, that it will actually be tomorrow. We have not received official confirmation from the White House, but if that changes, we'll let you know. The talks come after days of strikes that started when Iran launched an attack on a ship off the coast of Oman Thursday of last week. That attack led the U.S. military to resume retaliatory strikes on Iran Friday, calling Iran's actions a violation of the MOU, that Memorandum of Understanding that was signed by both sides about 2 weeks ago. President Trump posted on Truth Social over the weekend saying in part, quote, there may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started. If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist. Now, we do want to get your take on this. Should the U.S. resume negotiations with Iran even as tensions remain high? All you have to do is scan that QR code top right-hand side of your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. As of right now, of course, your options yes and no. And 88%, an overwhelming majority, saying no, the U.S. should not resume negotiations with Iran as the tensions are high. Again, all you have to do is scan that QR code or go to livenowfox.com/connect. I'm pulling it up here on our screen so we can see just how many votes have come in. But again, we've had this up throughout the morning. Only about 400 votes right now, but it will likely increase live in real time here on Live Now from Fox. So we'll continue to check on those results. Right now, we are going to step away for a quick break, but a lot more of your top stories coming up on the other side. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 727 on the East Coast and 427 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Monday morning as we get right back into your top stories at this hour. This is a post coming from the New York Post. You can see it on your screen as federal officials are investigating more of these so-called close calls between aircraft at U.S. airports. One of those Friday night when an American Airlines flight reportedly aborted takeoff in Miami after a business jet entered the same runway. And it's very small, but there on the left-hand side of your screen, it has some of the conversation between the air traffic controllers and the pilot. It says, "For Quebec Sierra, you just crossed an active runway. Hold shorter 8, runway 8 left." The pilot there of the jet said, "You just told me to cross the runway, sir." And the air traffic controller said, "No, we said Amerijet 461. So it sounds as though a misunderstanding happening there during the communications. Now, the same day, a United Airlines passenger jet nearly collided with a drone as it was landing in New Jersey. And just a week ago, a close call between an American Airlines plane and a Delta flight over in Boston. Right now, I do want to bring in a friend of the show, Matthew Wiz Buckley. He is a retired pilot. We've talked about a lot of different aircraft issues with him, and he joins us right now to discuss it further. Matthew Wiz Buckley, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Good morning, Josh. Thanks for having me.
Of course. And first off, I want to start by talking to you about some of these close calls. And I read some of the transcripts, so to speak, coming in from air traffic control with the pilot of that jet after that near collision that took place over in Miami. What stands out to you overall about some of these recent close calls?
Well, Josh, as you and I have talked many times before, 70 to 80% of civilian aviation mishaps are pilot error. When we have humans in the loop, these type of things are going to happen. Miami's a very busy airport, a lot of communications going on, but that's where your sentences have to be heightened. So always going to have some human error involved in it, and it sounds like that happened in this case. But the American pilots did exactly what they were supposed to do. Hey, we're not taking off because there's somebody on the runway right now. And as we talked about last week, same thing happened. I believe it was up in Boston. So the situational awareness of the pilots in the cockpit is pretty good right now just because of everything that's going on. But in this case, I think it was a NetJet's business jet. The situational awareness in that cockpit wasn't too high. So Josh, if everybody's doing their jobs, things are okay. Like this could have been a lot worse. We could be talking about a tragedy right now, but most folks did their job in this case. And I'm sure the NetJet's folks are getting a talking to, or did get a talking to by their chief pilot.
Oh, I'm sure. And you're looking at some of the live images that we have from airports across the country here. Hartsfield-Jackson over in Atlanta, arguably the busiest airport in the country. You have Seattle-Tacoma International, St. Louis-Lambert International, and Nashville International. Now, you talked a little bit about that Boston incident overall. We know that the pilot performed what's called a go-around. Is that fairly routine for a situation? Can you explain a little bit more about that for folks who hear that and think, what is that?
There's a saying, Josh, that's kept me alive for nearly 40 years in aviation. If there's any doubt, there's no doubt. So the captain, the first officer of that jet said, you know what, this is going to be close. Let's go around. Doesn't cost anything. Well, it does cost something. It costs some fuel, but it really doesn't cost anything in the big picture. All these jets are required by FAA regulations to have a certain amount of fuel on board. So if the weather's bad, you can go to a divert field. So going around is not that big of a deal. You know, maybe you get to the gate 10, 15 minutes later than you would have, but it's either that or potential bad. So they saw potential closeness, and they decided to go around. I'll be honest with you, Josh, back in the day, a go around was kind of a big deal because, you know, the captain would get an email or a phone call, or maybe even sometimes get met at the jet bridge by that chief pilot of Dallas or wherever that base was. And, you know, hey, Captain Buckley, why'd you go around? And the airlines kind of got out of that because it went in the other direction, Josh. Pilots started pushing it, and then we would have bad things happen. So a lot of airlines always say that safety is our number one priority, and I have to believe that. Obviously, if they're crashing airplanes, it's not good for air travel. But there is a fine line, because going around like that is not free. It's a lot of money in jet fuel, and especially with everything going on with Operation Epic Fury and jet fuel prices through the roof, it kind of is a big deal. But one more time, if there's any doubt, there's no doubt. Just go around.
Can you talk a little bit about the coordination that goes on between air traffic controllers and the pilot? Because that's obviously vital. It's key right there. And it sounds as though that was a misunderstanding that happening, talking about the incident, of course, in Miami. You talked about the fact that many of these are pilot errors. So kind of talk about that coordination between the two.
Mm-hmm. Well, years ago, we actually started incorporating, at least mentally, the air traffic controllers into the cockpit. Technically, they're part of a cockpit crew. They're not, some man or woman sitting in a tower or in a TRACON building somewhere with no windows on it. We actually try and bring them into the cockpit, so they actually think like that as well. They are one of the crew. In that case, the hair on the back of their neck is standing up too, as well, with these air traffic controllers. We know they're under the spotlight right now. But Josh, showing these live pictures right now, when you think about the tens of thousands of airline flights that take off and land safely every day in this country, it's pretty incredible. I mean, air travel is exploding. It's not, shrinking. So I don't want to scare people, but the fact that we don't have, too many huge incidents is a testament to the air travel. And sadly, when we do, Josh, whether it's the mid-air collision down there in DC between the Army helicopter and the regional jet, or God forbid, I don't even want to bring it up, but you and I talked about this, man, what was it, a year and a half ago, the Air India jet, right? So most big airline disasters are problems, but these type of issues that you and I are talking about aren't that bad. That drone issue, Josh, again, I don't want to scare people, but I've mentioned this to you in the past. That's my fear. Man, if I can say this, they're obviously thinking about it too, so I'm not divulging secrets right now. But Josh, a drone swarm in front of an airliner taking off full of fuel that takes out the motors is a bad day. Now, this has got to be keeping the FAA up at night. Josh, I live down here in, God's waiting room, Boca Raton, and just north of here is Palm Beach International Airport, where Air Force One flies in and out of every once in a while. They have some interesting looking 18-wheeler type of boxes on the approach ends of the runways, and they have some R2D2 looking stuff on the top. You can imagine what those are for. So, President Trump's a great guy and everything like that, but if they're protecting Air Force One on the departure and landing out of Palm Beach International, what are we doing for all these other major airports where you and I are flying in and out of? So the drone thing, Josh, is really what keeps me up at night, not some of these other issues.
I want to talk a little bit more about the drones. Obviously, we're seeing more and more of them that are out there. They're being used more than ever before. You have people who are flying them on their own, but there are some, I guess, guidelines that exist for folks essentially saying you need to avoid certain airspace over, major events, over anywhere where the president is. Is that helping when you are maybe concerned about that? Pilots obviously thinking a lot about the drones. So is that helping in any way?
Not at all. Not at all, Josh. It's like having this is a gun-free school zone sign in front of the school, and somebody goes in there and shoot. Terrorist criminals don't listen to FAA regulations, or just ignorance, Josh, right? People, I'm just bought this little drone. I have no idea where I am. It's just going to take off. So there's ignorance, but then, Josh, terrorists don't follow FAA regulations. So they can say, hey, well, we have prohibited airspace around these airports for drone flight. Nobody cares. And again, I'm not saying anything that I'm sure General Kane or folks at the FAA and other places are thinking about, but this is what keeps me up at night, Josh. Not too many things do, but these drones, we all saw, most people saw a Miracle on the Hudson with Sully and what happens when a flock of birds takes out both engines. Well, guess what happens when a bunch of drones take out both engines of a large commercial airliner? This is what people need to be concerned about, period. And in a way, Josh, after 9/11, when you get on an airliner, what's it say on the cockpit door? Use of deadly force authorized, right? Why aren't we using, quote, deadly force with drones that are flying within X amount, 3, 5, 10-mile radius? Why aren't these things like that are around Palm Beach International Airport, or obviously Dover and anywhere the president flies out of? The Secret Service brings these mobile EW, direct energy weapon and jammer type of things. We're going to need to see this at large airports sooner rather than later. And the fact that you and I are talking about it, Josh, it should be a warning sign that hopefully there's men and women in rooms talking about this in front of whiteboards, figuring out what to do.
I have to imagine that that's going on and probably has been for quite a while here. Obviously, we don't know. We're not privy to the top secret information there. But also, you kind of touched on this, but when we talk about these close calls, there have been, as I mentioned, 3 of them that have received publication here. They're receiving information that's being posted out there by media sites, everyone getting information on that. So are we seeing more of them, or are we just hearing about them more?
No, Josh, we're hearing more about them, right? I'm old enough to remember when we didn't have atclive.net or whatever that website is. I mean, we have apps on our phone. We can follow the flight path. We can hear the ATC communication. So, and everybody's a reporter, Josh. In your industry, everybody turns into a reporter when we have a cell phone. We see videos of people evacuating airplanes that are on fire, and of course, grabbing their luggage, which they shouldn't be doing. But it's a little bit more in our face now. Back when I first started in aviation, man, Al Gore hadn't even invented the internet yet, right? So the fact that the information is out there and it's more accessible makes it seem like it. When in doubt, Josh, go to ntsb.gov. All the info is posted on there. You can go do your own quality assurance check on whether it's more or less or something like that. I just think there's more attention to it.
What should passengers maybe take away from this? Again, this is something that you and I have discussed countless times, but when passengers there, people who are going to be flying, tend to see stories like this, they start to think about different things. A lot goes through their mind. So what should passengers maybe take away?
I think the biggest thing they have to take away, Josh, is that the men and women flying these aircraft or up in the control tower care about them too, meaning themselves. It's so funny in the aviation community, so we just talked about Miracle on the Hudson, but everybody's like, oh, Sully's a hero. As pilots, we all just kind of laugh at that characterization. When both his engines failed, Josh, who was he concerned about really at that point? Him. So the people flying these aircraft really love themselves and they love their families too. And the fact that you're behind them is gravy if everything goes well. So just know at the end of the day, these people show up to work and want to do the best they can. They want to be safe for them and their families, and obviously everybody else too. Nobody shows up to work in the aviation industry saying, you know what, I'm looking forward to having a bad day. Everybody's showing up at the top of their game, or they should be, or they shouldn't be in an air traffic control tower, a TRACON building, or the cockpit.
All right, Matthew Wiz Buckley, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here, breaking down the top stories. Anything we missed, anything that you want to make sure to add here before I let you go?
No, Josh, I was watching some of your Epic Fury stuff. We really got to finish this job. I just pray for the young men and women on the tip of the spear that they come home safe.
Yes, most definitely. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate it.
You got it.
And I want to pop this up on your screen right now. This is coming in from President Trump on Truth Social, speaking about Operation Epic Fury. He says, quote, Iran has requested a meeting. It will take place tomorrow in Doha. So President Trump on Truth Social confirming the information that we were hearing via Reuters and other U.S. officials less than 24 hours ago that Iran has requested this meeting with the U.S. to continue those negotiations, saying that it will take place tomorrow in Doha. Now, all of this coming as we've seen the back and forth strikes between the U.S. and Iran continue. All of that beginning last Thursday. That's when Iran launched an attack on a ship off the coast of Oman. Again, that was Thursday of last week, and the attack led the U.S. military to resume those retaliatory strikes on Iran Friday, calling Iran's actions a violation of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding that had already been signed by both sides, that happening about 2 weeks ago. President Trump posted there initially on Truth Social over the weekend saying that essentially they may have to finish the job if this doesn't come to an end, if Iran continues to attack those different ships that are in the Strait of Hormuz and elsewhere. Again, we also know that Iran over the weekend fired missiles and drones over at Bahrain as well as Kuwait, targeting, it appears, U.S. military locations in those areas. Again, President Trump now confirming that there will be a meeting with Iran that is set for tomorrow over in Doha in Qatar. We will have a live look at all of that as it comes into the newsroom. Not quite clear just yet who is going to attend. We know the last talks did include Vice President J.D. Vance, also Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Assume those two will be there, but unclear at this point whether or not Vice President J.D. Vance will travel over to that location as well. As I mentioned, we'll keep you posted here on Live Now from Fox. A live look over the White House at this hour as we head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back with more live coverage on the other side. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:45 on the East Coast and 4:45 on the West Coast. A reminder that we are just days away from celebrating America 250 right here on Live Now from Fox. You can celebrate with America July 3rd and 4th. We're going to have live fireworks, celebrations from all over the U.S. And if you look there on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, give it a second. But we can say now we are live 24/7. There it goes as I say it. So we're going to have all kinds of coverage through the night, July 3rd and 4th, and then for the rest of our lives here, 24/7. On Live Now from Fox. Right now, I do want to take you to some comments made by New York Governor Kathy Hochul. She spoke about Sail the Fourth. That's going to be an event for America 250 there in New York. Take a listen.
Coast Guard and Captain Jonathan Bulwer, President and CEO of the South Street Seaport Museum. Of course, our elected official, Julie Menon, is here as well. And any other elected officials here? Okay, good to see everybody as well. So thank you. I have to give another report first. We're about to welcome all these individuals to our great city. We also have to give a bit of a warning because we're in for some brutally, brutally hot weather. So if you'll For me just a minute, I have to give my public service announcement to New Yorkers about what we're in store for. And we are expecting some really, truly extreme heat over the next week. And if you see what's happening elsewhere, this could be potentially deadly. So I want everybody to be cognizant of this. Our meteorologists are forecasting dangerous heat starting Tuesday through Friday, with Wednesday and Thursday expected to be the hottest days. In many parts of our state, that'll exceed over 100 degrees. And because the overnight temperatures are expected to be still elevated, many New Yorkers will not have the opportunity to really cool down after sunset. So again, heat impacts are cumulative, which means the health risks increase day after day. And with the humidity, you're not able to develop a sweat, which usually cools the body down, which is why it becomes very dangerous for adults, but also for children. So people with children, it's not the best time to be taking your baby for a walk in the stroller. If you're walking the dog, trying to minimize the outdoor time because it can be very dangerous. And everybody knows to stay hydrated, but I'm a first mom governor. I have to tell everybody that. Stay hydrated. Make sure your water bottles are with you. And check on your neighbors. I mean, just that knock on the door just to see if someone's okay can really prevent something rather tragic from happening. So also there's always concern about the stress on our energy grid. This is what keeps me up at night, but we've been checking in with ISO and the Public Service Commission about our capacity. Given the brief duration of this, we should be okay. But again, if you're not home during the day, you don't need to keep the air conditioning running. Let's just be smart about conserving our energy during this time. So our top priority is keeping New Yorkers safe and taking every step we can to prepare for this event, because we are so excited that 5 days from now, on the 4th of July, our nation's 250th anniversary. And you will see in New York like you've never seen before. And I'm not just talking about the Knicks championship parade. I'm not talking about the people from around the world wearing the colors of their countries as they descended on this city and this region for the World Cup, which has been spectacular. But now you're going to see 200 planes roar overhead in military flyovers. Over 30 U.S. and Allied Navy ships will anchor, and a parade of 40 vessels from around the world, are going to enter into our harbor. It is going to be spectacular. And it will be the largest parade of tall ships ever assembled. And yes, we provide financial support from the state because this is our birthday party, and I want to make sure it's wildly successful. But also major security measures have been underway. I want to reassure the public that this is something that has been tabletop strategized on, and we are prepared for working with the city, the Navy, the Coast Guard as well. Around the clock, doubling down on all of our counterterrorism measures, drone surveillance, and security across the land and the water. Now, we also know that what is in store is going to be amazing as the whole world sails into New York's harbor, and vessels from places like Italy, Peru, and India. And leading the parade is America's tall ship, the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Eagle. And I want to take a moment to say to the 20,000 sailors coming to New York, welcome, welcome. This is your home. We're honored to have you here. And I just want to give a brief reference to the history of this area. I'm sure all of you know this, but the public will also come and have a chance to walk away with a greater sense of appreciation for this harbor and this part of our country's role in the American Revolution. And if you've not seen Ken Burns' American Revolution documentary, I just did a podcast with him a couple of days ago. I said, I don't think everybody knew the significance of New York State from Ticonderoga to Saratoga to this harbor to the Battle of Brooklyn, Long Island, where all the action was. It wasn't just Boston and Philadelphia and Yorktown. It was here in New York, and he conferred that opinion of mine. So our waterways have always been economic engines of commerce and innovation and opportunity, even before Henry Hudson arrived in 1609. I think about 1609, Henry Hudson came up to these waters, went all the way up to Albany. And you think about some of these, I mentioned the pivotal events of their country's birth. We have been on the front line of the revolution. And when you think about what that meant, though, and the story was beautifully told during this documentary, because of the perseverance of those who came before us and willing to stand up and defend a concept that was so new, so untested, but they all believed in this one common purpose, and they believed in something bigger than themselves. And that's the power that I want people to appreciate and understand and take away from this celebration, this moment we have a chance to step back and pause and realize how extraordinary this experiment that has endured for 250 years continues to be. And we have to continue fighting. These are the liberties we enjoy today. They were hard fought for. And we have to make sure that the liberties we enjoy today are there for people 250 years from now. So New York was the epicenter, and I can't think of a better way to celebrate and bring more people here, and the ships and the excitement and the fireworks. But also, I hope people also appreciate having Statue of Liberty in our harbor as well. When they come and see some for the very first time, know what that symbol of freedom has meant to people from around the world, including my own very impoverished grandparents who came on a ship as teenagers looking for a better life than they could receive back in their poor country of Ireland. So if it wasn't for these docks and the shipyards of Brooklyn and Staten Island and all these magnificent ships, we wouldn't have the country that we have today. So we know that our water history here in New York City shaped the rest of the nation. Also the Erie Canal. We celebrate the 200th anniversary of the Erie Canal that turned this little village into an economic powerhouse that has endured for the last several hundred years. So I just want to give everybody a reminder of what's happening. It's going to be spectacular. You'll get free tickets to view the ships, a grand review of tall ships. The Navy's International Naval Review will be live on NBC. And also, it's only the 7th time that's ever happened in history. And of course, the Macy's 50th annual fireworks on display. So let me close by saying this. You know, this is really our story. This is America's story, but it's all, and I'm so proud to be the governor of this state at this moment in history. It is our story. And we also have to remember that for 250 years, America has stood as that beacon of hope to the rest of the world. And here in New York City, it has always burned brightest. We're so proud of the movements that have started here as we're about to march in a parade very shortly, the Pride Parade. And it's also a place that's shaped by generations of people who came from elsewhere, different cultures, different beliefs, different religions, different languages, carrying different traditions, but all united in that simple belief that life can be better here than where they came from. That is powerful. That is what defines us. That is our story. That's what we celebrate now. It's not a story of sameness. It's a story of unity now. Not a story of exclusion, but one of belonging. And not one of where we came from, but a story of what we're building together in this great country. And remember the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, who said, we all may have come on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. And we are truly in that same boat now as we chart the sail for the next 250 years, knowing the responsibilities on all of us as keeper of that flame that was built through the sweat and the suffering and the lives that were lost in pursuit of this freedom. Cherish this moment, my friends. Don't let this escape the awesomeness of what was created 250 years and how we celebrate as only New York State can do it and New York City can, because this is how we do it. We do it big. And so we have a reminder that people will say, what was it all about? What was your takeaway from this experience? I hope when they leave after this spectacular week that so many of you worked so hard on, that they just say, yes, this is a great country. It is worth fighting for. It is worth preserving. It is worth keeping the freedoms. Some imperfections, but we'll always know that this is better than it ever could have been because of the people who came before us. Don't forget our sense of obligation to those who come after us as well. So thank you very much. Happy 4th of July. Let's get out there and celebrate. Happy birthday, America. Thank you.
All right, that was New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Wanted to bring you those remarks in case you missed them, but also remind you that July 3rd and 4th, and really in the days leading up to that, Live Now from Fox has everything you need. America 250, we're going to have all of those live events for you. We are 24/7, not just over the weekend, but from now on. So we will have this weekend those live fireworks and celebrations from all over the U.S., bringing it to you uninterrupted here, as we can do on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we are going to step away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but we do have a lot more live coverage coming up on the other side. Stay with us here. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 7:58 on the East Coast and 4:58 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here on this Monday for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. And there on the right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look over Caracas in Venezuela as we continue to cover everything related to the situation with those back-to-back major earthquakes that caused significant damage. Sadly, we of course know that that death toll continues to rise, and according to officials, it will continue to do so. Do want to take this full to give you a better look here as we have those search and rescue crews that are here not just from that area, but from all over at this point. The death toll approaching 1,500, with the Venezuelan government expecting the number to rise in the coming days. And at last check, more than 50,000 people are still believed to be missing, though some reports indicate that number could actually be around 70,000. Search and rescue crews working to find any victims that are underneath rubble, like you see right there on your screen. We also know that Venezuelans could be seen searching for their loved ones, their neighbors there. They were using shovels, heavy equipment, ropes, and even their bare hands to dig through concrete and other debris. Dr. Araghchi is an associate professor in civil and environmental engineering at Virginia Tech, joining us now to talk much more about all of this here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course. And first off, I want to start by talking to you about the damage that we see left behind here. On the left-hand side of your screen, you're talking about these massive piles of concrete, buildings coming down very quickly there. What kind of led to all of that when you talk about these back-to-back earthquakes and the fact that you have this extensive damage?
Yeah, no, this tragedy, I think, is textbook in things that could go wrong in seismic engineering, or it's a terrible event. First one, you have two earthquakes back to back, both fairly large, magnitude 7. Any one of those alone, would push a lot of structures to their limit. But what happens is you have a structure that's subjected to a very large earthquake, and even before it has a chance to come to rest, there's a second earthquake that strikes an already damaged target. And so that's something that we don't design for. We typically design for a return period of 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 2,500 years for a single seismic event. Here you have two back to back, so it's an extreme loading scenario. The second factor that led to this extreme damage and loss of life has to do with some of the site conditions that exacerbate the earthquake ground motions, particularly near the coast. Those coastal regions in Venezuela are known for having fairly soft soils. Those soft soils tend to amplify what taller buildings see. So those taller structures then are more likely to collapse because they experience an even larger shaking effect due to the presence of the very soft soil. And so what you end up with is you have these dual earthquakes back to back that are exacerbated by some of the site conditions. And then the third factor has to do with the local construction itself in Venezuela. And so many buildings in Venezuela are what's known as non-ductile reinforced concrete structures. So they're concrete frames. You can see some in the back room there, columns that are made of concrete and flat slabs and whatnot. And then they have infill masonry walls. So the partitions and the cladding are these fairly rigid brick or masonry walls. And what you end up with is a structure that's very stiff initially during the beginnings of an earthquake. And that's actually not really a good thing in seismic design because it attracts more forces, more earthquake forces. But the stiffness in the structure from having those infill walls doesn't last because the infill walls are very brittle, they break. And then you're left with kind of a soft story mechanism where the rest of the structure doesn't have enough reinforcing steel to absorb the seismic energy, and you end up with collapses as we see here. So it's really a catastrophe driven by three factors that kind of all come together in this particular one.
And what you're talking about there, does that account for what you see where some of these buildings come down and then you look nearby, and even in this photo, you can see right here that the building right next door to it is still standing, maybe not in good condition, but it's still standing.
Yep. And so the building stock The age of the buildings might be different. So you might have a structure that's quite a bit older than one immediately beside it. The building codes have changed over the years. So maybe that one that we see in the foreground that collapsed, I'm just speculating, maybe it's built to an older seismic code where they don't have the benefit of all the knowledge we have now from studying earthquakes and the damage. There may have been differences in the foundation, how it's attached to the, how the structures are attached to the ground. So there's a number of factors that lead to that collapse. Very often, you don't see entire buildings throughout a neighborhood or a vicinity coming down. It's usually, pockets here and there is more likely.
Are there warning signs that engineers and other folks there look for before they enter into maybe one of those buildings like we're seeing in the image where it is still standing, but to make sure that it is structurally sound and that it's not going to come collapsing down?
Yeah, so you're often looking for damage on the first few stories. You're looking for shear cracks that are at 45 degrees. You're looking for exposed reinforcing. All of these structures, I would imagine the local government is doing some sort of inspection to classify, how safe they are, whether they're safe for immediate occupancy or whether you need some repair or demolition. And so, search crews and engineers are going in and making sure the structures that are damaged are safe. Unfortunately, though, in the meantime, residents, can't go back to their apartments, their homes until that process is done.
What are some of, as you look at structural kind of issues there, what are maybe some of the biggest challenges during the search and rescue operations? Because you want to make sure that you get to the survivors, the victims there as quickly as you can, but you also have to make sure that the search and rescue crews are remaining safe.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's obviously the urgency, the longer the time goes on, the less likely survivors, are to be found alive. And so you're balancing urgency, you're balancing, the condition of existing structures, and you're balancing the potential aftershocks, right? Aftershocks are very likely in the period after a major earthquake. And so certainly, they're working under a lot of pressure and under duress there to try to, locate survivors and in a safe manner.
What lessons are maybe learned that can be taken away when you are talking about a situation like this and you look at rebuilding, you look at putting up other buildings there? What lessons can be learned kind of overall from something like this?
Yeah, that's great. I think rebuilding is a challenging thing to do, but modern seismic codes are fairly robust and the goal is that you would not have these types of collapses. The really challenging thing for engineering is how to retrofit the existing buildings that are in the background. Taking an existing structure that has the kinds of deficiencies, not enough reinforcing steel, these infill frames, and finding techniques and solutions to cost effectively bring those existing buildings up to an acceptable level of seismic performance so we don't see these collapses in future earthquakes is one of the most challenging things, both from a performance perspective. So actually it's sort of the nuts and bolts of how you size a retrofit or strengthening. But the bigger thing is it can be very expensive. And so engineers right now are working on techniques where you have minimally invasive strengthening solutions. As engineers, we can come up with we can retrofit almost any structure to survive almost any type of loading, but doing so in an economical and minimally invasive manner is really where the challenge lies. If it's too expensive, owners aren't going to be doing it, and they accept the risk that stems from that.
Is there anything, maybe structurally speaking, that can be done to prevent loss of life? Obviously, we're talking about different, you can't really say earthquake proof, but things that are done to prevent the building from collapsing. But is there anything else that can be done?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think beyond seismic strengthening, there's sort of community preparedness. Early warning, if earthquakes are detected, sending out notifications to mobile phones, getting people to exit buildings if there's some sort of notice or they detect the ground start to move. Having folks prepared, proper training for first responders, having sort of post-disaster facilities that are equipped to accommodate influx of casualties or folks that are displaced by these events. So there is certainly, beyond the structural side, preparedness that can be done. Again, to prepare communities and regions for these kinds of events.
A very sad situation unfolding there in Venezuela over the past several days. Dr. Araghchi, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Anything we missed that you want to make sure to add here, you want viewers to know before I let you go?
No, I think this is a disaster. It's a tragedy. Unfortunately, these kinds of disasters occur just with seismic events and their unpredictable nature. In the United States, certainly, we have modern seismic design codes, but we also have an extensive building stock that has a lot of similarities to what some of the buildings in Venezuela and other parts of the world. And so really, there's a lot of lessons that can be learned here to improve the life safety performance and seismic response of our structures here in the United States.
Dr. Araghchi, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh.
And we do have several different live images from cameras with the Associated Press, Reuters, all of those coming into the newsroom as these search and rescue operations continue. Again, the death toll approaching 1,500, with the Venezuelan government expecting that number, sadly, is going to rise and significantly in the coming days as these operations continue and we see those crews with other countries join in. You can also see that the signal is not the best, and that's because communication has been an issue in that area. Of course, as you would imagine, in the aftermath of a major disaster like this one. Now, at last check, more than 50,000 people are still believed to be missing, but some of the reports coming out of Venezuela indicate that the number could actually be about 70,000. We will bring you all of the latest information as we get it here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, I do want to take you out to another big story that we have been following here, as President Trump is now saying that Iran has requested a meeting amid this conflict that appears to have picked up over the past several days. He says, quote, Iran has requested a meeting. It will take place tomorrow in Doha. President DJT. Now, essentially, Trump is confirming what we heard from Reuters just yesterday, with U.S. officials saying that Iran planned to meet with the U.S. in Doha, Qatar, and that was slated for, quote unquote, the coming days. But again, we have now confirmed here with President Trump that those will take place tomorrow. Popping this up on your screen, this is from Fox News, our buddy Trey Yingst over there, who says the Middle East is quiet for now after days of Iranian missile attacks and U.S. strikes on regime targets. Negotiations over Iran's nuclear program are set to continue. The Trump administration says its focus now is keeping the Strait of Hormuz open and safe, while officials argue Iran's leverage shrinks the longer talks drag out on there without a deal. We are continuing to check out what you think at home. We always want to hear from you. And the question that we are posing to you today, should the U.S. resume negotiations with Iran even as those tensions remain high? All you have to do is scan that QR code top right-hand side of your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. As of right now, an overwhelming majority saying no, the U.S. should not resume negotiations with Iran. 88% saying no, and just 12% saying yes. That goes along with what we were asking just yesterday when we asked if you think that the ceasefire is going to hold between the U.S. and Iran. And essentially, just about everyone who was voting said no. Right now, popping this up, you can still vote. Just scan that QR code top right-hand side of your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. Should the U.S. resume negotiations with Iran even as tensions remain high? We are going to sneak away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have a lot more coverage coming up on the other side. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:14 on the East Coast and 5:14 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Monday. And again, checking back in on our poll, should the U.S. resume negotiations with Iran even as these tensions remain very high? All you have to do is scan that QR code top right-hand side of your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. As of right now, 87% of the people voting say no, the U.S. should not resume negotiations. 13% saying yes. We'll continue to check on all of that here on Live Now from Fox as the day progresses. Also reminding you that President Trump has said that Iran has requested a meeting. He says, quote, Iran has requested a meeting. It will take place tomorrow in Doha, Qatar. We'll have all kinds of coverage of that right here on Live Now from Fox. Also popping this up on your screen, this is from Ambassador Mike Waltz, of course, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. He says if the Iranian regime thinks President Trump is going to stand by while they take an international waterway hostage, they're sadly mistaken. The international community stands with the United States in opposition to Tehran's menacing behavior. He says, of course, he had a great talk there with Shannon Bream over on Fox News Sunday. Right now, though, I do want to take you to some remarks here from Mike Waltz as he was speaking in a fireside chat of sorts, talking and taking questions all related to Iran and other topics there, including the United Nations. It was fairly short, but want to play it in case you missed it. This was over at the Faith and Freedom Coalition. Take a listen.
You know, Mike, you served, were you a Ranger?
Ranger and Green Beret.
Ranger and Green Beret.
That's right.
Yeah. Very impressive. You served multiple tours of duty.
That's right.
In Africa, in the Middle East, in Afghanistan. You saw evil face to face. And you understand in a way that many do not.
Yeah.
That we are facing evil in every corner of this globe. Could you talk about what you learned in your military service and how you have taken that into your public and diplomatic service?
Well, thank you, Ralph, and good to be with you, and thank you all for being such a fighter and truly standing strong for our faith and for our freedom as we celebrate our 250th anniversary as a nation, and that our founding fathers did this revolutionary thing of our freedoms and our rights don't come from emperors or czars or kings or queens. They come from God. And we will, whether it's on the world stage or out in the Middle East or wherever, we have to fight for that. And I guess to your point, that I just want everybody to hear loud and clear, that we can't ever forget, evil exists in this world. And it has to be fought, and it has to be called out for what it is, and it has to be defeated. And whether that's in the polite circles of the UN or out on the battlefield, that is what we face. And, you know, Ralph, what's unique about having me as a soldier now representing the United States on the world stage at the United Nations, I've seen that evil. I've seen folks, not to be too kind of doom and gloom here, but we need to be reminded. I have seen a 7-year-old boy, hung by the Taliban because his family refused to serve him up to go fight the Americans. I've seen young girls in Nigeria kidnapped out of their schools and sold into sex slavery as ISIS brides, forced to forswear Jesus Christ as their God, and forced to convert, and then forced into sex slavery. We were able to go rescue some of those girls, but not all of them, right? We just saw the Iranian regime massacre 40,000 people in a weekend. In a weekend. These are the types of regimes that we're facing, and it's even bigger than that. We're seeing the Chinese Communist Party literally reinterpret and retranslate the Bible and talk about the primacy of the state and the Pharisees over over Jesus and propagate that all over the world. So I just wanted to come here today and let you know that you have a fighter in me, you have a fighter in Secretary of State Rubio, you have a fighter in Vice President Vance, and you definitely have a fighter in President Donald J. Trump.
Yes, we do. And by the way, I would commend to all of you. I got an opportunity. I guess it was during the transition. It was an event at the Museum of the Bible for your book, and I got an opportunity to read your book, and I commend it to all of you. That where Mike talks about his experiences in the military and how it shaped and formed him. And, you know, as you were talking, Mike, I'm reminded of Ronald Reagan's very famous address to the National Association of Evangelicals in 1983, where he said, "We are called as men and women of faith to combat evil. Right? We cannot sit on the sidelines and just enjoy saying, well, both sides have a good argument." Now, that was when
evil thrives when good men and women do nothing, right?
And at that time, he was talking about Soviet communism. Nobody knew the Berlin Wall would fall. Nobody knew the Soviet Union would disintegrate. And my question to you is, it's a very different time in many ways, and yet not. I mean, you've got Russia, you've got China, you've got Iran, you've got North Korea. What does that call?
We have a revival of communism right here in the United States. I'm living in it in Manhattan.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
What does it mean for us as men and women of faith to combat evil today? Where clearly, you mentioned some of the examples, but Reagan had a vision that, as he famously said, they lose, we win. What does it look like for us?
Well, what Reagan, historically did was stop saying we're going to contain, or what they called then détente, kind of live alongside and manage, and said, no, we're going to win. We are good. Our values are right and righteous. And we are going to win in this entity using every element of national power: economic, diplomatic, informational, military. And he did, because he was right. Our values. And so allies, like-mindeds, and others that share our values, I think, are who we need to embrace. And again, we need to stand strong, whether that is in your community, in our country, or around the world. We need to support people who stand for our values. And I just want to tell you, in the place where I am, case in point, there's an organization called the Human Rights Council that thankfully President Trump has said we're done, we're walking away from, and not a single dollar of your taxpayer dollars are going to support this kind of nonsense anymore. This council has passed 171 resolutions against Israel, compared to 51 against all of the other countries around the world combined. They have things like a George Floyd Commission that literally had UN bureaucrats under the last administration coming into our prisons and deciding, with the likes of Venezuela and Cuba and North Korea and others, opining on our criminal justice system. I mean, it's laughable if it wasn't so serious. So what we've done and what we're doing is, number one, we forced this organization to take its first budget cut in its entire history. We're putting the UN on a diet. We made them cut $500 million out, and we're going to keep going. They cut 3,000 bureaucrats out of that building up in New York, and we're walking away from these organizations like the World Health Organization or the so-called Human Rights Organization or others that are going to infringe on our sovereignty, our rights, and our freedoms. And so I just, again, I want you all to hear that loud and clear. There are some nuggets of decent elements in there. Burden sharing, for example, there's gangs that have taken over Haiti. I don't want to see UN troops down there. American troops down there. You now have UN troops down there. Gaza and the president's 20-point peace plan. That is now being enacted with other partners. So there are some things that we need, but Lord, pray for us. We are determined to clean that place up and make it work for you all, not us for them.
Well, it's about time. Now, another area of reform, and I'm not an expert on it, but I've heard that the UN peacekeeping contingents that are sent around the world
cut by 25%.
Yeah, often,
and we'll keep going.
Are very ineffective, and they don't really do a very good job at all of keeping the peace. So, how are we going to do that? Are we going to do that like we're attempting to do in Gaza, where we bring together allies that can actually put together a force?
That's right. No, that's absolutely right. We're going to keep them focused. They're going to tie it to a political process. You are there to keep the peace, which means you have to have a political process to put peace in place, and then you work yourself out of the job and you shut the thing down. And that's exactly what we're doing. The first one we're going to shut down this year is the peacekeeping force in southern Lebanon that's been there for 20 years at the cost of $500 million a year and has done everything but keep the peace. So we're shutting them down where they aren't effective, and then where they are working for the United States, then we'll work with them.
Now, speaking of keeping the peace, you are a former counterterrorism advisor to two different secretaries of defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know a little bit about counterterrorism and about the threat of terrorism.
Yeah.
We have just completed and are currently in negotiations with the leading state sponsor of terror in the world, Iran.
Right.
Brilliant military operation. We now have a memorandum of understanding, and the president's diplomatic team is doing everything they can to arrive at a deal. What do you think is achievable? What are the main goals? What are the objectives? And what are the possibilities of ensuring that the most dangerous regime in the world does not obtain the most dangerous weapons known to man?
Well, I want everyone to hear this loud and clear. The president campaigned on no endless wars. As a veteran, my wife was a veteran of Iraq. I'm a veteran of Afghanistan. We saw that policy drift. It's one of the reasons I ran for office, so that we never have that again. He has achieved many, if not all, of his goals. The Iranian nuclear program was devastated last June. They decided to start to rebuild, and the president hit him again. Their leadership's devastated, their military's devastated, their economy is devastated. Now this process, we could probably spend a whole hour on this, but now the process is how to lock that in. But I assure you, we know who we're dealing with. And that's how I started this talk, in understanding and with clear eyes what we're dealing with. There is no trust, and all verify, and now this is a process to lock those gains in. Gas prices are already back to where they were pre-war. The president has to balance our economy and the global economy. At the same time, he is ensuring that a genocidal, Islamic, revolutionary regime, dictatorship, can never, ever, ever threaten you, threaten the United States, or threaten Israel or the region with a nuclear weapon. And that is, he is doing what presidents before him have refused to do and have kicked the can on year after year after year. President Donald J. Trump is here to solve these problems, whether it's Venezuela, the southern border, the threats against the terrorist threats against our great ally Israel, or Iran chasing a nuke. I could keep going down the list. He is here to solve these problems using all means necessary, and it's the honor of my life to pull up a chair behind a placard that says United States of America and implement his America First foreign policy.
Outstanding. All right. Well, Mike, I concur with everything you just said. I trust the president's instincts. I trust his judgment. Mm-hmm. I know him, you know him. He's not going to make a bad deal. He's always going to put America first. And we are so glad that you were there by his side Thank you for enduring the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune that comes from sitting
combat over there
at the United
there,
Nations.
yeah. Well, I have something for you before we take off. This is the same red hat makers, but we changed a little bit. It's called the UN General Assembly. They call it UNGA. Well, now we've changed it to MUNGA, make the UN great again. So add this to your shelf.
Okay,
right.
Thank you. Mike Waltz, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
All right, wanted to bring you those remarks there at the Faith and Freedom Coalition. In case you missed them on Live Now from Fox, a variety of topics covered, including the situation with Iran. Popping this up on your screen, just coming in moments ago from U.S. Central Command, as they say a U.S. Air Force F-16 fighter jet patrols the skies over the Middle East, and they provided a photo there on the left-hand side of your screen. We also continue to check in with you at home, asking, would you consider, should the U.S. resume negotiations with Iran even as tensions remain high? All you have to do is scan that QR code top right-hand side of your screen. You can also make it a little easier on yourself and go to livenowfox.com/connect. As of right now, an overwhelming 87% saying no, just 13% saying yes. If you do want to vote, scan that QR code and we'll check back in here on Live Now from Fox throughout the morning. Right now, I also want to take you out to this live look that we have outside of the Supreme Court building, as we remind you that the Supreme Court in just about 90 minutes is expected to release some more opinions, and that could potentially include birthright citizenship. We'll bring you all of that. Christy Matino will be right here in the hot seat as those opinions come out. And unfortunately, they don't let us know beforehand which ones to expect, so it'll be a surprise to all of us. We're going to head to a quick break, 8:31 on the East Coast and 5:31 on the West Coast. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over the skyline of New York City as later today, the man accused of murdering the United Healthcare CEO outside of a Midtown Manhattan hotel is set to appear in court, and it appears on the docket for today is going to be potential jury questions. The hearing for Luigi Mangione comes after reports of a failed plea deal in the case. That's been a topic discussed quite a bit over the past several days. Mangione, of course, accused of killing Brian Thompson back in December of 2024. He was later arrested at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Andrea Lewis is a trial attorney and former prosecutor, joining us now live to discuss more about really what to expect today and how this all fits into the case in general. Andrea, thank you so much for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. And first off, I want to start by asking you about the hearing itself. Now, we are told that this is essentially a pretrial hearing as we get closer to a potential trial and that jury questions might be brought up. I have to imagine that's maybe fairly standard.
It is, but it's just very important. And so the way that works, anytime there's a trial, whether it's state or federal court, there are a lot of things that need to be dealt with and worked out leading up to that. And really the purpose is, in a case like this, number one, to deal with some of the publicity type issues, to ensure that the jury is sufficiently insulated from those issues, and also just to deal with other pretrial matters, such as maybe when motions will be heard, or as we see today, the details regarding jury selection. And so one of those very important critical details is going to be these questionnaires which both sides generally agree to in advance. You can even add to them in most cases. Most courts will allow that if there are pertinent issues that those parties agree the jury needs to be asked about. And those questionnaires then go to the jury prior to jury selection so that the parties can collect information about them in advance and really help move things along.
And I have to ask, because this is a case, no question, that so many people are paying such close attention to. It's been talked about ever since all of this unfolded. You have protesters that have been outside of the courthouse calling for Luigi Mangione to be released. So how does that factor into seating a jury overall? I have to imagine that really makes it difficult to seat a jury.
It does, particularly in a case like this, because this is a case, and we see these ever so often. And if they're, this is certainly a case that really divides people, where people tend to be in one of two camps. You're going to have a lot of people out there who may not, believe what he did was right, but certainly, and we see this a lot online, understand his reasoning or his justifications for doing it. Maybe they or their loved one were wronged by a healthcare organization, or they feel that way. Those are not going to be good jurors in most cases who can remain unbiased and give him a fair shake. On the other hand, maybe there's some healthcare executives in the jury pool. Those probably aren't going to be good jurors for this case either. So this is a process, a very important process, where the attorneys try to essentially deselect to some extent jurors so that the people remaining have not formed an opinion about the case and can be fair.
Now, the failed plea deal, that's also been a topic of discussion since it was basically released, I would say, just several days ago. People started talking about it and said there was a plea deal that they were trying to do. It fell through. Does that tell us anything about where the case goes from here?
Not at all. Plea negotiations and plea discussions are extremely common, especially at these times leading up to trial. So that does not surprise me one bit. And as you can imagine, the terms of a deal like this are going to be extensive. So this isn't just a matter of, hey, we're offering you X years in prison and they come back with a number to counter that. It's not that simple. There's going to be pages of paperwork for them to work through, especially considering the other charges in this case. And so that's going to take a while. And so there's really nothing unusual about this at all. And I would point out that there's certainly a possibility that he may still end up taking a plea deal before trial.
That's what I was going to ask. Can there still be these discussions leading up to trial, even if a potential plea deal falls apart? Can they just kind of start from scratch and go over again before the trial?
Absolutely. Now, unless the state has put in, or the government, I should say, has put in some type of a deadline, we are not going to allow you to take a plea after a certain date, that might be one exception. But in most circumstances, I can think of many in my own experience as a prosecutor, where a time when plea deals often occurred were the morning of trial. We always used to say on the courthouse steps that a plea would be worked out, sometimes even as the jury is being brought into the courtroom. So I would not count that out just yet. I think that there's a very good chance that that could happen in this case leading up to the trial.
When you talk about the fact that there are state charges, and you kind of touched on this, but state charges and federal charges involved, is that fairly standard to see both cases happening there kind of side by side almost?
Well, it's unusual just to have two cases, especially of this magnitude, that are both going at the same time. I mean, as we've seen for the last year, that certainly has complicated things because there's a lot of scheduling issues. Obviously, the lawyers have their hands full with dealing with pretrial matters and various different cases, but everybody's, worked it out to a large degree and to move to this trial. But I certainly think that I know that going into this, all of the prosecutors and frankly, the defense attorneys in this case are going to be looking at those other states, the potential penalties he could get in those states and saying, look, if one particular jurisdiction is going to end up result in a life sentence or with a very long sentence in particular, then the parties are going to be thinking, well, why don't we just try that case first or try to work out those charges first? Because in some sense, it might resolve all of the cases in their entirety if he ultimately gets a long sentence in one of them. So there's a lot of legal maneuvering here, put it that way.
Yeah. And you're looking at some of the photos from inside the courtroom. There's actually some video in there as well. How does it change things when you have cameras inside the courtroom? Because I've talked to a lot of legal experts and folks who argue in the courtroom who say that maybe they shouldn't be there because it changes the way that people act, but it also should be there because the public has a right to see it. Where do you kind of stand?
Well, it really depends. The courts have they have a lot of resources, a lot of tools that they can use in order to make sure that maybe certain witnesses' faces aren't shown, if that's an issue, to make sure the jurors' faces aren't shown. They do have protections in place in order to prevent anything that maybe shouldn't go on television during the trial from being there. That said, as you pointed out, this is a really important issue, and it's an issue that many people have been watching around the country, frankly, around the world since the day it happened. So I'm not surprised at all that cameras are being allowed in. I can assure you that there are going to be very stringent rules that are in place for the media to follow, for the parties to follow, just to make sure they don't become a distraction.
All right. Andrea Lewis, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, helping to break this down, a case that so many people are watching at this point. What is next as this case really progresses here and gets closer and closer to trial?
We're going to see some additional hearings, pretrial hearings. Well, there'll be more pretrial motions. We know they've already worked out some evidentiary issues. I would expect that that's going to continue to happen leading right up to the trial. There's just a lot of logistics that need to be worked out ahead of time. So the case is really heating up, and I think that we'll continue to see a lot of momentum leading up to day one.
Yeah, we'll definitely watch as it all plays out here. Andrea Lewis, anything you want to add before I let you go?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing this case. It's really been a very interesting case to follow, and I know the world is watching it. So we'll see what happens here, and maybe it'll get resolved prior to October.
And we're all hoping that if it goes to trial, that cameras will be allowed so we can see that full trial play out. Andrea Lewis, thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
And you are looking at a post from the New York Post as Luigi Mangione is set to return to court for the alleged murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, with defense strategy a mystery. We've seen things kind of change over the past couple weeks or so we'll keep you updated as cameras could potentially be allowed in. We know that some days they are, some days they aren't. We also get those pool photos that come in, and sometimes cameras are allowed in the hallway, and you'll hear reporters who are shouting different things at Luigi Mangione and the other attorneys, the prosecutors, all of it. Again, we'll bring you all of that here on Live Now from Fox as we get it. Right now, we do have to sneak away for a quick break, 8:44 on the East Coast and 5:44 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next hour as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. And right now, we are taking a live look over Los Angeles as we continue to cover a big story coming out of that region here. This is from the Associated Press. The man accused of sparking last year's deadly Palisades fire will be tried again this fall after his first federal arson case ended in a mistrial. That was on Friday, and now a retrial date has been set for October. 10 of the 12 jurors said that the 29-year-old is innocent, and the judge quickly set an October 19th retrial date and ordered him jailed until then. He has pleaded not guilty to starting one of the most destructive wildfires in California history. Now, after that ruling came out, we actually heard from attorneys there. I want to play for you those remarks in case you missed them on Live Now from Fox.
Lockman fire. So not only did they find him 10-2, that they didn't believe the government proved their case, it was also overwhelming on the January 1st fire, which I adamantly maintained he never said.
How is Jonathan?
He's actually, spirits are good. He was encouraged that the jury heard the evidence for 2.5 weeks and pretty resoundingly found that the government's case was not strong and they didn't have enough evidence to convict him. So obviously an acquittal would have been preferred, but a hung jury on a 10-2 verdict, to be frank, in most districts, you're not going to have a retrial, but you will in this district.
Why is that?
Well, he tweeted out, apparently, Bill Asaley, while we were in the courtroom, he tweeted out that he was going to retry the case. So that tells you kind of what's going on with what they do in this district in terms of making charging decisions. I believe the evidence was overwhelming at trial, and the jury did too, that there was not enough evidence to convict Jonathan.
What do you think they want to retry the case?
Politics. You know, they need a scapegoat. They need somebody to blame, and they picked on the convenient loner Uber driver that they did nothing but engage in character assassination for 2.5 weeks. That's all they did, is attack his character and present no evidence, no direct evidence at all that he maliciously started a fire.
So you expect the result of the next trial to be the same?
You never want to predict the results of a trial. I've been doing this for over 25 years, but I was very confident going into this that the government would fail to prove their case, and they did. They failed miserably. They didn't even come close. And if they want to retry it again, we can retry it again. And Bill Asaley wants to cheerlead from the sidelines, maybe he should come in and try the case himself next time.
Do you think the government's repeated losses in the last few trials?
I'm sorry? It's a great question. A lot of media was questioning the defense strategy on not bringing in the fire department. Obviously, that would have been the best defense we had. We had a pretrial ruling that we were not to reference the Los Angeles Fire Department negligence, which there was obvious negligence in not putting out the Lockman fire. That will be for the civil attorneys to decide, but the judge did not allow us to talk about that at trial.
Can that change in the second trial?
No, it won't change. There'll be very little change in the second trial with respect to the evidence and the proofs and what we'll do tactically. And I think we'll have a better result than the first trial. 10-2 is an overwhelming message from the jury that the government failed and did not have enough evidence to prove their case.
Was your client considering a deal presented by?
Absolutely no deal. They're not going to offer one. We're not going to have any conversations. He didn't do it. I'm sorry? You know, it mixed emotions. You know, anytime you get a hung jury, some attorneys look at that as a victory. A 10-2, decision is also pretty resoundingly favorable for the defense. But the family's encouraged at least that a jury of his peers listened to the evidence and found that the government did not prove their case.
Why is the government so concerned about a flight risk if he doesn't have a passport?
That's a great question. He hasn't had a passport for years. There's no way he can flee anywhere. The suggestion that he can drive to Mexico, anybody can drive to Mexico. I don't think that necessarily means you're a flight risk. And Jonathan has no criminal record. He's never been charged with a crime or convicted of a crime. So, but I understand the judge's decision, and I'm not going to question her decision.
Have you had a chance to talk with any of the jurors about what led them to their positions?
I personally did not speak to any of the jurors. I had some that were very emotional that came up to me after the trial, that hugged me, and they were very clear that they were frustrated with the two holdouts. It was the 10 that were very much committed to not guilty. They were frustrated with the 2 that were not. So I don't think further deliberations would have moved the needle and resulted in an acquittal. Otherwise, we would have advocated for further deliberation. but it was clear they were deadlocked. The foreman was unequivocal about that, and attended to vote is extremely clear how the jury felt about the case. I can't hear you.
Will you try to seek out and talk to the jurors to understand what they're
I don't. I've never in 200 jury trials sought a juror out to speak to them. If they want to speak with me, they can contact me, and I'd love to hear what they think. But at the end of the day, I look at it as a jury as a unified group who has a voice, and this unified group spoke loudly that this case was not good, and it wasn't good from the very beginning. It wasn't good when it was charged, and it wasn't good when they came back with their hung jury.
Do you think during the opening statement, I think something to the effect of, okay, maybe straight fireworks set the Lockman fire, and that maybe there's an arsonist still on the loose who set the Palisades?
Look, at the end of the day, the fact that the fire happened right after midnight on New Year's Eve, if anybody thinks that's just a coincidence, then they have not lived in Southern California very long or anywhere else in America. The timing of when the fire occurred, I think the jury had a hard time thinking that was a coincidence. When fireworks are going off, there's multiple witnesses at trial. If you recall, Bill O'Saley at a press conference said there was no evidence of fireworks in the Palisades on January 1st. We had a number of witnesses who disagreed, who testified at trial. Not only were there fireworks in the Palisades on January 1st, they saw 4 kids running down the hill after the fire started. So who do you think set the fire, Jonathan or the 4 kids running down the hill after the fire started? I believe that was one of the issues the jury had with the case.
Do you think the DOJ's recent losses in court contribute to Bill O'Saley's want for a retrial?
You know,
politics?
I'm not political. I don't care about Bill O'Saley. He can cheerlead from the sideline, and he wasn't even at the trial. I don't think he came into the courtroom one day during the trial. So for him to have a strong opinion about anything means absolutely nothing to me, and we'll see him again in October.
What about the bill? I'm sorry. What about the bail? What about bail?
Bail was addressed by the judge. I don't question the judge's rulings. I understand why she made the ruling, and I respect it.
Why did they not test the lighter, but they tested cigarettes 5 more times?
That's a great point. We made it during the closing argument. If the lighter started the fire, why didn't you do a test of the lighter? Why did you do cigarette tests when the cigarette you ruled out as the cause of the fire? So, look, there's a lot of points made during the trial that we'll remake at the retrial, and we'll go from there.
Hey, Steve, did they try to do that? Could the government then try to redo that test now, or is it too late?
No, they're limited to the evidence they had at the first trial, and they will put on a very similar case. I don't expect it'll change much materially, and I think we'll put on a similar defense, and I wouldn't gather there'll be a different outcome. 10-2, as I said, is a resounding defeat to the government, and it was very close to a full acquittal on all 3 charges, not one, on all 3. I don't even want to guess how much money was spent. You were at the trial, you saw the technology, you saw the exhibits, you saw the resources they have. It's the United States government, it's the richest government in the world, and yeah, they definitely put a lot of money into this case.
Can the government try with a different charge?
I'm sorry? Yeah, there was evidence at trial. Does anybody else have any questions? No. Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
I wanted to bring you those brief remarks in case you missed them. That was on Friday after that mistrial was declared in the Palisades fire case. The new trial has now been set for October. We'll keep you posted here on Live Now from Fox, as we always do. And I'm looking around because we do have this live image right here coming outside the Supreme Court, as we are just an hour away, I should say, from getting at least one opinion coming down from the Supreme Court as they near the end of their term. Now, one that's been watched, and there are quite a few that do remain, that is going to be the ruling on birthright citizenship. President Trump attending the oral arguments earlier on this year, becoming the first sitting U.S. president to do so. Now, again, we do expect in just about an hour, that is when we should get the first opinion. The other thing we don't know necessarily is how many opinions we'll get. They don't tell us ahead of time. So all of this is kind of up in the air, and there could potentially be another day later in the week where more of those rulings are issued. Again, we're following all of this. Our very own Christy Mattino will be right here in the hot seat at 10 a.m. Eastern time to follow all of those developments in real time. Right now, we do have to step away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more live coverage coming up here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 8:58 on the East Coast and 5:58 on the West Coast. Want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following as video is coming into the newsroom out of Germany. 5 people killed in a shooting today at a youth welfare facility that is in a northern German town. That town is Stade. Now, at this point, all of the information is still slowly coming into our newsroom, but we know that 2 people have been arrested, including the suspected shooter. There's also injuries, police said, but they did not provide any information on the extent of the injuries and how many people are injured. Police said the shooting took place in a facility which is located on a street south of the town center. They said there was no danger to the public as of now. Again, the suspected shooter in custody. 2 suspects arrested, one of whom is believed to have fired the shots. Police said they were working to establish the background of the shooting and what exactly happened. Germany's gun laws are more restrictive than those in the U.S., and mass shootings are fairly rare, but they are not unheard of. Again, you're looking at the video that's coming in from Reuters at this point. As you can see, there were several crews on the scene, and this video is not live. It's coming in on a delay, so you're going to see it kind of jump around as you can see investigators there speaking with some of the witnesses on the scene. We're told that that city has about 50,000 people who live there, and it's located about 25 miles from Hamburg. Again, 5 people killed in that shooting at a youth welfare facility in northern Germany, and 2 people have been arrested, including that suspected shooter. We'll keep you updated here as we get additional information from authorities right here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to pop this up on your screen right here as we continue to follow all of the latest coming in out of Venezuela. This is a look at some of the crews that are on the scene working to comb through the rubble and try to find any victims that they can. Now, the death toll, according to the Venezuelan government, is now near 1,500, but is only expected to rise in the coming days. And somewhere between 50,000 to 70,000 people are currently reported missing. As these efforts are underway, I want to lift up the audio for just a second to listen in. All right, so you can see crews are working there and you can hear it in the background. We also have another live look that I want to bring you as, again, the death toll continues to rise, nearing 1,500, with somewhere between 50,000 and 70,000 people still missing. We'll make sure to keep you updated here as we get all of those details on Live Now from Fox coming into our newsroom. Right now, I do want to take you out to this post right here. This is coming in from Fox News as we continue to follow all of the latest out of the U.S.-Iran conflict there in the Middle East. Fox News sharing a post from President Trump on Truth Social, really from maybe about an hour ago, saying President Trump revealing that Iran has requested a meeting with U.S. negotiators following a series of strikes between the regime and the U.S. military. Trump announcing that high-stakes meeting will take place tomorrow over in Doha. Now, the president has not said who will take part in those talks and whether Vice President Vance will attend again, as he did over in Switzerland. U.S. officials say both the U.S. and Iran have agreed to stop the back-and-forth strikes for now, and the talks will come after days of strikes, which began when Iran launched an attack on a ship off the coast of Oman. That was on Thursday of last week, and we actually have a live look right now via marine traffic. This is showing the Strait of Hormuz at this hour. The attack led the U.S. military to resume retaliatory strikes on Iran Friday, calling Iran's actions a violation of the MOU, that Memorandum of Understanding that was signed by both sides about 2 weeks ago. Javed Ali is with the University of Michigan, joining us now live to talk much more about this and those latest developments. Javed, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us here.
Josh, always nice to be with you.
And first off, I want to ask you about the status here. When you talk about the fact that these talks have now been confirmed by President Trump, they're going to happen in Doha, can you break down the significance of that and whether that means that we are actually headed in the direction of an actual peace deal?
So, Josh, picking up on some of the points you had just mentioned before you brought me in, going back to 2 weeks ago, we were at a similar moment where both Iran and the U.S. were exchanging fire against each other. It looked like there would be, there was the potential for escalation on both sides beyond what they were already doing. And then after sort of a cooling off period for about a day, then or a couple of days, then the MOU got signed in Geneva. And 2 weeks later, it looks like a similar cycle happened, where even in the aftermath of the MOU being signed, that, as you noted, that there were consecutive days of hostilities between Iran and the United States, and as of last night, it was probably a coin flip whether things would escalate or whether cooler heads would likewise prevail, and diplomacy would once again sort of be back on track. It now sounds like the latter has happened, that diplomacy is back on track. This next round of meetings in Doha, Qatar, with at least Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff representing the U.S. Doesn't sound like Secretary of State Rubio will be there, or Vice President Vance. So that, I think, is a good sign and suggests that diplomacy will move forward. But it doesn't mean that in between we still won't have these periodic episodes where both Iran and the U.S. attack each other. And maybe that's what this is just going to look like for the next few weeks.
What is a successful meeting? If you watch this play out tomorrow, obviously cameras are not going to be allowed inside. We'll get some of the images that come in. We may hear from Witkoff and Kushner afterward, or anyone else who might be there on the U.S. side. What would a successful meeting overall look like?
Well, I think a successful meeting would have to at least the folks representing both sides would have to come to an agreement that both sides still want to stay inside this deal. And now the hard work has to go with hammering out all the fine points on the 14 different sort of positions or terms in the deal. But if that meeting concludes tomorrow or perhaps the next day, and you hear from one side versus the other, well, we couldn't get momentum, or we had fundamental disagreements on points A, B, and C, that might be a sign that things have stalled out. Now, sometimes that's posturing, sometimes that's one negotiating team trying to get leverage over the other, But I do think, and I remain consistent in this assessment, that I still believe both sides want a deal to happen. They may not get the deal that is perfect for either side, but if either looking at it from the U.S. side or the Iranian side, I would have to believe in both Washington and Tehran that both sides want this conflict to end and both sides want to get a deal done.
As we look at the potential for this deal, again, those talks, we may not get much out of them. Again, cameras will not be inside, so we're not going to see as everything plays out, but we'll likely get some remarks afterward, especially from President Trump, as he always posts there on Truth Social. And another big kind of aspect to all of this has, of course, been the nuclear deal, the nuclear aspect to all of this. As we kind of look a little bit closer at that, the fact that inspectors could potentially go in, we've heard from the U.S. that Iran has agreed to allow inspectors into the nuclear sites, but we've also heard from Iran that that is not the case. So where does all of that stand, and how important is that as you step back and look at the grand scheme of things?
Well, within the MOU, there are, to me, the three key conditions are the future status of the Strait of Hormuz and who is going to generate the most revenue from the passage of ships going back and forth with two very different positions, at least initially between the U.S. and Iran. Second, as you mentioned, is the state of Iran's nuclear program, or what remains of it after a year of it being attacked at different points by the U.S. and the U.S. and Israel last year, and then the U.S. and Israel this year. And then the third key issue, I think, is the status of the ability for Iran to escape the sanctions that they've been under for years and years, the unfreezing of assets, the sale of oil, things that would help Iran really recover its economy, which has been under so much pressure for such a long time. So I have to believe those three things are going to be the three most important points in this MOU as it goes forward. And as to the nuclear program, yes, if for the U.S. to be satisfied, I would have to believe that there has to be aspects of this where the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, much like they did going back to 2015 to 2018 and years prior to that, are on the ground in Iran inspecting the different facilities. Now, again, some of these are probably damaged or hard to get access to, but there are other Iranian facilities that may not have been targeted. So it's a large enterprise in Iran, and I think the U.S. is going to demand that inspections have to happen if the deal is going to survive.
My last question for you, can you kind of break down for folks where everything stands with Israel and the Hezbollah terror group? Of course, in Lebanon, we know that we've still seen strikes that are happening. There's been discussion between Israel and Lebanon. There's been talks about a ceasefire with Hezbollah. Break down how that factors into the whole U.S.-Iran talks and a potential deal.
Yeah, and you and I have talked about this on several conversations, is that Iran's relationship with Hezbollah is so important for both sides. Hezbollah has relied on Iranian support and money for the entirety of its existence since 1982. And likewise, Hezbollah is Iran's most important partner as it tries to project its influence and power throughout the region beyond Iran's own military capabilities. So that's where, and then there's the issue of just the personal relationships between senior leaders in Hezbollah and senior leaders in Iran, despite the fact that many have died or been killed by Israel and now the United States this year. So this is going to be a major issue. And I think one thing it'll be fascinating to see how it plays out is how much is Iran willing to perhaps make some concessions about the status of Hezbollah in Lebanon in order for the MOU to move forward in some fashion, because Hezbollah's status isn't necessarily a part of that. Now, there's a separate U.S., Israel, Iran, Lebanon deal, but Hezbollah is not part of it either. And Hezbollah has already said that they're not going to respect that deal that I just mentioned, that three-country deal. So this is going to be a key issue. Whether Iran continues to go to the mat to protect and preserve Hezbollah, unclear. They have so far. But again, if you're Mujtaba Khamenei and the senior leaders in the IRGC, and you're looking at the opportunity to get a pretty good deal in this MOU, especially on the economic side, and still stay in power and maintain a significant portion of the military capabilities Iran still has, they may have to give up something with respect to Hezbollah. But will they? Hard to know. But I do think that's going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, Javad Ali, a lot as always to talk about. Anything we missed that you want to make sure to add here about any of this before I let you go?
Well, I do think now, even from where we were maybe 48 hours ago, that it doesn't look like we're climbing up an escalatory ladder with military hostilities getting even more, winding up even more between the U.S. and Iran. It does look like diplomacy is going to continue to move forward, but how much progress they make on hammering out all the terms of the deals, that's something we're just going to have to watch over the next couple of days.
Javad Ali, thank you as always for taking the time to join us. We definitely appreciate your analysis, and I'm sure we'll have you back very, very soon.
All right. Thanks, Josh.
Popping this up on your screen from Fox News, they spoke with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, and she summed it up by saying, quote, "Violence will be met with violence." Right now, we are going to head to a quick break, but on the other side, live events are kicking off here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have much more on that in just a second. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking on the right-hand side of your screen a live look over the Supreme Court, as in just about 45 minutes, we expect that we will get at least one opinion from the Supreme Court. Now, there are still several big cases, and one of them is birthright citizenship. That's arguably one that people are watching most closely here as President Trump attended those oral arguments earlier on this year. Now, we will, of course, bring you all of the information as soon as we get it here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, what I want to do is head over to Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. He's actually speaking right now at a news conference on the Florida budget. Let's lift up the audio here and listen in live.
Projects that are in this queue, do we really want to wait for a decade before we start alleviating traffic in some spaces? So we front-loaded some money from the surplus, plowed in. It ended up being $7-8 billion, and we're accelerating these projects. So there's projects that are underway that weren't even scheduled to start until next decade. Many of these are going to be delivered 5 years, 10 years, sometimes even 15 years ahead of schedule. And those in Central Florida, just look driving from here to Disney and I-4, just the temporary lane we did with moving Florida forward has made a big, big difference. And that's a very tough stretch of road. And then then when the full project is done, which wasn't even going to be done for another decade, that's going to make a big difference. And we measure this. I mean, we have the cameras. I say, show me before, show me after. I'm always telling FDOT, I want to make sure. And the result is the flow is just better. And the flow will get even better when we're finishing all of this. And so that's something that's really meaningful to a lot of people. We're doing 275 here. We obviously did the bridge here. We've done a lot in Tampa Bay. We got the 395 in Miami, the interchange. That's going to be amazing. We're going to do obviously more on I-4. We've got stuff in Sarasota, stuff in Naples, stuff in Northeast, the Panhandle on those. Champions Gate, which is really bad. Some of the places in Polk where you got to get people moving better. So all of that is being done, even with a very responsible budget fiscally. If you look at what we've done for law enforcement, we started this recruitment bonus check. So the state funds a bonus for all local and state law enforcement. So if you have somebody that wants to leave Chicago and come to Hillsborough Sheriff's Office, they're eligible for a $5,000 bonus. If you have a young person that graduates from school at HCC, Hillsborough College, and wants to go into that, they are also eligible for that. So the new recruit bonus has been very good, and we've done over 10,000 officers that have gotten that. That's many millions of dollars that have been paid out. We're continuing to do that, and do that, I think, in a way that's really meaningful. We've also made real headway in fighting fentanyl and drug overdoses. Huge decline in Florida. There's been a decline nationwide, but ours is more pronounced, and part of that is the law enforcement angle, but also some of the treatment angles that we've done, like our core program. And so we're proud of that as well. So we did a lot of education, more than has ever been done on all that. Infrastructure, way more than has ever been done on that. And then environmental restoration, we've done more on that than anybody else by a country mile. We've now done more than $9 billion towards Everglades restoration and water quality improvements. We've tripled the water storage capacity in South Florida, which is a major part of our state. And that Everglades restoration is the largest environmental restoration in the history of the United States of America. Some people tell me it's the biggest restoration anywhere in the world. That may be true, but I know it's true for the United States. Huge deal. And if you look what was happening before we came in, there wasn't a lot of momentum on this. We came in, really put our money where our mouth is. We've dedicated huge resources to it, but then we've also now been able to tap in with the feds. They've delegated some of their projects to us. We're going to get those done quicker, and then they're doing the big reservoir south of Lake Okeechobee. So all told, this is going to be done where it was scheduled 2034 under the Biden administration. Now we're going to have it done 2029. And that's huge. And what that will then do, that will generate savings on the back end in the budget, because if you're building some of the like once you raise the Tamiami Trail, you don't got to keep raising it every year. Once you build the C43 and C44 reservoirs, you don't have to keep building those every year. So we are putting in place infrastructure that is restoring the water flow the way God and nature intended. And that's going to pay big dividends, but you're going to not have to spend the money we've spent because we've gotten the job done. We've also done more than $2 billion for Resilient Florida. We want to make sure that communities are able to weather storms, weather some of the flood risks, and that we're able to get on that. And I'll tell you, when that is done, it does make a difference. I mean, we've seen the hurricanes come through over the last 4 or 5 years. Some of the newer construction, some of the raised construction, it's not easy going through the storms, but you go and do. Some of the older ones have a little bit more difficulty. So that really has worked. So we have done things that I think a lot of other folks can't. We've lowered the budget 4 years in a row, paid down, it'll be 52% plus of our debt, grown our reserves, obviously reduced the size and scope of government, huge investments in education, infrastructure, law enforcement, and environment. And this is as millions of new people have come to the state. And of course, we have had the #1 economy rated the last 3 years by some of these publications. And I know you're going to continue to see that. I know the most recent numbers, I think, were for May or April or May, the last time the state numbers came out. You know, we had almost 40,000 private sector jobs added just in Florida. That's more than any other state was adding. So we're happy to be able to do that. So this year's budget signing, and when I told the folks in the legislature, is like, listen, you know, I respect what you guys put in the budget. I don't always agree, but I know it's meaningful to a lot of people, and we want to accommodate. I was like, and I'm not trying to set a veto record. I already did set that record. And so it was like, I vetoed 3% of the budget 4 or 5 years ago, $3.3 billion in 1 year. And just to put that in perspective, I think the most that any governor had over the entire tenure was like $2.5 billion. We did 3.3 in 1 year. So I'm not like trying to set records, but I did want to make sure the budget reduced. And it didn't have to be reduced by, you know, $5 billion, but it had to be lower. And so that was really what we did. And then within that, we wanted to accommodate a lot of the priorities that folks in the legislature had. And I think we did a pretty good job of doing that. So our reserves are going to be on paper about $18 billion, but I will say chances are they'll be higher than that because they typically underestimate what that's going to be. And that's, you know, we've tried to give back a lot of these reserves. I mean, we've done all kinds of tax breaks. We've done moving Florida forward. We've done all these things. I think some of this money, you know, what I had proposed initially for this ballot initiative was that we had a fund that we could then give grants to local governments as we do this property tax. You know, you don't need to backfill everything because some of them are spending too much. But, you know, if you tell me like some city is going to lose 2 police officers, we'll send a grant for $400,000 or whatever. We send a grant, can do all that. So that money's there if they want to do that and they want to accommodate that. Those decisions will likely be made, you know, subsequent to my tenure. But the reality is the best thing to do to help taxpayers with that money is to use that to be able to generate a big property tax savings for people, and it can be done. You just got to be thoughtful about it. So our vetoes that we've done. So in my 8 years, we will have vetoed $10.6 billion out of the budget. And just to put that in perspective, if you look at all the governors since 1998 combined up until my tenure, all of those governors, that's two-term governors and a one-term, so that's 20 years. They did a total of $5.6 billion in line item vetoes combined amongst all of them. We did 10.6 just by our lonesome in these 8 years. And so we have been very rigorous on doing that. And I think the dividends have been paid by what we see today, where the debt has been cut in half. The reserves are good. The rainy day fund is flush. All these things that people talk about, but very few are able to actually accomplish. As I mentioned, the Budget Stabilization Fund, our rainy day fund, is at its maximum constitutionally that we're allowed to put into it, a little bit more than $5 billion. When I became governor, it was about $1.4 billion. And so we've more than tripled the rainy day fund during this period of time, and that's something that we're happy about. This budget will yield additional tax savings. Now, to me, I focused this kind of last year, mostly focus on saying people need property tax, which is local. Our state is very low on tax. We do the sales tax, of course, but a lot of tourists and non-residents pay that. And so that helps relieve burdens off Florida residents. We've eliminated taxes on commercial rent, which hurt small businesses. And then we've excluded more items from sales tax. So no baby items are taxed now. Back to school tax is permanent every year. I think it's starting a little earlier this year, July 20th. Disaster supplies, round the clock. You're buying the qualifying disaster supplies tax-free. We want you to prepare for storms. All of these things are really important. And so we've done nearly $10 billion just in state tax relief over the last 8 years. We've saved, and then the savings will compound because something like the business rent tax, they got to pay that every year. That's gone now, so that's a huge boon for small businesses, and we're really excited about that. We also did things like the Freedom Summer. We did tax breaks for skilled workers so that they could get tools, all these different things. And then this year, the past fiscal year was a big hit. We did 2A and outdoor sales tax holiday, and that's renewed. September 1st through December 31st, you can get tax-free on firearms, ammunitions, accoutrements, fishing, hunting, all these different camping supplies. A really, really good opportunity for people to be able to do that. We're also providing a sales tax refund of up to $500 per eligible residential property on sales tax paid on the purchase of impact-resistant windows and doors from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029. So you're going to do that, take an opportunity to get that savings. We talked about some of the K-12 stuff. We have increased the budget pretty significantly. We also have done well with early learning, $1.65 billion for that. I mentioned the one.
All right, so you're listening there to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's talking about the makeup there of the Florida state budget. That is a live event. We always prioritize those here on Live Now from Fox, and wanted to bring those to you as well. And right there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you can see we are awaiting those decisions, or at least one of them coming from the Supreme Court, 10 a.m. Eastern time. That clock right there is counting down to that. I do want to get you to some breaking news right now that we are covering at this hour. This is coming in from Reuters, as we've learned that Comcast is going to split into two publicly traded companies through a spinoff of NBC Universal and Sky, separating the cash-generating broadband arm from a media and entertainment business under pressure from streaming rivals and industry consolidation. You see that post right there coming in from Reuters as we gather all of those breaking details here. Now, shares of the company surged about 22% in pre-market trading today, and they were down more than 17% this year through Friday's close after 2 straight annual declines. Now, the proposed separation unwinds 15 years of consolidation that brought together content and distribution, with both feeling the strain from the rapid rise of streaming, and sets up the two companies for more deals. The latest major media split-up follows years of cord cutting that have eroded profits at the cable TV arms of legacy companies and forced them to seek scale to better compete with streaming giant Netflix, as well as those other streaming companies. Again, we have learned that Comcast is going to split into two publicly traded companies through a spin-off of NBC Universal and Sky. We'll keep you updated here as we get all of that. And actually, you can see that the market is opening right now. I do want to lift up the audio and listen in because we can hear them ring the bell. That's happening in just about 30 seconds. Take a listen. There you go. The stock market officially open. That's the New York Stock Exchange right there. A lot of clapping and a lot of excited faces. Here we can take a look at the market as it officially opens in the green. The Dow up 0.38%, or about 200 points. Going to head to a quick break, but on the other side, we're going to talk everything Supreme Court, as we are just 30 minutes away from the first opinion being released by the court. We'll be right back in 2 short minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and it's going to be a very busy day there in Washington as we take a live look over the Supreme Court building. In less than 30 minutes, we expect that we are going to get at least one of the opinions released by the Supreme Court here as they near the end of the term. It's important to note that there are about a handful of them left. But again, that is what we are watching for, and we're going to bring you up-to-the-minute information as it comes into the newsroom. Right now, I want to talk much more about this, so let's bring in Gerard Felitti with the Lawfare Project to help break down what we're waiting for, what we could see, all of that. Gerard, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. And first off, we are just about 26 minutes away. And I wanted to ask you kind of your overall take on what you're watching for here specifically.
Well, we've got the 5 major decisions that we expect to come down this week. The one that I think is most anticipated is the one on birthright citizenship, seeing whether people are citizens when born in this country or whether that is a transformation that we're seeing through President Trump's executive order. We're expecting 2 cases as well dealing with the president's authority to fire the heads of independent agencies, as well as governor of the Fed. And the 2 other cases that have been talked about are, one is involving a ban on transgender athletes from girls' sports, whether a state ban, a state law is constitutional or not. And we're also expecting to see a case that is very important from election law perspectives. That is, whether ballots that are mailed in by election day have a grace period or not, whether they must be counted as received by election day. All of these cases will have a significant impact going forward on basic constitutional rights and on election law.
And I want to pop up some of these images that came in from, this was actually back in, I believe it was April, when the oral arguments happened on birthright citizenship. Of course, cameras are not allowed in. We get the audio, but not the actual cameras. President Trump was there. What is the significance of President Trump being a part of this and kind of sitting there for the oral arguments? What does that say about the significance, the importance of the case?
I think that tells you exactly how significant this case is, how significant this executive order is for President Trump as a core pillar of the attempts he's making to reform the immigration system. That he sees this as a crucial administrative step that he has taken, ending birthright citizenship by executive order. And he believes that it is crucial for the Supreme Court to get this right and come down on his side and rule that birthright citizenship only applies to people who are in this country lawfully, who are citizens.
As we look at what we saw last week, we, of course, had you on as some of those big decisions were coming down. Is there anything to gauge from those decisions that could be looked at today to say this is what's going to happen because this other thing happened?
Well, I think that what we saw last week with Justice Sotomayor issuing a very passionate dissent from the bench, reading her opinion, I think that is a foreshadow of what we will see in the coming decisions, which are equally contentious and much disputed among the justices themselves. So I think that we will have a very robust system where we will see potentially justices who are in dissent taking the time to read their dissent and emphasize their points, especially in cases like birthright citizenship. We may even have concurring opinions, although it's not very common. I think that some of these cases are so important to the justices themselves that they may want to get the opportunity to express the strength of their position.
And I'm looking through because it actually looks like we may have gotten some of the cases coming in from the Supreme Court, including Trump v. Carroll. Essentially, the court has denied that. Not quite sure if they're denying to hear it or exactly what the case is there, but it looks like we do have maybe some information that's coming in at this hour. I'm looking through on the SCOTUS blog, which is what we normally check to get the information. Now, the opinions themselves are supposed to start at 10 a.m. Eastern time. They said the court has denied Trump v. Carroll. Then they're talking about some of the other cases here and how the Supreme Court is speaking. But either way, we're going to continue to follow that and bring you updates on all of that as we get it. It's all developing at this hour, so I'm looking to kind of figure it all out. But the Supreme Court has rejected Trump's appeal of Jean Carroll. So I wanted to ask you overall your take on that.
Well, I think that that's a case that was litigated very thoroughly, and the rejection of the appeal just really means that it's down to the lower courts and what we've seen as a verdict and a judgment there, that the Supreme Court is not seeing an issue of constitutional importance to take up on consideration at this point. So it's not a merits-based decision. It's just not seeing the need to weigh in on this particular case.
And of course, I've asked you about this before, but while we're, waiting for these opinions to come out, I also wanted to ask your take on cameras inside. I told you that we have the audio. We've played it for folks live. As all of it happens, you can hear the arguments. But one thing that's interesting is you can't actually see the faces of the people who are there, the justices, the other folks who are arguing there. So what is maybe being missed by having audio only?
I think you miss a lot of the visual cues that go into the whole legal process and in a human interaction process, whether a justice is leaning forward in their chair because they're really buying the argument piece, or they're leaning back contemplatively, the facial expressions that you see. You're missing a lot of the non-verbal cues that we pick up in ordinary conversation or when we watch arguments that I think give us more of an indication of how the thought process is evolving. That being said, I don't expect to see cameras in the Supreme Court anytime soon. I think demystifying the process and making it more personal is not really what the Supreme Court is looking for. They're looking to be seen as more objective and perhaps less human and more instruments of the law.
And it looks like the court also granting Republican National Committee versus Mi Familia Vota, a case out of Arizona involving Arizona's proof of citizenship requirement. Now, if they're accepting these cases, does that essentially say that they're going to hear those during the next term?
Yes, that's usually what it means, is that they will set a briefing schedule, that briefs will be submitted, that they're granting certiorari to take up the case, which means that it will more likely than not be calendared for next term. I haven't seen any rulings that are on the emergency docket. That's also something that we can expect to see both this week and during the course of the summer. But these are cases that the court will be taking up for arguments in the next term.
And the court also granting International Partners versus Ferguson a challenge to a Washington state law about shelters for runaway teens and gender-affirming care. The court denying review in Dershowitz versus CNN. That's another case that a lot of people have talked about, as it's Alan Dershowitz's defamation case against the network. Justice Thomas, joined by Justice Gorsuch, did dissent there. Dershowitz had asked the court, as others have recently, to overturn its landmark decision in New York Times versus Sullivan involving the, quote, actual malice standard for defamation. Thomas would have granted review. So again, we're talking about all of these different cases that are being discussed right now as we wait for those Supreme Court opinions to come out here in just about 20 minutes or so. Gerard, what should we watch for as we see these come out and really in the days, the weeks that progress afterward?
Well, a few things to watch for are how these decisions are actually decided, who comes down on the side of the majority, whether these are 5-4, 6-3, 7-2. We're not going to see unanimity in these opinions. I think that's almost a given in light of how contentious they are. But it will be significant to see what the split is, whether you have any of the more liberal justices break away or whether you have any of the more conservative justices vote with the more liberal bloc of the court. I think that will be key in assessing how far we can lead these cases. And that's the other part of it, how specific the court is, how narrowly tailored the opinions are for exactly the case at issue, or whether there is a pronouncement that can be read as broader, as signaling more of a shift in the way that the court is going to be looking at future cases, much as we've seen, for example, in Bruin or in Calais in election law cases, whether the court is signaling something more transformative or it's trying to find the sharpest and the most limited basis on which to rule. I think that is the key distinction between a Supreme Court precedent that will have lasting and deep repercussions for years to come, and one that can be seen more as a sign of the times or responding to an immediate crisis.
All right, Gerard Filitti, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Of course, we're going to be checking in as we see these opinions come out about 10 a.m. Eastern time. Anything you want to add before I let you go?
Well, I think no matter what we see today, this certainly shows the robustness of the American judicial system and how we expect the court to put its blinders on and come to the right conclusion, no matter what and how complicated the issues before it are.
All right, Gerard Filitti, thank you again for taking the time to join us. We definitely appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And of course, you are taking a live look here outside of the Supreme Court as more opinions are expected to be released 10 a.m. Eastern time. Now, they don't all come out at once. Essentially, what happens is you see maybe one that happens at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and then about 10 minutes later or so, you may get another one. It's unclear how many of these opinions will come out today. They essentially just tell us it's going to happen. We don't know how many, we don't know which cases, but it's likely they will also have more cases released later on this week. So it's not quite clear if birthright citizenship will come out today, later in the week, or at another time. But we're watching all of these come in with the help of SCOTUS blog, so we're going to keep you updated on all of that. As we pop this up on your screen right here, we know that the Supreme Court today has rejected a push by President Trump to throw out a jury's finding that he sexually abused the writer E. Jean Carroll at a New York City department store back in the mid-1990s and later defamed her. The High Court declined to take up the case in a brief, unexplained order, as is fairly typical. Trump's lawyers had argued that allegations leading to that $5 million verdict were propped up by, quote, highly inflammatory evidentiary rulings, including those that allowed the testimony of two other women who accused Trump of sexual abuse decades ago. Trump has denied all three women's allegations, and his attorneys argued the judge broke federal evidence rules in the case. They framed it as a distraction from Trump's unique duties as president, though the verdict came before his return to the White House. Now, in this actual attorney document, Attorney Justin D. Smith wrote in the court documents that, quote, this mistreatment of a president cannot be allowed to stand, end quote. Trump has since nominated Smith to be an appeals court judge. The decision comes as the court hands down opinions in the biggest cases of the term, many of them that are key to President Trump's agenda. Trump has publicly vented his frustration with the Supreme Court losses in highly personal terms before, including unusual and highly personal criticism when the majority struck down global tariffs that he had imposed under an emergency powers law. Again, we expect that we are going to be getting these rulings, the opinions coming in just about 15 minutes, at least one released right there at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. You can find all of those right here on Live Now from Fox with up-to-the-minute coverage as they come out. We are going to sneak away for a quick break here at 9:45 on the East Coast and 6:45 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:47 on the East Coast and 6:47 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and as we take a live look outside the Supreme Court here, a reminder that in just about 13 minutes, we will start getting opinions there from the Supreme Court. We'll make sure to bring that to you in real time as we get it. Right now, I do want to head back out live to Florida as we're hearing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. It appears that he's now taking questions from members of the media.
Economic activity. And unfortunately, this little area right here does not really produce as much. You know, people said, oh, you guys transferred the land to HCC. Like, what would that cost be? I mean, I don't know what the use of this land is other than this project. I don't think people would want to build office parks here. I don't think people would want to build residential. It's really, you have Raymond James, and then if you had the Rays and everything else, it could come to life, and I think it could boom. I don't know that there's a lot of other uses, to be quite frank, with it. So that whole thing with working with HCC and doing that, that's been a really, really big deal. And I don't know the details. I know they're kind of negotiating with the city and everything like that, and the county, and maybe they'll come up with something. But I just look around the country, different deals here or there, and this is just kind of the way business goes. I mean, so that's just something that's the reality. But I do think it would be good for the culture here. And you've got a good ball club here. That's the thing. It just needs kind of the right formula to really be able to go to the next level. So we've been very helpful. I think we've done probably more than anyone thought was even possible in terms of the support that we've had to get it done. But I know that there's people in Orlando that want it, and I know that they have opportunities to do stuff in a variety of ways there. And then North Carolina, Tennessee, some of them want a baseball team. And I know some of them are trying to focus on expansion. But, you would rather have an existing franchise that has a good history of producing talent than be an expansion team if you had the choice. And I don't know the economics of it. I mean, maybe it'd be more expensive to do an existing team. I don't know how that would work, but that would just be the reality of the situation. And so we'll see. But, we're coming up now on 4th of July, America 250. Then the following week, we're at the All-Star break. I mean, the Rays are going to have a number of people, I think, in that game. And we're going to have, I think, a really good second half of the season here. So this is an exciting thing to see the Rays have. They're going to have a chance to be in the playoffs. I mean, obviously, you got to play the whole season. They got a lot of great young players. I think this would be exciting here for the community, and I think it'd be more than just kind of economics. Yeah, the economics would be benefit. I mean, you want to talk about taxes and property tax. These businesses will be paying that, right? I mean, they're going to pay property tax. You're going to generate sales tax. To me, that's not the reason why I would want to do stuff. It's like, for me, I want to know what's best for people. If government benefits tangentially, but I wouldn't do it just for government. But when people are always talking about this, how do you make sure that you have good resources? Just look what we've done. We've cut taxes. We haven't raised tax. You cut taxes, but our economic base has gotten better, and it spits off revenue. The economic base here grows. It's going to spit off revenue, and that's going to be good for folks, going forward. So we're going to continue to work with Hillsborough College. And hopefully, I think this has probably got to come to a head pretty soon, one way or another. And then, we'll have a discussion if somehow it doesn't happen. But I know we're both very excited about what's going to happen on this campus with a potential facility here and everything surrounding it. And I know a lot of the students in the future are going to be excited about it.
Governor, I know this is the same market, obviously, as Polk County. I just want to ask, why are you moving to Polk County?
I haven't confirmed or denied anything. I mean, people put out stuff, and that's fine. But I'm certainly not going to be commenting with you guys on that. We're going to veto the sovereign immunity bill. I mean, basically, in Florida, if you sue the local government, there's a cap in how much you can recover because that's coming from the taxpayer. It's not some private business. If you go above the cap, there's a process in Florida where you can file a claims bill and then get that. I signed a number of claims bills this year where then you can do. So if it's capped but you were harmed more, you do the claims bill and you get paid. And that people have gotten millions of dollars with that. But that system disincentivizes frivolous lawsuits. When you raise the cap, you are going to generate more unmeritorious lawsuits. I have no doubt that would happen. So we'll veto that, and also just with the local government property tax argument. Why would I want to impose more burdens on them? You have the cap. If it's above the cap, then you have an ability to seek a claim with the state of Florida. And those are, that's not litigation. That's a different forum where that is done. Yes.
Can you walk us through some of the line item vetoes, some of the things that stood out to you that you said, no way should taxpayers fund this?
I think that there's a variety of things. There's some things that. For example, they wanted to send to pay for the security for Miami-Dade Catholic schools. Look, it's like they're getting a lot of money in scholarship, right? And so that was like $15 million. I'm thinking okay, well, why there? And then does that create an entitlement going forward? With all this stuff, we've done a lot. No one has done better for Catholic schools than we have because we have universal school choice. And so I see that, we started with the security with the Jewish day schools because there were specific threats involving some of those schools, and we've done that. Now, that's grown too, but what I don't want is for the state to somehow have an entitlement that we're going to have to fund all the time. There's other things that have gone to organizations that just don't share the vision of the state of Florida. So look, if you have that, if you have a more politicized vision that's contrary to ours, that's fine. It's a free country, but we're not going to want to fund that if it's something that we don't think is good. So there's a variety of things. Some of the stuff wasn't necessarily bad. It's just I set a target to be underneath current year budget, so we had to get to that level. and some of the things were plausible, but you just have to make decisions. I think looking back, there have been things, we vetoed some really big items in the past. They wanted to do a big prison, which would have been a huge, huge boondoggle, and so I vetoed it, and that was hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe even more. And there's other different things that we vetoed over the years, but it's like, I look back, it's like, so if I hadn't have done any vetoes, would we rather be in a situation where our reserves were depleted, where we didn't pay down the debt, where government had grown, where all this? I don't think anyone would do it. The things that we vetoed, a lot of those are just either inappropriate or maybe nice to have. But, nice to have is fine, but, I want to fund things that we have to have. That's why we've done education, infrastructure, environment, and all those different things. And so I'm trying to think, is there anything, big ticket item that I didn't think? I mean, it's pretty standard, I think, how we did. Look, we ended up doing 800 and some million in individual line items, and then a total of 1.6 billion for some of the way they move the money around. But I think that's been pretty standard. I mean, I think most years I've done over $1 billion in line item vetoes, and I mentioned the one year we did 3.3 billion. So the record for one year had been 800 million. I think Bush did that. We did 3.3 billion. So I'm not trying to set a record here at this point. I've been there, done that. I have that T-shirt. I'm trying to just make sure that the budget comes in underneath, and so that we just made decisions accordingly. And not everything was vetoed is necessarily an inappropriate expenditure. It's just things you have to make decisions on. I mean, we did do the state attorney pay increases. I had to veto. I think one veto. So we asked for money for the corrections pay. And I've been very supportive of corrections pay for the entire time I've been governor, because we've had a big crisis, because it's a tough job. And if you can make more at Wawa, why would you want to be in a correction facility when you could be there, getting free subs and stuff, right? I mean, it's basic human nature. So we've had to do that, and we've put a lot of money into it. And I requested that this year. They put in, I think this was driven by the House, they put in one of the conforming bills, they put in some of those pay increases. But they tied that to incurring new debt to build a new prison facility. Well, here I am talking about reducing debt. What am I going to say? Oh, we're reduced. Oh, and then we're adding debt and the same. I can't do that. So to me, that was like a DC swamp game. They tried to hold hostage the corrections pay in order to generate more debt on behalf of the state of Florida, when we've made so much progress in reducing debt. So I vetoed the bill. I'm not playing those games. This is not DC. And we do things a little bit differently down here. But I think that was stuff that I would have supported as a standalone, no question. But it was a casualty of saying, okay, we're going to rob Peter to pay Paul. We're only going to pay corrections officers more if you agree to add hundreds of millions of dollars in additional debt, when we've already knocked off, so much of the debt there. Yeah, I'm not playing that game. So that accounts for, a decent chunk of the vetoes. No. Where are you with? Of course, I could tell just by the tenor of your questions. I mean, you wonder why your circulation's low. Yep. Signed. And that's kind of ties I mean, when I came in, we did the Groveland 4 pardon. This is, there's historical precedent for, when you're righting wrongs to be able to do the claims. And, I know I talked with a lot of members of both the Senate leadership and the Black Caucus. They felt strongly about it. And so we were supportive. Okay, everybody. God bless you. Happy 4th of July.
All right, so that's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he was just taking questions there live. We wanted to bring that to you on Live Now from Fox. It is going to be a very busy day here at Live Now from Fox as we are awaiting the Supreme Court to start issuing these decisions. We're waiting on several big cases, so thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Matino. What I wanted to do right now is head over to my colleague, Josh Breslow. He is standing by. He's watching the SCOTUS blog, which is essentially this live chat where we get those decisions released in real time. Josh, we're waiting some key decisions here today. Can you share with us what exactly we're waiting on, and are we going to get it today? Is that possible, or are we going to have to wait another couple days?
Oof, that's the question here. Of course, we don't know for sure what to expect as all of this kind of plays out today. We know that according to the SCOTUS blog, there are 2 boxes, and that doesn't mean much to many people, but there were 2 boxes worth of cases that were released last Thursday, and we still saw some pretty big cases that came out of that. So right now, the one that a lot of people are watching is going to be birthright citizenship, but it's important to note that there are a lot of others as well. And what I'm going to do is pop up this live look right here. This is actually showing the Supreme Court building, and you can see right there, it is, there's a lot of people who are gathered outside at this hour, and this is something that a lot of folks, once again, are paying attention to. As I mentioned, I'm keeping an eye here on the SCOTUS blog, as it's called, so that we can get information about all of this. But again, the one that a lot of people are watching is Trump v. Barbara, which is about birthright citizenship, and it centers on President Trump's Executive Order 14160, which is an effort to limit automatic citizenship for children born to parents who entered the country illegally. And it could define the limits of presidential power by determining there whether a president can change a longstanding interpretation of citizenship law without Congress. Trump made history by attending those oral arguments. That was earlier on this year, back in March, and became the first sitting president to do something like that. Supreme Court, they openly pushed back the justices against the efforts to restrict who can be called an American. They were skeptical about a claim that citizenship is a, quote, privilege and have been abused and wrongly granted to those whose parents were in the country illegally or temporarily. Now, again, we are continuing to follow all of this coming out, and I'm looking, it looks like the first case here is going to be involving the Republican National Committee. It says it is Watson versus the RNC. And I can tell you right now, that is one of the big cases, but also not a huge one. The court holding that federal election day statutes do not preempt a Mississippi law that allows mail-in ballots to be counted as long as they are postmarked by and received within 5 days of election day. The vote appears to be fairly close. It is a 5-4 vote. So, Christy, we are already getting one of these opinions coming out. We could potentially get more. It could be 2 boxes worth of one case. We just don't know yet. So that's why we watch the SCOTUS blog. We have the reporters who are in there gathering all of the details. And of course, we're going to continue to follow all of that and keep you posted here in real time, Christy.
All right, Josh Breslow reporting here in the newsroom. Thank you so much. Josh will keep you on the call. Once again, he's going to be monitoring SCOTUS blog for us, interrupting here, letting us know if another opinion is released. Let's also bring into the conversation Bill Watkins. He's a constitutional lawyer. Bill, as always, thank you so much. I know it was a busy day last Thursday when you joined us as well for team coverage. I want to start with just asking you, I just was speaking to you before I brought you on here, just about whether or not we're going to get these decisions today. There's a lot we're still waiting on here, and some of those big ones that we are watching there, that is birthright citizenship, and also Trump versus Cook, Trump versus Slaughter, which is the firing of federal officials. As of right now, Bill, it says on the schedule that today's an opinions day. Could the Supreme Court add additional days here as we're leading up to that summer term?
Absolutely, they could, and we're going to find that out today. Obviously, we're definitely getting some opinions today. Orders were issued earlier as well. We will be getting some opinions, but we could absolutely have another opinions day later in the week, just as the court sets it. So we shouldn't assume that we're going to get 8 decisions today. That's probably unlikely.
I wanted to just go over some of those big cases that we are watching here, Bill, today. And I wanted to just share this graphic on the screen as we go over this. This is one of those big ones that I just mentioned there, firing of federal officials. a lot of what the Supreme Court is deciding on here is President Trump's authority as president. And this is just one of those cases. So the justices signaled skepticism during arguments back in January toward President Trump's bid to fire the Fed's Lisa Cook, which is a move that threatened the central bank's independence. We're also following here, though, this other separate case as U.S. Solicitor General John Sawyer arguing for the administration, urging the justices to overturn a Supreme Court precedent in a 1935 case called Humphrey's Executor versus the United States. And that's as it pertains to Trump's firing of Democratic Federal Trade Commission member Rebecca Slaughter over policy differences. Now, you're the constitutional lawyer here, Bill, so you correct me if I'm wrong. I was doing some research just on this. I think it's important to go back into history here as we're looking ahead to what the Supreme Court might issue here today or in the coming days. And as I was reading about that 1935 case, which is Humphrey's Executor versus the United States, that was back in 1935 when President Roosevelt tried to remove William Humphrey after he was appointed the FTC commissioner by President Hoover. How can we see history playing into what the Supreme Court justices might decide here in the coming days?
That's right. History is super important here. FDR essentially fired Humphrey because he didn't share the same vision as the Roosevelt administration. Humphrey eventually dies. His executors sue to try to get his back pay and other benefits there. And so the issue, could the president just fire him? What the court held in Humphrey's Executor is Congress can limit the president's termination powers for things like cause or specify why someone can be fired in these multi-member administrative agencies. The big issue, Humphrey's Executor, the FTC really didn't exercise a lot of executive power. It was more legislative, judicial. It's what the court outlines in its original opinion. Well, what about today's FTC? Definitely exercises a lot of executive power, sues, can bring actions to punish individuals. Is it the same FTC as the Humphrey Executor's FTC? No. So the big question is, will the court overrule it? Will it limit it to its facts? What is it going to do with Humphrey's Executor? And this all goes into the theory of the unitary executive, that the president, as head of the executive branch, needs to have the power, the authority to fire executive branch officials that he deems aren't doing their job or aren't following the policy that the American people have set in motion by electing a certain person as president there. So that's really what's at stake in the Slaughter case.
And we'll head back to that in just a moment here. But as you can see, this banner on the bottom of our screen has changed. And it looks like the law allows mail-in ballots to be counted if postmarked by and received within 5 days of Election Day. So the Supreme Court allowing that law on mail-in ballots to stand. Bill, go over for our audience what exactly we were watching for there. And is that a surprise to you?
No, the whole mail-in ballot issue, and of course, we've seen this in recent presidential elections, especially during COVID, where a lot of folks have been voting by mail. The procedures have been relaxed some, and the whole issue was, does everything have to be in by federal election day? Obviously, the state statute in question, you just have to have it postmarked by Election Day. Is that sufficient? Obviously, 5 of the justices found that to be so. I think as long as you allow mail-in ballots, as long as you do have specific termination day, i.e. Election Day, when they have to be in, it's really not that big of a deal, I don't think. However, anytime you allow a lot of mail-in ballots, you do have the fraud issue. It's much easier to control fraud when people are going to a polling place, showing their ID. You have more security there. So for election integrity, you have issues with mail-in ballots, but this seems like not an unreasonable rule.
And we are going to bounce around just a little bit here. Josh Breslow, he's still standing by, waiting to see if we're going to be getting any other additional opinions out here today. Josh, do you have anything new you want to share with us here before we transition to talking about some of these other bigger opinions we're awaiting?
No, at this point, we're watching SCOTUS blog, other sources, as they have reporters that are inside gathering all the latest details. Of course, they're letting us know the second that they get any of these cases released. It's now 10:09. Normally, it's about 10 minutes or so, those increments, when we start to see other opinions come down. As of right now, it looks like Chatry versus U.S. just coming out. Justice Kagan has the opinion. Again, this is all coming into our newsroom just now at this hour. Chatry versus the U.S. Justice Kagan has that opinion. We're waiting to see exactly how they ruled here. And again, that comes from SCOTUS blog that kind of gives us a better idea of how this worked. Now, I'm looking through, some of our notes here, as that is a case that we were kind of tracking to see how it played out. But let's see. As of right now, all they have written is that Justice Kagan has the opinion. The vote appears to be 6-3. Alito dissents, joined in part by Thomas and in part by Barrett. And then Barrett has a separate dissenting opinion. Again, this is a case here that we have been tracking. It's not birthright, I can tell you that. But the case is a challenge to the use of a geofence warrant, which is a warrant that directed Google to provide law enforcement with location data for cell phone users who were near a Richmond area bank when it was robbed in 2019. So a big case, as all of the Supreme Court cases are. But as of right now, that is not birthright citizenship, and it's none of those that were listed right there on your screen. So yeah, Christy, we're just watching very closely, and we could get another here in about 10 minutes or so.
All right. Thank you, Josh. And Bill, that's a question for you as we're waiting all of this to come out. What is the process of the Supreme Court? How do they decide what days they want to issue these opinions? What does that process look like? Is that discussed in the very beginning of the term?
No, the court, as the opinions are ready, they decide when to release them. Of course, it takes some time to prepare opinions for release, especially when you have, multiple concurrences, dissents, that type of issue. There are a lot of logistics that we can't discount there. As for the opinion that just came out, this geofencing issue is an important case. A lot of the opponents were characterizing it as, to go back to history, as you mentioned, Christy, something akin to general warrants. If you remember, during the American Revolution, one issue was that the British officials, customs officials, would use general warrants to search for contraband. Now, a general warrant does not describe with particularity the place to be searched, set forth probable cause, why it is believed that contraband is there. It's pretty much a blank check for the British officials. The argument is that these geofencing warrants are similar. And all that means is, for example, in the bank case, this deals with a bank robbery. As law enforcement is investigating, everyone's carrying cell phones. They're trying to see who was within a particular area of the bank at the time of the robbery, and then use that information to try to follow the movements, say, of those individuals and determine who was the robber, and then get more specific information about the robber's phone and the robber's identity to further the investigation. Now, initially, this sort of broad net with everyone's geolocation data. In this case, you didn't have individuals' names, identities disclosed. It was up to law enforcement to decide whose actions, whose movements indicated most probably they were involved in the robbery. And then they got specific information on those individuals and moved forward with the case. So it sounds like if Justice Kagan wrote the majority opinion, it likely is not a very positive opinion for law enforcement and their use of these warrants. Most likely it upholds the individual's right to privacy who happen to be in this fenced-in area but weren't involved in the robbery, but their data is still shared with the government. I'm sure the court is holding that they have a reasonable expectation of privacy, which is the standard from the Katz case, and that this violates it. Or at least that's my best guess based on what is described and who is writing the opinion.
And thank you for breaking that down for us, because as you said, that was one of the ones we were watching here today, as several are still slated to come out here either today or potentially, as you said, over the next coming days. So for anyone who is just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we've been waiting to see what the Supreme Court is going to issue today. Of course, birthright, that's one of the big ones that a lot of people want to know about. And it's about 10:15 a.m. here on the East Coast. The Supreme Court started releasing these decisions at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Typically, this will go until about 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. So about 15 more minutes to watch here, of course. They can always maybe issue even after that if they want to. But Bill, I wanted to also just share with you here this, which is the 14th Amendment. I'm sure you're very familiar with it. And really, this is at the center of the birthright citizenship argument. And I wanted to just go down talk more about history, as we have been doing here throughout the morning here, and just really about where the 14th Amendment came from and the history of this, and specifically this quote: all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Talk to us about the 14th Amendment, and really how significant is it when the Supreme Court, the justices, are really trying to come to a conclusion on this?
Sure. I have an extended discussion of this issue in my book, The Independent Guide to the Constitution. But essentially, this comes out of the United States Civil War. Obviously, the North prevails, but Southern states, in many instances with the newly freed slaves, are treating them as second-class citizens. The 14th Amendment is meant to remedy that. It essentially is meant to constitute.
We do have to pause. I'm so sorry about that, because we actually did just get a major decision coming out here. We're going back out to Fox's Josh Breslow live in the newsroom. Josh, share with us what just came out here. I understand this has to do with the firing of federal officials.
Yeah, and it's really about presidential power. And of course, we'll have Bill kind of break more about that down for us in just a second. But I can tell you, as of right now, we did get the cook and slaughter results that just came in, the opinions that were just released. And as I scroll here through SCOTUS blog, they're kind of providing us the details. And the vote in slaughter is 6-3. Sotomayor dissenting, joined by Jackson and Kagan. As of right now, of course, slaughter is the case that involves whether the president has that broad authority to remove members of independent agencies like the FTC, and it potentially revisits that longstanding limit on presidential power. Again, we know that Trump v. Slaughter could have some broad implications here, as former Federal Trade Commission Commissioner Rebecca Slaughter is challenging her removal from the agency, setting up a direct test of a 1935 Supreme Court precedent set in Humphrey's Executor versus U.S. that limits a president's ability to fire members of independent regulatory commissions, except only for quote-unquote cause. And you can see a lot of the details there on your screen. But it looks like the court in Slaughter holds that the quote for cause removal provision for the FTC is contrary to the Constitution's separation of power. So the court is overruling Humphrey's Executor. And I'm hoping Bill can help kind of break that down for us and explain what exactly all of that means, because I always say it, but that's in legalese here. So what does that ruling actually mean?
Well, what it means, what's at stake here is really who controls the administrative state from the executive branch. Congress, the president, some combination. There can be, according to Humphrey's Executor, Congress can place limits on certain presidential powers and terminating executive branch officials. However, as we talked about earlier, the FTC in the 1930s, not a lot of executive power, more legislative, judicial. What I would imagine has happened here is the court has realized that the FTC exercises a heck of a lot of executive power, the modern one, not the 1930s one, and therefore Humphrey's executor really just can't apply in a situation where the FTC is utilizing so much executive power, and the chief executive, the president, is supposed to have no say or is limited in how he controls the agency through appointments and such. So this sounds like it was a big victory for presidential power and the whole idea of the unitary executive, i.e. the president is the head of the executive branch. And based on the people's franchise and electing a president, he can set his policies forth and fire and hire leaders of these very important agencies that are more in line with his policies there. So this is a big decision today.
All right, it does look like Josh Breslow is flagging me once again here as he is once again monitoring the SCOTUS blog for these opinions. Josh.
And of course, we talked there about Trump v. Slaughter, but also Trump v. Cook is included as well. We know that vote was 5-4. And essentially, the court has turned down the government's request to pause the lower court's decision, which essentially just means here that Lisa Cook, who is the Federal Reserve governor, can remain in office while that litigation continues. Again, we're talking about a 5-4 vote, and I'm not quite clear. It looks like we do have this post right here on your screen, as it says the final opinions for today are in Trump v. Slaughter and Trump v. Cook. In Slaughter, the court holds that the FTC's for-cause removal provision is contrary to the separation of powers enshrined in the Constitution, and it overrules Humphrey's executor. As for Cook, this all involves the Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook and whether Trump can dismiss her. Essentially, the finding right there, 5-4, and says that she can remain in office in that role as all of the litigation progresses there.
All right. Thank you, Josh. And just another question for you, Bill, and you touched on this a little bit, but how is this going to change the balance of power between the White House and independent regulatory agencies? Is this something that is going to impact Americans in terms of noticing real world effects in areas maybe like consumer protection or labor policy? Could you dive a little bit deeper into that for us?
No, it absolutely has that potential. You know, one of the underlying issues in these firing cases and presidential power is that our administrative state, you know, the alphabet soup list of agencies that really makes a whole lot of American law and enforces that as well. Who controls them? Obviously, when you go to the ballot box, you do not see Lisa Cook or Miss Slaughter or anyone else on the ballot. The people have, they cannot hold these officials accountable via the ballot. However, the people can vote for the head of the executive branch, or at least electors for Donald Trump, Joe Biden, whoever. And this whole idea of separation of powers is that if you're exercising executive functions, i.e. like the court found Miss Slaughter and the FTC to be doing, the head of the executive branch ought to be able to make decisions on removing you or hiring new directors more in line with his or her policy initiatives that the people have approved via their franchise. So that's the whole underlying current there. Now, with Lisa Cook, the Federal Reserve, I would imagine that the court has characterized the Federal Reserve as a very different animal than the FTC. We have seen in other opinions and even recent orders discussions about how the independence of the Federal Reserve in setting monetary policy is a critical function, that it is specifically designed to be independent from political control, that a president should not be able, for example, if he's running for re-election, to have low interest rates, flood the economy with money, and have a boom economy merely for electioneering, that the Fed ought to be more independent there. So I would imagine with that 5-4 decision that the court has made a distinction between the functions of the FTC as clearly exercising a lot of executive power and how the Federal Reserve, which is essentially our Third National Bank of the United States, how those functions are different, and Congress's efforts to insulate the Federal Reserve from executive power are different from Congress's efforts to insulate, say, the FTC back in the 1930s.
All right. Thanks for bringing that down, Bill. A live look there outside of the Supreme Court. And we do know that was the final opinion for today here. So going back to our conversation on birthright citizenship, obviously Trump versus Cook, Trump versus Slaughter, those were two key cases we're really watching for here today. But because we did have to interrupt you during the birthright citizenship discussion, I do want to circle back to that, because that is something that is now, we know, likely not going to be released here today, potentially in the coming days, as we're waiting to see when those other opinion days are now going to be this week. I wanted to circle back to what I was asking you here, Bill, and because we do have so many new viewers who are just joining us here, you are explaining for us the 14th Amendment, which is really at the center of birthright citizenship. And I just want to ask, why is this potentially taking so long to come out? Is it because this might be a potentially controversial decision, or are the justices really trying to go back and forth here, really figure out what they want to do when it comes to the 14th Amendment? And you were explaining so well the history of this. Can you just reiterate for our viewers one more time?
Sure, absolutely. In the aftermath of the Civil War, Congress passed a Civil Rights Act of 1866, which essentially guaranteed the freedmen certain fundamental rights, such as the right to make contracts, the right to testify in court, to inherit property, sell property, other matters that are just necessary for a citizen to function as an equal in society. Now, there were questions whether Congress had the authority to enact this Civil Rights Act. Of course, President Andrew Johnson vetoed it. There were significant constitutional questions. So Congress enacted the 14th Amendment to constitutionalize the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And one of the provisions was granting citizenship to the newly freed slaves. And that's what we have right off the bat in the 14th Amendment. And that language is essentially, to break it down, if you're born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, you're a citizen. Born in the United States is no hard problem to figure in most cases. The issue in this case is, what do those words, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, what does that mean? Does it mean something as simple as, if I fly to Japan today and I break into a store and steal something, I'm subject to their laws, their jurisdiction, because I've placed myself in their country? Does it mean something as simple as that territorial jurisdiction, or something else? And I've argued in my book and elsewhere that it means subject to the complete and total political jurisdiction of the country. And to have that political jurisdiction, Wong Kim Ark, a famous case, the Supreme Court found that when two Chinese nationals were properly domiciled, i.e. living in the United States with permission, and they had a child, that child became a citizen. So the government is arguing, just follow Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court, that if you're here legally, you're domiciled here legally, and you have a child, parents have a child, that child is a citizen. However, if you're here illegally, you don't have complete political loyalty to the United States. You're subjects or citizens of a foreign power, and therefore the 14th Amendment does not guarantee you birthright citizenship. That, in essence, is what we're looking at.
And back in April, justices questioned whether Trump's order declaring the children born to parents who are in the United States illegally or temporarily are not American citizens comports with either the Constitution or federal law, as you've been saying here. I just want to imagine, scenarios. If the Supreme Court decides to rule in favor of the Trump administration, when we do eventually get that decision on birthright citizenship, I know the Supreme Court is technically the highest court. Would the Trump administration be able to challenge that, or what action would they be able to take? And would the administration try to, do you think?
Well, if the Supreme Court says that that first section of the 14th Amendment guarantees birthright citizenship, whether you're here legally, illegally, whether your allegiance is to a foreign power, then that's pretty much all she wrote, absent a constitutional amendment. And I know there are individuals in the administration and in Congress that would seek an amendment to clarify and go back to the Wong Kim Ark rule there. Now, as an interesting matter, Congress has the power to enforce the 14th Amendment. However, the court has always said, well, Congress can't declare what a right is. It's the court that does that. And based on what the court declares the amendment means or the right is, yes, Congress can enforce. So there's an argument that Congress, even with its broad enforcement power under Section 5, would not be able to take any action absent a constitutional amendment, though I would argue probably the framers of the 14th Amendment, rather than the courts interpreting this and taking action, envision this to be a tool of congressional government. But we are many years past that point.
And for those who are just joining, what questions do you have about the Supreme Court rulings? You can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen or head to livenowfox.com/connect. And if you are just joining us, one of those decisions did come out here as the Supreme Court is allowing Lisa Cook to remain at the Fed. And I wanted to just quickly recap here for you if you are just joining us. We do have Bill Watkins, who is a constitutional lawyer, who has been joining us here for the past really a half hour as we've been getting these decisions coming in. So let's just quickly recap here, Bill. And I also want to put up this graphic that we have made for people to look at as we continue to talk about this. Once again, the Supreme Court allowing Lisa Cook to remain at the Fed. What constitutional principle were the justices reinforcing here as they made this decision?
Well, they're enforcing essentially that the Fed is a different creature than other multi-member administrative agencies in its duties, that Congress creating this agency has the right to limit presidential firings and hirings with the Fed because it's a different creature. It's designed for different matters than, say, your typical executive agency or even independent executive agency like the FTC. So it realizes the Fed's importance to the economy, Congress's attempts to insulate it from presidential power. And it sounds like that they have signed off on the Fed is different than the FTC.
All right, Bill, and we know we've had you on for a while here. So before I let you go, we do just want to ask two more questions as we're taking a live look outside the Supreme Court. Those final opinions just coming out here today. A lot of what we've been talking about is these cases that we have been waiting on, whether it be birthright citizenship or the FTC firings, really focus on presidential power. Based on what we have seen here today, can you just speak about what that says about presidential authority for President Trump, but also presidents in the future?
That's right. I mean, I'm sure we're going to see in the press, folks who say don't like President Trump lamenting some of the decisions that have gone his way with firing Slaughter. But there will be a Democrat in the White House again, whether it be the next election or one thereafter, and they will enjoy those same powers. I think what people really need to understand, it's about presidential power, yes, but it's also about what to do with this fourth branch of government, the administrative state, that frankly, the Constitution does not provide for and has been put together ad hoc over the years, from the progressive era through the New Deal. Who is to control that? How is it to be controlled? And I think the only answer is it has to be the executive branch, which is charged with executing the laws passed by Congress. And this is what the court is doing, affirming that the executive branch, in appropriate cases, can see that its policies are enacted via its own people in these agencies that exercise what? Executive power.
Exactly. And before I let you go here, I know we've talked a lot about birthright citizenship, but that is the big one that we're still waiting on here today to see if we're going to get that by the end of the week. Do you have any idea which way that could go? Obviously, we don't know. But are they waiting on that here, as I asked you earlier before, because maybe they have not come to a conclusion? What would be the case for waiting to release this? And do you think that they have come to that conclusion yet?
Based on oral arguments, I believe it's going to be a 7-2 decision against the administration with Alito and Thomas in dissent. I think they're going to reject following the domicile requirement in Wong Kim Ark. And the cynic in me expects they're trying to push this out closer to the 4th of July. So the decision against the administration in favor of birthright citizenship can sort of be wrapped in the flag and the celebration of the nation's birthday. But that's just the cynic in me.
All right, Bill Watkins, anything else you want to add about any of this? I know we circled back a few times on a lot of these different cases and decisions. We had so many people join us throughout the 35 minutes that we have been talking to you, and we greatly appreciate your time. Any final thoughts that you'd like to add before we let you go?
No, just this is a big day. We have a big privacy opinion on the geofencing to protect individuals' data. We've got the administrative state in 2 decisions. How do we handle that? How do we police it? Who governs those boundaries? And we're still waiting on a very big decision regarding the 14th Amendment, which frankly is going to be the big show in the next few days.
It will, and we're going to be watching, bringing you all those updates. Bill, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Pleasure to be with you.
And a live look at the Supreme Court as we step away for our first break of this hour here on Live Now from Fox. SCOTUS handing down some major opinions here today, but birthright citizenship, that's still pending. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back in here too. Live now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino. We just had continuous live coverage for about 40 minutes there as we were watching the Supreme Court. They released several big decisions here today, but birthright citizenship is not one of them. So we're watching the SCOTUS blog to see when the next Opinions Day is going to be, and likely that's probably going to be a Wednesday or Thursday. So we'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. A live look there outside of the Supreme Court here this morning. All right, well, we are going to transition to some other news out in South Carolina as Alec Murdaugh is back in court again today on charges he killed his wife and son, appearing at a pretrial hearing that will likely be short on substance but long on spectacle as this true crime case continues. Let's listen in.
That's okay. All right, perfect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Now, let me go through. I had a motion filed for the defense, and I just want to put this on the record. The defense wanted the defendant to be unshackled in the courtroom. I received a response from the state. They objected. Then I had a response from Mr. Harpootlian where he withdrew that motion. That still stands, Mr. Harpootlian?
Yes, Your Honor, although we may renew the motion, the reason for this is potential jurors are watching this right now. It's going to be, wherever this goes, it's going to be difficult to get a jury. And to the extent that parading him around in a jumpsuit shackled like an animal impacts their view, it's going to make it more difficult for us to get a jury. Now, again, Mr. Waters' argument is specious. He's not dangerous. The only thing he can be convicted of is stealing money. Now, Judge Newman let him come to the courtroom in street clothes and unshackled. I know Mr. Waters feels compelled to get every advantage he can, but this is one that prejudices our ability to get a jury. So I would ask that he be allowed to come in the courtroom unshackled in, I will call them street clothes. Now,
So are you renewing your motion now?
Sure.
Just want to make sure.
What I wanted you to see today is this. I mean, chained around the waist, chained with the hands, chained on the feet. I mean, this guy's not a serial killer. He's not, Ted Bundy.
You could sit down, Mr. Murdoch.
Always convicted. He's accused of killing his wife and son, but he was accused of killing his wife and son, and Judge Newman allowed him to come unshackled in his street clothes every hearing we had.
All right, Mr. Waters, I did read your response, but I'll be happy to hear anything, and I'll take it under advisement.
Well, again, they withdrawn the motion, and now
they've.
Again, this goes back to, it's not the state's fault he's an inmate serving a 27-year sentence, okay? This is, again, SCDC's policy for non-jury court to have to be dressed out in restraints. He's not only facing 27 years, but an additional 40 years in federal court, and he's also indicted for a double murder. So this is a basic security consideration. Again, the intent is not to prejudice anyone. The intent is the security of every time someone is transported out of court. It is a security risk. And the first two goals in any escape attempt is to become unrestrained and in civilian clothes. So I'm here to represent what is basic policy and procedure for inmates serving long, felonious sentences with SCDC. So I completely understand that we have a jury, that the calculations are different, and that is going to be a different thing to do. But the remedy for all of that ultimately is the our process. It's going to be jury selection, and it's going to be instruction from the court, which the jurors are going to follow, and which I know our citizens can.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll take it under advisement, and I'll issue an order on that. Let me move on to the DNA. Again, I just received the state's response yesterday at 5 p.m. I read it, and I'm going to save it for the next pre-trial because this is what I want to know. I'd like to know how long, Mr. Griffin, it's going to take to analyze exactly what it is you're asking for. And I believe it's genetic.
Yes, Your Honor. And the state's response says, give us somebody to talk to at the lab.
Okay.
So
and
that was conveyed to them this morning. The CEO of Othram's name, email, and telephone number. They have received the VP of Law Enforcement Division at Othram, his cell phone number, and the client intake person that we use now, that I've been interfacing with, and they will be better able to answer specifically how long it will take. We've agreed to pay for it, and just background information.
I'm gonna let you pay for it.
Yeah. And these murders happened in 2021. We're in 2026. 2021, there's no such thing as artificial intelligence. In 2021, this genetic genealogy was just on the ground floor. In 2026, we are light years ahead. And so what we're asking for didn't really exist in 2021. It does exist today, and Othram is the leading lab that performs this analysis. They did last year on 2024, the statistics are that they cleared 200 cold cases on behalf of law enforcement around the United States and the country. They work with law enforcement every day. The most high-profile case they did was at the University of Idaho, the Moscow, Idaho murders that took place about the first week of our trial. College kids were massacred in a house at the University of Idaho. They had a DNA sample they ran through CODIS. Came up nothing. There was nothing. The state of Idaho Police Department, like SLED, had a contract with Othram. They sent the test Othram. Othram does this genetic genealogy DNA analysis, and it comes back to a family member who'd done a DNA test, ancestry test, of the person who committed these murders, Brian Koberg. That's how they solved the Moscow murder cases, was through Othram lab. The difference between, and they say they don't have enough samples to get through CODIS, and I've talked to the lab about that, and that's not an issue. CODIS uses analysis called STR. This analysis is SNP, and they call it SNPs. CODIS has 20 data points. SNPs has 500,000 data points that they analyze. Now, it takes a while to do that. And so, we're going to have to see what the lab says. They've asked me to get information from SLED as to, they'd like to see the electropherogram or mixture proportions so they can have a better handle on it. And I'd ask Mr. Waters to give us a name so that these experts can interface. But what they're doing in Houston, Texas, they don't do in South Carolina at the SLED lab. There are handfuls of labs around the country, and they are they're certified. They work with law enforcement. I don't know that they worked specifically with SLED. They're familiar with SLED when I spoke with them, but they have a whole division.
So you need an expert's name or whoever has this sample to see if there's a viable sample that you can send. That
correct.
They could send.
And they can work with the extract that SLED used when they did their STR analysis.
Okay.
They can work with that out there. They told me, but
Mr. Waters, can you give him a name so he can move forward?
That's what I put in my motion, Your Honor, is please give us a name, and I'm happy to have SLED reach out and talk to them about what their supposed capabilities and proposals are and any procedures. And I'm then made privy to that information. I'm happy to discuss those with the defense. If for whatever reason we can't agree, we'll come back to Your Honor. That's precisely what I put in my motion is let's talk to let the experts talk so that my experts can hear what it is that they propose to do. And I'm happy to consider it.
And I gave him 3 names and contact information this morning, and I've asked a name that I can send back to my folks. I do want to address this red herring argument. The DNA that we're talking about, Your Honor, came from Maggie Murdoch's left fingernails. That was tested by SLED with this STR analysis. The DNA sample number 70 that we're asking to be tested, it positively was not Alec Murdaugh's. Any of the other folks who they took buccal swabs from went through a long list, not them, except for one potential, and that potential, the ultimate result was it's 11 times more an unknown male, so they know it's a male, than it was this person. That's how.
All right, so we're listening in live there. This is all taking place in Lexington, South Carolina, as Alec Murdaugh back in court there today after Murdaugh's murder convictions and sentence of life in prison were overturned last month by the South Carolina Supreme Court. Happening live, but we are stepping away for a commercial break. And thank you so much for joining us. I'm your host, Christy Matino. More news continues after this. Stay with us. And thanks so much for watching live now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino. Now, before we get back out to these live events that we have underway here, I just wanted to share with you all who may be tuning in, wondering about those Supreme Court opinions, what happened here today. Let's take you back out live to the Supreme Court here. As we did get this opinion, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of a Mississippi law allowing mail-in ballots to be counted in elections, even if they are received after Election Day on Monday. Today, they just ruled this a very short time ago. Now, the court was split 5-4 on this ruling, with Justice Amy Coney Barrett writing the majority opinion. She was joined by Chief Justice John Roberts, as well as Justices Sonia Sotomayor, Lena Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson. Now, Barrett's opinion held that Election Day, in the context of federal law, set a deadline for when voters must make a choice regarding their preferred candidate. Relevant laws, however, impose no standard for when ballots must be received to be considered valid. Now, here's another post that I also wanted to share with you, because we've also been sharing here that birthright citizenship was also one of those ones we've been watching for. However, the court has finished issuing those opinions here today. So birthright citizenship is not going to be one of them. Now, we also have been watching here the SCOTUS blog and really the calendar of when the Supreme Court decides to put opinion days on the calendar. And as you can see here, as I'm scrolling live, really, we only had that opinion day today, but as we did not get that decision about birthright citizenship, Most likely, we're going to get that by the end of this week. And as you can see here, we still at this time don't have an opinion day on the calendar. As a reminder, July 3rd, that is going to be an observed holiday. But the justices are set to head on their summer recess. So most likely here, we're going to wait and watch to see if one of these 2 days, the 1st or the 2nd of July, is going to be another opinion day. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. But we did want to share this news here with you, that the Supreme Court today ruled that states can count late arriving mail ballots, rejecting a challenge led by President Trump. All right, so we are going to head back out live to this event happening in Lexington, South Carolina. We were just listening into before the break as Alex Murdaugh is back in court again today. This coming after his murder convictions and sentence of life in prison were overturned. Actually, all right, we're going to pause on that for 1 second here. You're going to watch some behind the scenes right now as my producer is letting me know that President Trump is just issuing a Truth Social. And this is on the Supreme Court. Okay, so President Trump just issuing a Truth Social. We'll work to get that up on your screen, but I'm going to read it here for you. As he says, big win just moments ago at the Supreme Court in the Slaughter case, confirming presidential power in our country to remove executive branch officers and agency appointees or representatives under Article 2. And we actually still do have this live look here coming in from the Supreme Court. Just one of several shots we've been showing you. This decision was long sought by United States presidents dating all the way back to the 1930s. It is such an honor to be the sitting president who won this historic and unprecedented ruling. And I'm going to continue reading that to you here, but we do have this graphic that is just coming in. This is from Rapid Response. Continuing what the president said, he said, it is such an honor to be the sitting president who won this historic and unprecedented ruling, one of the most important ever given with respect to presidential powers. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. And really, we were watching to see the Supreme Court today as they were set to release these opinions here on FTC member firings. And there were two cases we were really watching here, and that was Trump versus Cook and Trump versus Slaughter. And specifically what President Trump is referring to here is the Slaughter case. And that case involved presidential firing authority, which could have those broad implications, really, as we were just talking to Bill Watkins, our constitutional attorney, on what presidential authority President Trump is now going to have, as well as future presidents. As former Federal Trade Commission Commissioner, Rebecca Slaughter was challenging her removal from the agency, setting up a direct test of that 1935 Supreme Court precedent sent in Humphrey's Executor versus the United States that limits a president's ability to fire members of independent regulatory commissions except only for cause. But President Trump now reacting to that as he's saying here, big win just moments ago at the Supreme Court in the Slaughter case, confirming presidential power in our country to remove executive branch officers and agency appointees or representatives under Article 2. This decision was long sought by United States presidents dating all the way back to the 1930s. It is such an honor to be the sitting president who won this historic and unprecedented ruling, one of the most important ever given with respect to presidential powers. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So there you have it. President Trump just issuing that statement as he is now reacting to that Trump versus Slaughter decision that just came out a short time ago. All right, so we'll continue to monitor Truth Social and see if President Trump reacts any more to the other rulings that we saw here today. In the meantime, let's take you back out to South Carolina, where we're watching Alex Murdaugh as he is back in court. Let's listen in.
I'd like to have all motions by August the 7th, if I could. I like to read my motions. I like to be prepared. So if I could have your motions, I understand that some of them are late. You might think of something at the last minute, that's fine, but please, please don't file something at 10 o'clock at night and expect me to rule on it in the morning, okay?
I apologize for those coming in late.
No, you're fine.
I came into the office just to make sure we had something out there.
Mr. Waters, you're fine. I was not planning on ruling on those motions. Now, had I been, I might say something different. But please don't do that to me, okay? Now, let's talk about a trial date. The only other information I would like to know is how long this DNA is going to take. I would like to know that, but I'm going to tell y'all, I'm thinking April the 5th. And this being, I'm trying to get through Easter, and I know how hard it is to pick a jury when you've got spring break. That's usually right before Easter. It is the March. Is it the 28th? I think it's the week. It's March 28th. So I'm thinking April 5th. You know, I know that we'll have a new attorney general coming in. Mr. Harpootlian has already told me it's going to take 6 months to get experts prepared and ready to go. That would give the new attorney general time to look at his case in case he's going to be here and join us. And let me tell you this, tell both of y'all, I think y'all know me pretty well. When I set a trial date, I don't do continuances. I don't do it. It better be a really good reason. So, how does April the 5th sound, Mr. Waters?
Yes, ma'am. So we'll be ready.
Mr. Harpootlian?
We'll be ready with some contingencies if the DNA takes longer, for instance, or...
I will have that information by next pretrial. If I need to extend it out a couple of weeks, I will, if that's the case. Please do not think that this case is going to be tried a year later, because it's not. We're going forward.
Your Honor, we're more than happy with that. Mr. Murdaugh is more than happy with that. I just, again, DNA, all, everything, like, because the science in all these areas is much better than it was 5 years ago.
I understand. Technology changes overnight. Overnight, I understand. Mr. Griffin, anything you'd like to add?
Yes, Your Honor. The Supreme Court reversed this case on misconduct by clerk of court, but the Supreme Court also addressed financial crimes evidence, and depending on how much of that or any of that comes in, will determine the length of the trial in many respects. Judge Newman last time would not rule pretrial on that issue, and it's going to be an issue that we're going to have to brief and argue with Your Honor as to, we don't think any of the financial crime evidence should come in at trial. And so I'm just flagging that it would be helpful to us, I believe, and to know if we're going to have to defend against that during the trial, or are they going to be able to put it up. And so I'm just asking maybe some earlier date where we can have, Your Honor, address those issues.
We will. I'm just going to tell you, I like to address all pretrial matters beforehand, because when I say April the 5th, we're picking a jury and going forward. All those issues should be decided by then.
Your Honor, that's my practice as well. We filed extensive pretrial motions prior to the prior trial, laying all our cards on the table. It's exactly why we thought that was admissible.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Anything further before we adjourn, Mr. Waters? And Mr. Harpootlian?
Nothing. We'll do with that.
All right, perfect. Have a good evening.
All right, so that's just wrapping up there. We wanted to bring it to you live as Alec Murdaugh was in court after that double murder conviction was overturned. So he was back in court again today on charges he killed his wife and son, appearing at this pre-trial hearing. Murdaugh's murder convictions and sentence of life in prison were overturned last month by the South Carolina Supreme Court. And the only goals of today's hearing were to set deadlines for exchanging evidence between the defense and prosecution, and to figure out dates for other hearings and maybe for the next trial. So we just watched all of that unfold live here on Live Now from Fox. And we do want to transition to another story here. I wanted to put this up on your screen because I wanted to share this programming note. You can celebrate with us America 250, America's birthday, July 3rd and 4th. We're going to have live fireworks and celebrations from around the nation. You can join us here on Live Now from Fox. It's always a wonderful display every time we share the fireworks here every single year. So please join us for uninterrupted commercial-free coverage of the fireworks, as well as all the other celebrations that are underway there in Washington, D.C. this week. And speaking of, I wanted to also bring this to you. This just popped into our newsroom, and this is a live feed coming in here, as we're going to hear from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser on all of the preparations for July 4th, because as I said, a lot going on there in the nation's capital this week for America 250. All right, stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christine Matino, and we're back with more news after this. All right, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. I'm your host, Christy Matino, and we're keeping a close eye on the Supreme Court this morning. We're watching these two decisions in particular, Trump versus Cook and Trump versus Slaughter, and that related to President Trump's authority on firing federal officials. Well, President Trump just issuing this statement to Truth Social as he is now reacting here to the Trump versus Slaughter decision. As he says, big win just moments ago at the Supreme Court in the Slaughter case, confirming presidential power in our country to remove executive branch officers and agency appointees or representatives under Article 2. This decision was long sought by United States presidents dating all the way back to the 1930s. It is such an honor to be the sitting president who won this historic and unprecedented ruling, one of the most important ever given with respect to presidential powers. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, a live look here at the Supreme Court. I just want to provide a bit of context here. As the Supreme Court dramatically expanded presidential power, upholding President Trump's firings of the heads of the independent federal agencies, with one important exception, the Federal Reserve. Now, the justices allowed Fed Governor Lisa Cook to stay in her job while she fights President Trump's effort to fire her over allegations of mortgage fraud, which she has denied. But other than at the nation's central bank with its role of setting interest rates, the court held that presidents have free rein to fire agency heads at will, despite federal laws that require a cause for such dismissals, and a 91-year-old decision that had limited executive authority. And that decision, Humphrey's executor, was overturned there. And I just want to share a bit more context here about what Humphrey's executor was. That precedent was handed down in a 1935 case that was also involved in an FTC member who was fired. In that case, William Humphrey refused a request to resign from President Franklin Roosevelt, who had wanted to install people friendlier to his New Deal initiatives that would be under the scope of the agency. Now, Humphrey died the next year, but the executor of his estate sued the administration for back pay, and the Supreme Court justices of the time unanimously backed the FTC and found that a president could only get rid of a commissioner in cases of neglect or duty in certain cases. So President Trump, though, now responding to that Trump versus Slaughter ruling, and I wanted to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. So once again, the Supreme Court really expanding presidential power there for President Trump, upholding his firings of the heads of independent federal agencies. But again, that one important exception, the Federal Reserve, which we saw there with the Trump versus Cook case. All right, so we are also getting another response in here from President Trump. Charles, do you know where we're going to put that? Okay, so we are just working here. Apparently, President Trump has just issued yet another statement. Is it on the Supreme Court? Okay.
Response to the mail-in ballot ruling?
Okay, so President Trump also issuing this, and this is in response to the mail-in ballot ruling. This text pretty small here. I'm going to do my best to see if I can read this to you. He says, in light of the tremendous loss in the Supreme Court today concerning voters' rights and the fact that people's votes are allowed to be counted long after an election is over, it is more important than ever to pass the Save America Act, which is one, all voters must show photo ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And once again, this text is a bit small here. We're working to see if we can get that bigger here for you. But the Supreme Court issuing several decisions here today, and one of them that we were really focusing on was mail-in ballots. And to just briefly recap for you here, the U.S. Supreme Court ruling in favor of a Mississippi law allowing mail-in ballots to be counted in elections, even if they are received after Election Day on Monday. Now, that court was split 5-4 on the ruling, with Justice Amy Coney Barrett writing the majority opinion. She was joined by Chief Justice John Roberts, as well as Justices Sonia Sotomayor, Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson. So President Trump now just reacting here on Truth Social, as first he reacted to the Trump versus Slaughter case. Now he is reacting to this mail-in ballot ruling here. And Barrett's opinion held that Election Day, in the context of federal law, set a deadline for when voters must make a choice regarding their preferred candidate. Relevant laws, however, impose no standard for when ballots must be received to be considered valid. So now President Trump saying this in light of the tremendous loss in the Supreme Court today concerning voters' rights and the fact that people's votes are allowed to be counted long after an election is over. It is more important than ever to pass the Save America Act. So we wanted to share that here with you on Live Now from Fox. You can read that full statement on your screen here from the president. I just wanted to share some context here with you about that decision that was just issued a very short time ago. All right, so we're going to continue to monitor Truth Social here as President Trump now reacting to several of those decisions. And once again, we're unclear when birthright citizenship in particular is going to come out as we continue to watch the SCOTUS blog website. You can see the several opinions that were released here today. But as of right now, on the calendar, still no opinion days have been released as of yet. So we're going to monitor that. And of course, we'll bring you all those updates once we do know when we can expect birthright citizenship. That's that major one we're still watching for here today. All right. Well, I do want to take you out to Washington, D.C., as we're hearing from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser speaking on July 4th prep. And once again, you can watch all the July 4th festivities with us here on Live Now from Fox. But let's listen in to Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Of my team, my public safety team, including the city administrator for the district, Kevin Donahue, the deputy mayor for public safety and justice, Lindsay Appiah, the chief of police for Washington, D.C., the Metropolitan Police Chief Jeff Carroll, as well as the director of the district's Department of Homeland Security, Clint Osborne, the fire chief for the District of Columbia, Chief John Johnley, as well as the OUC, the 911 call center director, Heather McGaffin. We are joined by our partners, including at DC Metro, our transit agency, General Manager Randy Clark, and federal partners, Chief of the U.S. Park Police, Scott Brecht, the Assistant Director for the FBI, Director Cox, the General for the D.C. National Guard, General Leland Blanchard, and Special Agent Tara McLeese of the United States Secret Service. If I have missed anyone, I will be sure to get back to them before we close. We're going to talk a lot about what's happening downtown and on the wall, but I would like to remind everybody watching that we are Washington, D.C., a city-county state of 700,000 people and incredible neighborhoods, and there will be wonderful local events happening as well. The 4th of July Capitol Hill Parade will proceed down Barracks Row, and the Palisades 4th of July Parade will, of course, be happening in the Palisades. The Nationals will play this Saturday as well, I believe earlier than usual, and the Salute to America celebration, the Great American State Fair, will take place on the National Mall. World Cup competitions continue as well. And the National Park Service will conduct the national fireworks on the mall, and this year an additional location at Anacostia Park. I would like to remind everybody as well that our programming across DC continues. Kids continue to be in camp this week. Our summer youth job program starts today. Our free summer meals programs are open citywide as well, and our outdoor parks and pools will be open, and we will discuss their schedules for this upcoming week and weekend. With the addition of America 250 celebrations, Independence Day events on the mall have been designated as a national special security event. And Special Agent McLeese will talk more about that. For the public, that mostly means to expect extra security measures, and we are encouraging people to text DC 250 to 888-777 to get real-time updates about what is happening. So if you have driven through the downtown this week, you notice and that you should continue to plan ahead for road closures. If you are headed to the mall, and we encourage everybody to take advantage of the national fireworks, and make sure you review the lengthy list of prohibited items. We have also posted that list at 250.dc.gov. And because there are so much going on, we want to ask you just to plan ahead about where you plan to spectate and watch the fireworks. And what I mean is, don't just pull over in the side of the road. So plan on where you're going to be. And it will be also planned for this, as we are. The fireworks organizers have informed us that they are going to be later than normal, and they will last longer. Normally, the fireworks begin at nightfall, around 9 o'clock. This year, we expect that they won't begin until 11 p.m. And that they may last up to 45 minutes. Oh, you don't quote me, but they're going to be longer than in previous years, we are told. And so throughout the weekend, we strongly encourage everyone to use public transportation, use Metro wherever possible to make sure that you can have a quick and seamless ride. We continue to have a strong safety response throughout district neighborhoods. We know, and we will talk a little bit about what acceptable legal fireworks are. And we will have our GO teams out as we have done in previous years. These are members of our public safety team, our safe passage teams, our violence interruptions teams. They're volunteers, ANC commissioners, neighbors who are going to be in neighborhoods to answer questions and to provide an opportunity for neighbors to talk directly to the government. And so I want to thank all of our teams who have been working really tirelessly for many, many months to support the semi-quincentennial activities, to support our traditional local neighborhood activities around July 4th. And we are counting on all of our residents, visitors, and friends to plan ahead, to follow directions, to stay safe, to drink responsibly, stay hydrated, and to be safe throughout these days. And so with that, I want to turn to Chief Carroll, who will be followed by Special Agent McLeese.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an important week for our city with a number of exciting events happening, including the largest display of fireworks our city has ever seen. The Metropolitan Police Department will be working hard to ensure that every celebration, parade, and sporting event and gathering is safe for residents and visitors. Through the 4th of July holiday period, the Metropolitan Police Department will be fully activated. You'll see our officers across the district, in neighborhoods, downtown, and throughout all major activity areas. The Metropolitan Police Department is well prepared, and we remain committed to providing the level of service that our community expects every single day. We've been working closely with our state and local partners to support the highest level of safety and security for all planned events. This coordination is critical, and together we're taking every necessary step to ensure that the celebrations are both enjoyable and safe for everyone. As with any large-scale event, parking restrictions and road closures are necessary to provide the safest and most secure environment for residents and visitors. Large-scale closures will begin on July 3rd and will remain in place until the fencing perimeter is broken down on July 5th. Additional closures will be put in place around the Barracks Row and Palisades parade routes early on July 4th. Those closures will end shortly after the parades conclude. For our boating community, MPD's Harbor Patrol will assist the United States Coast Guard with waterway restrictions on the Potomac River between the Key Bridge and a point just south of the 14th Street Bridge, beginning at 8 a.m. on Thursday and lasting through 8 a.m. on Sunday morning. The Anacostia River will be closed between the 11th Street Bridge and a point south of the Frederick Douglass Bridge on the evening of July 4th. A full list of closures and traffic impacts, as well as the maritime restrictions, are available on 250.dc.gov. And we strongly encourage everyone to plan ahead before traveling in and around the city. I also want to emphasize the importance of using public transportation if you're heading to the National Mall. It'll save you time, and it's the safest route as well as the most efficient. There are many events and people traveling throughout the city in the coming days. We encourage everyone to have patience, whether we're traveling by bus, car, or bike. We want all of our residents and visitors to enjoy a fun and safe 4th of July holiday period. And with that, I also want to remind everyone that illegal fireworks are very dangerous. Officers will respond to calls for service involving illegal fireworks activity, and we ask our community to keep neighborhoods safe by reporting any of these incidents. We also want everyone who calls DC home, as well as those who are visiting us this week, to enjoy a fun and safe holiday. Your cooperation and awareness help make that possible. So if you see something, say something. If you attend an event or notice anything suspicious, please immediately contact us. For For emergencies, call 911. For non-emergencies, you can text MPD at 50411 or call us at 202-727-9099. Together, we can help ensure that every celebration across our city remains safe. And now, I'll turn it over to the United States Secret Service Special Agent in Charge, Tara McLeese.
All right, so we're listening to D.C. officials as they're speaking on safety and security preps for July 4th. Now, before we head away for a commercial break, we also wanted to bring you some more news from the Supreme Court, as now we are learning that the court has indicated that tomorrow, Tuesday, will be the final opinion announcement day of the term. They will begin live blogging beginning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. As a reminder, those opinions do start coming out at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Typically, a lot of big decisions we're still waiting on here. We keep saying it, but birthright citizenship, that is one of the big ones that a lot of people are still waiting for here. So we wanted to bring that to you as we leave you with this live look of the Supreme Court. The court indicating tomorrow will be the final opinion announcement day of the term. We'll be right back. All right, you're watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. It's been a very busy day here, and we want to remind you that you can join us this coming week to celebrate America. You can celebrate with us here at Live Now from Fox, as we'll be bringing you those fireworks and celebrations from around the nation. So do tune in July 3rd and 4th. In the meantime, let's head back out to Washington, D.C. We're listening in to officials speaking on safety and security ahead of those celebrations in the nation's capital.
Washington Field Office.
Thank you, Thank you, SAC McLeese. Good morning. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office. As we prepare to celebrate the nation's 250th birthday on July 4th, the FBI and our federal and local partners have been preparing for months to ensure the Salute to America and the grand fireworks show are safe for all who attend. The partnership you see represented here today are some of the partners that we rely on every single day. Through the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, we plan, we train, and we coordinate consistently so that large-scale events like this we are ready for. For all national special security events like this one, the FBI's primary responsibilities include crisis response, assessing and disrupting potential terrorism threats, and leading the intelligence effort to support our law enforcement partners. In the lead up to July 4th and throughout the celebration, FBI intelligence analysts are reviewing and sharing information in real time. We evaluate every tip, every piece of intelligence, and work closely with our partners to respond and investigate all or any of these issues quickly and safely. At this time, we are not tracking any credible threats related to the July 4th event, but we always remain vigilant. We also ask the public to stay aware of their surroundings. If something doesn't look right, a suspicious bag, concerning behavior, or a drone, report it to law enforcement right away. Your eyes and instincts are important to keeping this event safe. I know drones have been mentioned, but I want to reiterate that all of Washington, D.C. is a no drone zone. Flying a drone anywhere in the district or near any of the events or any of the Freedom 250 celebration is illegal and dangerous. Doing so can result in your drone being seized, you being arrested, and civil fines up to $100,000. The safest choice is very simple. Leave your drone at home. If you see a drone operating where it should not be, report it immediately. Call 911, report it to an on-site law enforcement officer, or you can call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Our goal is very simple. For every resident and visitor to enjoy the celebration of America's 250th birthday, knowing that thousands of professionals have spent months preparing to keep them safe. Thank you, and now I'll turn it over to the Chief, Scott Brecht from U.S. Park Police.
Good morning. The U.S. Park Police is supporting the U.S. Secret Service and our other law enforcement partners throughout the 4th of July celebrations. Visitors will see increased security from years past. In addition to security screening, there will be more pedestrian limitations. For example, pedestrians will not be permitted to cross the Memorial Bridge to ensure safety from the fireworks fallout zone. Attendees who have already been screened and are attending the Great American State Fair are encouraged to remain there to watch the fireworks rather than attempting to enter into the primary zone on Washington Monument grounds. Legal and fair access to view at another zone will require another security screening. But the main viewing area is expected to reach capacity, and re-entry may not be possible. For those looking for alternate viewing sites, George Washington Memorial Parkway offers excellent vantage point. Remember, there's no parking along the roadway, though, along the parkway. The public is encouraged to take Metro and walk to these viewing areas. I would also like to take a quick mention of the fireworks display in Anacostia Park. The event is being offered by the National Park Service as a special add-on to the Freedom 250 celebration. There will be access control points and safety screening there as well. Some road closures were already announced and put in place, but by tomorrow the rest will be listed. These road closures will further affect pedestrian, bike, and vehicle on July 4th. Additional event information, such as prohibited items, is on the National Park Service website. We especially want to give residents in that area a heads up about the event, as these fireworks are large and the park is near these residential areas. And last, I'd like everybody to make sure that they come with a plan, come into D.C. with a plan. Know how you're going to get to the sites, know how you're going to get to where you're going to. Stay hydrated. Take pictures of your children ahead of time just in case they become separated from you. It helps us in law enforcement to find them easier. I'd now like to introduce the D.C. HCMA Director, Clint Osborne.
Good morning. I'm Clint Osborne, Director of the District of Columbia Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, or HCMA. This year, July 4th looks a little different in the district. You've heard a lot. As the nation comes together to celebrate America's 250th birthday, I'm not even going to try to say the semi-quina, but under Mayor Bowser's leadership, the district has spent months planning for this weekend alongside federal and regional partners, including those here today, and key community organizations, our business improvement districts, and our neighborhood leaders. These partnerships are what makes the district safe, not just during these major events, but every single day. If you're going downtown for the fireworks, plan ahead. Be ready for an increased security presence, crowds, and road closures. I would say that if you're going downtown and you've done this before, don't assume you know what it's going to look like. Check our website. Make sure you're extra prepared. Make sure you don't bring items down that you can't take into any of the secured zones where you might go to watch the fireworks. You can visit 250.dc.gov for the full road closure list, bag size restrictions, and more. Just as importantly, we are tracking a multi-day heat wave expected from the 1st to the 4th of July. This has the potential to have triple-digit temperatures, which may break records this week. So it is imperative that you plan for yourself, your family, your loved ones as you go about your week, whether you're going downtown or you're going to be anywhere in the district this weekend enjoying the festivities. Drink lots of water, even if you don't feel thirsty. Take breaks in the shade or in the air conditioning, and check on your neighbors, loved ones, and pets. If you or someone you know starts to feel dizzy, nauseous, or stops sweating, becomes lethargic or unresponsive, these are signs of heat illness and injury. Please get them somewhere cool and quickly, and if they become unresponsive, call 911. The district will be monitoring conditions throughout the weekend and will push updates about traffic, weather, and more. Lastly, as a reminder, fireworks are dangerous and many are illegal in the district. Stay informed of everything that's happening in the district with free alerts, and please go watch professional fireworks and keep yourself, your family, and your friends safe. You can sign up at AlertDC at alert.dc.gov if you live and work here. If you're visiting and you only want updates about summer celebrations, text DC250 to 888-777. Both are free, and both will help you navigate this city safely. And as the mayor likes to say, pack your patience. Happy 250th, happy 4th, and with that, I'll pass it to friend and fellow transit lover, Randy Clark, General Manager of WMATA.
I guess are we both the transit lovers? Right, okay, because I know the mayor is too. So just hi everyone, Randy Clark, WMATA General Manager. Thanks, Mayor, for obviously having us and all of our partners for our ongoing preparedness work and mentioning that Metro is definitely the safe, most reliable way to enjoy not just the National Mall celebration, but quite frankly, all the celebrations this week. We take a lot of pride. Last week was the Pride Parade, UFC match at the White House, and obviously the upcoming IndyCar race. So Metro has been prepared for this weekend, for the whole summer. As soon as you're good, Paul. Yeah, the AI is listening to us all. Yeah.
It's the same message you're giving today.
Touche. Yeah. Thanks. We've done this before. So as I mentioned, Metro is definitely the safest, easiest way to get around, and we appreciate everyone that wants to use the service. We are very well staffed. All of our officers will be on board. Interim Chief Bohm and his whole team is fully activated. We've done a lot of preparedness drills around that. Metro is designed for large crowds. We know what we're doing. It's something we take a lot of pride in. On July 4th is our Super Bowl every year, so we will be prepared. It will be different this year. Chances of Smithsonian being the biggest station are not likely. It's going to be spread. That spread is going to be both helpful and a change, so we really reiterate what everyone said. Bring your patience, plan and prepare ahead. We think stations like Arlington National Cemetery is a good example. Will probably be much busier than normal because of the viewing area. Foggy Bottom, Federal Triangle. At the same time, Smithsonian will be busy, LaFont Plaza busy, so please think about that. Download Metro Pulse. It is our great app to do real-time trip planning. Also, you can do customer service chat to get real-time information from our staff. A couple things to highlight. Fireworks are clearly going to be later, and I'll defer to others on the exact timing of that. But Metro, right now, we are open till 2 a.m. because it is a Saturday. We will make sure people safely get home. That's what we do. You can count on Metro to get in, and we'll definitely get you home. If it's before 5 p.m., I encourage people to use what we call tap, ride, and go. You can pay with your credit and debit card. Just tap a card, tap your watch, tap your phone, get through the turnstiles very quickly. After 5 p.m., the board has announced we are going fare-free after 5 p.m. to really make sure people can not only enjoy the festivities all over the region as a community, but also make sure from a safety point of view we can get people going through. We'll be adding a lot of extra service as we do always on the 4th. Most of our system in the downtown core will have a train every 3 to 4 minutes. Our goal here is to have a lot of extra trains prepared, and we will move those, what we call gap trains, to make sure that we can move crowds expeditiously, especially after the event. We will have a lot of bus detours. There have already been a lot this summer. They're going to be here all summer. So we really ask people to go wamad.com/bus detours. They are pretty significant in our downtown core. And if you are on a bus that doesn't touch the downtown core, or your trip doesn't touch the downtown core, your bus still could be impacted. So please prepare and go look at that information. I guess, again, just reiterate, I really appreciate the mayor's leadership. We've done this a whole bunch of years together, is, be patient. Right? We are all working really hard to make sure people can get safely around and enjoy it, but be patient and have a little fun when you're out there. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And Chief Donnelly, would you like to talk about fireworks and fireworks safety?
Hi, I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS, and what I'd like to say about fireworks safety is the best thing we can do in our community is leave these works to the professionals. I understand that we are selling fireworks at our stands. The general rule about what is legal in DC is it can't leave the ground, it can't go bang, and the flame or sparks that come out of it can't be over 10 feet high. So it is important that you understand that fireworks are safe. You may have used them many times or seen them used and been close to them, but the next time you use them could be the dangerous time. We want everyone to have a safe and healthy 4th of July, and in my view, that means staying away from fireworks. We suffer tragedies in our community every year from the misuse of fireworks, whether it's a fire that goes, fireworks that land on somebody's house or roof and starts a fire, to somebody suffering a life-altering injury or even death. So I can't emphasize enough, if you are observing unsafe use of fireworks or illegal fireworks, you can call 911, you can report fireworks activity that doesn't reach that threshold through 311 or our 311 portal. But it is important that you do that, and we will come out. Metropolitan Police, you've heard everybody talk about this. We're taking this seriously. We will be out. If you are doing fireworks, the only fireworks you should do are the ones you buy from the booths in the District of Columbia. The booths are all licensed, registered, and regularly inspected by our fire marshals. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Yes, Mariel.
Two quick questions. One, I know that somebody mentioned that you guys expect capacity to be reached at the mall for the fireworks. What is that number? And then can you guys talk about plans at all as far as emergency exits and how people might get out of some of that fencing if something were to happen?
I'll turn to the Secret Service. Or would you?
Special Agent in Charge Yaman is really the expert when it comes to our ingress and egress points. So, Dave, if you want to take that question.
Sure.
Thank you.
I would just say ingress and egress points. Obviously, the magnetometer is open at 1 o'clock. Feel free to come early to queue in lines. Probably the best start to the queue is at 12th Street on both Independence and Constitution. For breakout areas, essentially, if at the end of the night or, God forbid, with a weather emergency or anything else, there are agents and officers posted at all the gates to open them up to allow for free and easy escape or egress from that site if necessary.
And do you have the capacity number?
Capacity is about 150,000.
Other questions? Yes. Yep.
Chief, it's going to be very, very hot on Saturday, a high of 99 degrees. And there's a lot of restrictions on coolers, chairs, and containers that people can bring in. They normally hydrate themselves. How are you going to handle all of that possible EMS calls you're going to get for possible heat stroke or heat events? And how are you going to handle that EMS within that restricted zone?
So I think the beginning of this is the prevention piece. Everybody in the organizing events has worked from the beginning to make sure that there is hydration available inside the secure areas so people can be hydrated before they get there. They can maintain their hydration throughout it. If there's nothing else, that's the most important takeaway. In terms of medical response plans, there's a multi-tiered response system in place for all of these events. We're doing it today with the Great American State Fair and the FIFA matches, but there's first aid tents inside the zone. There's multi-agency response teams. There's extra ambulances in service. There's the gators that can move around. There's bicycle teams. But that's not all. We're also doing the same thing out in the community because, quite frankly, 4th of July is our busiest day of the year. So we have an impact. We've added resources in addition to the regular fire and EMS resources that are available throughout the city. So I feel like we're in really good shape as far as a response. We just need everybody to do their part, take their time, drink a lot of water, and be safe out there.
Listening in once more to officials there in the nation's capital ahead of these America 250 celebrations that are now underway there in Washington, D.C. And if you are heading out to them for July 4th, officials there talking about safety and security. Since they are in a Q&A portion, we are going to step away for a commercial break on Live Now from Fox. Continuing that on the other side. Stay with us. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. If you are just tuning in, I'm your host, Christy Matino. I've been here with you for the past 2 hours. I'll be here with you for one more. All right, well, it's a very busy day there in Washington, D.C. as you're taking a live look at the Supreme Court. Wanted to bring this to you if you are just joining us. The court has indicated that tomorrow, Tuesday, will be the final opinion announcement day of the term. And SCOTUS Blog will be live blogging those opinions beginning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Those opinions typically released at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. We will have continuous uninterrupted coverage tomorrow as, once again, we're anticipating some big decisions to be released. Let's take you back out to the nation's capital. We're staying in the nation's capital, rather, as we're listening into officials speaking on safety and security there ahead of America 250 celebrations.
On topic, if we could talk about, I realize when it comes to safety and security preps, there's only so much you can announce to the public, but can you talk about, are there different hard and soft security measures in place to help keep the event safe?
I'll turn to Secret Service.
I'm not really sure what you mean by hard and soft. I can tell you that the magnetometers that the Secret Service are running are in the locations that I previously discussed that can be accessed by Constitution and Independence Avenue via 14th Street from the east. We have several zones of security that are in place for this national special security event. But I think your question is more, where do the hard zones, meaning the magnetometer screening, start? And that's at Constitution in between Independence on 14th Street. Yeah.
So will it be uniformed and ununiformed officers?
You will see uniformed officers from the Secret Service, from several of our partners. Yeah, we are properly resourced and have uniforms from several different jurisdictions helping us with this event. All right.
I'll jump in real quick. Obviously, the MPD Joint Operations Command Center and our Real-Time Crime Center will be activated for these events, so we'll have a view across the city, not only in the downtown area, but we'll also be able to monitor our cameras that we have across the neighborhoods as well if there's any sort of issues. So things like crowd flow, how the crowds are moving, crowd management overall. Additionally, this is a national special security event, so the difference between this July 4th and other July 4ths is you'll see more concrete, more blocking vehicles, fencing, things that you don't see typically during a July 4th, or really we haven't seen in a July 4th since after 9/11, because this is a national special security event. When you go online to 250.dc.gov, you'll be able to see those vehicle restriction zones, the hard zones, and where pedestrians can move, so you'll have a better idea of how crowds will be able to move in that area.
Let me just see if there are any other questions on topic. Yep.
Derek Hawkins from Notice. You guys mentioned that Freedom 250, the organizers of the Salute to America, they have put out some of their own releases regarding security for the event. They've also, you mentioned the later start time that they've asked, which I know puts additional demands on all of your staffs and your agents. Is there a reason that Freedom 250 doesn't have a representative up here with you guys right now?
I'm not sure that we invited them to talk about security, but there's no other reason than that, I don't think. Mm-hmm.
One follow-up. They mentioned last week that there was going to be an ID check at the security perimeter, but I think they've withdrawn that. Can you comment on that
Secret Service?
There will be no ID check.
Anything else? Yes.
Hoping somebody can speak more broadly about the heat emergency, the response to that coming up, given the 100-degree air temps, and obviously the real field temperatures, that kind of
Sure.
thing.
Could you just introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm Tracy John.
Thank you. Clint.
So we have two levels of heat emergency in the city. One starts around 95, the next is at 105. We'll be somewhere in the middle. So what we're going to be doing is a couple of things. The first is intensive messaging to the community. Everything you're doing, all that you've been doing on the media side for the last couple of days is really, really essential, because at the end of the day, preparing for heat is really an individual and family activity, and people can do a lot to protect themselves and their families. That could be everything from staying hydrated, like Chief Donnelly talked about, to checking on friends, neighbors, pets, and others to make sure that they're getting at least in the shade, if not in air conditioning. Beyond that, when we get to this point where we're getting really close to high temperatures, we send out an internal alert to our city agency partners that deal with people experiencing homelessness. We are in the process, as we look out for this week, looking at what we're going to do each of the days to make sure that we're doing additional homeless outreach, expanding our homeless services to people as well as places that people can go. And the other thing I would say is, if you go to ready.dc.gov, you can see all of our facilities that serve as cooling centers. That's our rec centers, pools, libraries, and other locations. There are a ton of ways for people during the day and during the hottest part of the day to get into air conditioning in safe, secure spaces provided by DC Gov to cool off, to rest, to recuperate, to hydrate, and stay safe. And so that's what we'll be focused on for the next couple of days, and look out for messaging throughout the week. Raise your hand. The other thing I would flag is with the end of school, our pools are open, so you can go to DPR's website and you can find the pool the pool hours and days that they're open throughout the city. This is a great opportunity for our residents to get out and use our beautiful top-tier ranked parks and pools, spray parks as well throughout the city.
Yes.
Josh Meyer from USA Today. You've talked a lot about how this is a family event and so forth, and can you give us a sense of what's going to be happening before the 11 o'clock fireworks? I mean, if, you know, like what the, beyond what's been stated publicly, who's going to be speaking, how long, and also if it is a family event, what do you say to families about the fact that the fireworks won't start till 11 o'clock, and a lot of them probably have kids
so
with
now you're asking programming questions, and that would be appropriate for the program organizers. So we're not really prepared to talk about the program here. I can tell you on Capitol Hill and at the Palisades, there will be a lot of marching bands, neighborhood groups, the traditional barbecues after that. So we, DC government is not providing the programming, and we're not really prepared to talk about the programming today. So let me say that the late start, and I want to emphasize the late start for our teams. We've been focused on it because it does mean that when people have generally watched the fireworks, gotten on Metro, and they're home by 11 o'clock, they're going to be starting at 11 o'clock. And so the thing to remember, especially with this heat, is that's a long, long day. So people have to really watch the heat, watch what they're drinking, and get home as soon as the fireworks are over. I'm expecting, and again, I would refer to the 250 folks, that families with small children are going to decide that the children should watch on TV or watch at a neighborhood event. Or if they're really brave, I'm not one of them that would track like an 8-year-old. Well, maybe I am. I won't say. Maybe I am that brave. I am, actually. But just everybody just make the best plan for your family. The Anacostia display is totally new, and I'm asking people to pay attention. It sounds like Park Police will make their final closures then, because families who may be used to using all of the park for their family event, they should make plans for the parts of Anacostia Park that are going to be available. But again, that may put people closer to home when the fireworks conclude at 11. So there will be a different vantage point from there. But I'll get my team to make sure we're making fully available where the organizers have put the programming events for the day. Yes, Beatrice.
Beatrice Peterson, ABC News. This question is for Mayor Bowser or Brigadier General Leland Blanchard. There are going to be visitors coming to Washington who have never seen National Guard presence on the street. Can you just describe to people what it would look like? Is it going to be kind of what it's been the last couple of weeks? Are there going to be traffic, officers doing traffic, or is it just going to be just kind of standard?
Well, Beatrice, I'll say this. I've lived here most of my life, and I've never seen it look like this on the mall. Okay, but I've also never been alive for the 250th anniversary. So it is different, and I think everybody should expect it to look different. There are a lot of Guard, and there are other law enforcement as well that are supporting the event, and there are a lot of our fire and EMS, DPW, MPD, Department of Health. Who else am I meant? A lot of our local personnel are supporting the federal officials on the mall, but are also deployed throughout the district. Yes.
And just one follow-up. What time is Memorial Bridge supposed to reopen? Do we have an estimate?
We don't. Probably not sure. Is it right after?
The Memorial Bridge, we don't have an exact time on that. It'll be once roadways are opened up for the crowd leaving and everything else opened back up, but we don't have an exact time.
And Clint reminded me of something else that is very different, and that's the number of aircraft that we're going to see.
So, We are seeing a lot of flyovers. This weekend on the 4th, we will see a series of flyovers in the afternoon. Many of you have probably already seen the closure announcements for DCA that allow those military aircraft to fly over. So we just want to remind everyone that this is expected, if not part of our normal 4th of July festivities. And you can keep up with that. We've been sending out alerts, but we are seeing a lot of additional flyovers. We want to make sure everybody in the community knows to expect those on the 4th of July.
Thanks. Mark Seegers, Channel 4. This is actually for Chief Donnelly. I wanted to go back to the evacuation plan. As Mayor Bowser said, we've never looked like this before. There's a lot of fencing up around the National Mall and a lot of, corralling of people. And I appreciate that if something goes sideways that they'll open those gates up. But it just looks like there's a lot more possible choke points than we've had, and fencing in places around the mall that used to be people in an emergency could pass through. So I'm just wondering what your concerns are should weather or something worse happen that would necessitate a mass evacuation down there, given these hard perimeters that we're not used to seeing.
So thanks, Mark. Thanks for the question. I think we have seen some of this before after 9/11. We had the whole mall closed before, so it's not unprecedented. We've worked in this situation before. But the security plan is closely, we all work together on that. Ultimately, it's the service. I don't know if they want to add anything when I'm done, but I think we've built in exits. We have those exits staffed. There is signboards that we can use to direct people in the event of an emergency what to do. So this is part of special events planning that we've been doing for a long time. We are well within all the parameters that we have and have used and within the FEMA recommendations for open events and things like that. So I think we're in pretty good shape here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take a few more. Do you have an on topic? Yes, what is it?
Hi there, Ben Brasher, CityCast. My question is, you all have done a good job explaining to us how it's going to be different, but if you could explain to me why this is different, what factors led to this being declared a national security event? If you could doesn't take much imagination, explain like I'm dumb why you all decided to do this and what went into that. Thank you.
Why we decided to make it a national special security event. Let me turn to the Secret Service.
Sure, I can just say for coordination, different 4th of July with the, all the leaders that will be present with the event and all the cabinet members of Congress, things like that, out on the mall during the 4th of July, it was determined that it rose to a higher level of security. So at that point, it was decided to make it a national special security event.
It was the VIPs, maybe not the. It was the VIPs that decided, maybe not the amount of people showing up at the mall. Is that my understanding?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
The first off topic over here. Okay, but a few, just a few.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. The president had some choice words for the presumptive next mayor, Janice Lewis-George. I was wondering what advice you have for the next mayor about working with the Trump administration, about dealing with any sort of verbal attacks.
Well, I think there's a general kind of rule of thumb with old mayors and new mayors. Old mayors, or almost old mayors, give advice when asked. Any other questions?
Has she asked for your advice?
Any other questions?
Hi, this is related. I'm Shamir Mohammed with Notice. This is related to the Freedom 250 events. Mayor Bowser, I was just wondering, has there been any feedback from Washingtonians or any residents of the DMV about any concerns about what some are seeing as a partisan tone to these events?
I mean, I will leave that to everyone to discuss. I think that there are a lot of different opinions about the celebrations. Some people remember very fondly the bicentennial celebrations, what happened. I was very young then, so I don't remember. I still am not as young as I used to be. But anyway, I don't remember the bicentennial well, but I have heard from a lot of people who remember that fondly. And I think what people will do is they will compare the experiences. We've been working with both groups who have been planning for the nation's 250th, and we hope that people, find events that speak to them and that they can support and go out and celebrate the 250th. We especially want people, while they are in Washington, to support local restaurants, to see our neighborhoods. And the thing that I am hearing is that a lot of people who haven't been here before, they see the real DC, and so that's a good thing. Yes, go ahead.
Follow up, and kind of piggybacking off my colleague's question, the president did have some choice words too about the idea of who could be the next mayor, and he had previously made threats to home rule. So have there been any concerns or feedback shared by residents about that either?
About what? Which part?
The part about home rule or any conversation about the district.
Well, I think over the course of time, there are lots of conversations and concerns about the district's autonomy and our approach to preserving our autonomy. I am proud in my time as mayor. That's exactly what we have done. I have served with every iteration of president and congressional leadership, and have always put squarely our focus on our North Star, and that's making sure that the district controls its affairs. Yes.
Question for Chief Carroll.
Yep.
Chief Carroll, do you have an update on the status of the investigation by U.S. Secret Service outside the White House last month?
Sure, Paul. So the investigation continues. We have not got the ballistics back from that case. So once the investigation is done on the MPD side, it will be presented to the United States Attorney's Office for criminal review. If it's determined that there's a declination issue, then it will go back to the United States Secret Service for their administrative review and investigation.
Who's doing the ballistics?
I believe the Secret Service is doing the ballistics.
All right. Question for the Park Police, sir. There was a chase a week ago Saturday, which a man was killed. And we got a notice from your PIO that you were reviewing your pursuit policy. Can you tell us where that is?
So the U.S. Park Police, we always review and as needed make adjustments to all of our policies. Just by nature, any good law enforcement agency will do that as needed, as operations dictate and as other things dictate. So U.S. Park Police are, as well as our other general orders and policies, that is one of the ones that we are taking a look at.
Has anything changed?
At this time, no.
Mark.
Yeah, on behalf of all the senior citizens, the bicentennial was awesome.
Make the note that he said it, not us.
All right, listening into that press conference there from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, as well as several other officials there in the nation's capital as they're speaking on July 4th and several America 250 events there in Washington, D.C. And you can catch it all here with us on Live Now from Fox, July 3rd and 4th, bringing you fireworks and celebrations from around the nation uninterrupted. We will hope that you tune in here with us on Live Now from Fox and celebrate America's birthday. And thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Matino. I'll be here with you for the next hour as we step away for our first commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 12:08 on the East Coast, 9:08 on the West Coast, and happy Monday to you. We're listening in live to D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and several officials speaking in Washington, D.C. about the upcoming America 250 events there and the safety and security plans that are being put into place. It looks like this may be coming to a conclusion, but we want to bring you back to it live as they are now in a Q&A portion. Let's continue to listen in.
Very specific personnel matters. I think I've made it very clear that we want to have the best of the best leading the Metropolitan Police Department. There will be a new mayor. New mayors make very critical, prefer to make very critical appointments. There may be some appointments where we have gaps that we will advance in the next 6 months. But if we don't have gaps, those will be deferred to the next administration. Thank you.
And there was that tail end of that press conference there. Now, a lot of that discussion centered around extreme heat. You heard them talking about those really hot temperatures people are going to be feeling there in the nation's capital and really across the country as you're taking a look there at the National Weather Service's heat map. Now, according to Fox Weather here, I wanted to put up this lower here so you could read this along with me. Temperatures in the 90s are spreading across the Midwest, and they will reach the East Coast by midweek when it will feel like 100 to 110 degrees for tens of millions of people as the life-threatening heat dome expands eastward ahead of America's 250th birthday. More than 230 million people will see air temperatures surpass 90 degrees through the week, with more than 20 states forecast to surpass triple digits in the days leading up to July 4th, and that's all according to the Fox Forecast Center. So as we just heard officials there in D.C. speaking about that heat, I do want to take you out to a event that just wrapped up moments ago, really, out of Chicago, as we heard from Mayor Brandon Johnson also speaking on those temperatures.
There you go.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Frank Velez, the Executive Director for the Office of Emergency Management Communications. We're here this morning to discuss on the heat wave that we're going to be having possibly for the next 72 hours. And at this moment, I'll introduce Honorable Mayor Johnson to walk us through this plan.
Thank you, Executive Director Velez, and good morning, everyone. Today, we're joined by several city departments, the Office of Emergency Management and Communications, Family and Support Services, Public Health, Buildings, the Fire Department, the Park District, Chicago Public Libraries, Chicago Housing Authority, the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, and of course our partners with the National Weather Service and then ComEd. We are here today to make sure that every Chicagoan is prepared for the extreme weather that we are expected to experience this week. And we want the people of Chicago to know that we have a number of resources that are available to them. Chicago knows, perhaps better than any other city in America, the dangers of extreme weather and particularly heat. In fact, 31 years ago, Chicago experienced the deadliest heat wave in the United States history. We lost more than 700 Chicagoans. Most of them were elderly or from vulnerable communities. From that tragedy, the city of Chicago learned how to be more proactive, responsive to our residents. And it's why we are here today. We're here today issuing this warning and making sure that residents are connected and most of all supported. In a few moments, leaders from various city departments will speak about the specific roles that they play in keeping our communities safe this entire week. As well as you'll hear about the number of steps that Chicagoans can take to protect themselves. I want to emphasize again, the extreme heat can be very dangerous. This is the time to check in on our neighbors, especially elderly neighbors or those with disabilities or health challenges. Let's do what Chicagoans do best. Let's look out for one another. Also, please stay hydrated. If you can, stay inside with air conditioning on. If you do not have air conditioning, keep your blinds closed but windows slightly open. DFSS offers 6 community cooling areas across our city, and you are certainly able to get relief from the heat in any park district, library, city college, or police district location during their respective hours of operation. DFSS street outreach workers will be in our communities this week to ensure that our unhoused Chicagoans are connected to those cooling centers. I want to acknowledge and again thank all of the city workers, the women and men who get up every single day, who will be and will continue to remain available to keep our city running during extreme temperatures. And thank them, all of Chicago, when you see them, for the measures that they are taking to keep Chicagoans safe. Whether it's extreme heat or extreme cold, our city crews always show up for the people of Chicago, and I'm deeply grateful for their services. In fact, I think it's important that at a time in which so much pressure is being placed on public employees that we give them a special thanks. In closing, Chicago, please keep cool this week and most of all, look out for one another. OEMC and the National Weather Service will work closely together this week, continuing their efforts to share alerts and resources so that we can stay informed. So with that, please welcome back to the podium our Executive Director of OEMC, Mr. Frank Velez.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
An extreme heat warning has been issued by the National Weather Center, beginning today at noon through the evening of Wednesday, July 1st. Dangerous heat and humidity levels are expected throughout the week. The combination of heat, humidity may feel like it's 105 degrees outside for several days in a row. OMC is working closely with the National Weather Center to monitor the conditions. OMC will coordinate the city agencies to respond by working with the departments citywide to assist the residents and the vulnerable population. There are cooling centers throughout the city. DFSS, Community Service Center and Senior Centers, Chicago Public Libraries, Chicago Park District locations, city colleges, and the Chicago Police Districts. To stay hydrated during this extreme heat, we ask that you drink a lot of water, avoid alcohol, caffeine, and soda. Try to stay inside as much as you can. If you do not have air conditioning, keep your shades drawn and blinds closed. But do keep your windows slightly open to get some ventilation. Keep electrical lights off and turn them down. Wear light clothing and fitting clothing, and don't leave anyone or any pets in a parked car, even just for a few moments. To find the nearest cooling center and locations of our operations, residents can contact our 311 online at our 311.chicago.gov. Download the Chicago app or call 311. Cooling center locations are also available on the Chicago OMC app, along with the safety tips and preparation information, emergency alerts, and lastly, the weather information. I wanted to stress the importance to check on the relatives, neighbors, seniors, and especially our vulnerable population. If you're able to make contact, you can request, if you're unable to make contact, please make contact. Please make sure that you make a request and well-being check through our 311. If there's any medical emergency due to heat-related illnesses, please call 911. OMC will alert the public in conditions as it worsens. I wanted to encourage everyone to check your families, neighbors, and particularly, like I said, our vulnerable population. Stay connected is key to keep everyone safe. And thank you. And now I'll turn it over to Commissioner Green from DFSS.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello again. My name is Angela Green, and I serve as the Commissioner of the Chicago Department of Family and Support Services. At DFSS, we are committed to serving our city's most vulnerable residents from birth to seniors. In times of extreme weather, like we are experiencing now, we make every effort to ensure our residents' safety. When temperatures reach 90 degrees or higher, we activate our cooling centers. These include our 6 community service centers and 20 senior service centers across our city. Today, all cooling centers are activated during standard operating hours, and they will remain open through Thursday, July 2nd. The Garfield Center will remain open until July 3rd on Friday. We have taken additional steps of extending hours to 8 p.m. at the Garfield Community Service Center beyond our standard business hours when heat is expected to last several days, as it is this week. These are cool, safe places where the public can seek respite from heat. All residents are welcome at our community service centers, and all seniors 55 and older are welcome at our senior centers. For information on how to stay cool in warm weather, a list of all DFSS cooling centers, locations, and other resources, please visit chi.gov/DFSS extreme weather. For a list of all of the 20 senior center locations, please visit chicago.gov/seniors. For a list of all 287 citywide cooling facilities, please visit chi.org/cooling. Robocalls went out on Friday to over 31,000 senior citizens, offering safety tips ahead of the anticipated heat and humidity. If seniors are in need of assistance and resources, seniors or their caregivers can contact 311, or you could call our senior services helpline directly at 312-744-4016. All residents in need of assistance are encouraged to contact 311 for connection to shelter or to find the nearest cooling center. Residents should contact 311 to report insufficient air conditioning in a building. In addition, residents may contact 311 to request senior well-being checks or a crisis check for an unhoused neighbor. DFSS homeless outreach providers will conduct wellness checks for individuals residing outdoors. They'll distribute bottled water, offer connections to shelter, and assist in transporting individuals to cooling centers. Families, parents with children seeking shelter may go to Emergency Homeless Assessment and Response Center, or EHARP, that's located at the Salvation Army Shield of Hope at 924 North Christiana Avenue, or contact 311 to be connected to shelter. Single adults seeking shelter may visit Shelter Placement and Resource Center, or SPARC, located at 2241 South Halstead Street, to be connected to available shelter beds, or they can also contact 311. We encourage all residents to use caution during this period of extreme weather and to reach out if you are in need of assistance. We are here to help. Thank you. And now I turn it over to Acting Commissioner Wagoo.
All right, so we're listening in there to officials from Chicago, and this press conference concluded really within the past hour here, as you're hearing from officials speaking on a plan really ahead of this extreme heat that we're set to see here for July 4th. But as I've been sharing here, it's not just Chicago. We're seeing this heat across the United States. So the National Weather Service is saying don't wait until heat arrives to begin protecting yourself. The forecast calls for extreme heat this weekend. As I shared here, more than 230 million people will be seeing air temperatures over 90 degrees through the week. More than 20 states forecast to surpass triple digits in the days leading up to July 4th. We are stepping away for a commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. We'll continue that next. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino. It's going to be very hot this week, as we've been sharing here before the commercial break. A life-threatening heat dome expected there ahead of July 4th weekend. Those temperatures really just set to climb as we get closer and closer to July 4th. Before the break, we were listening in to Chicago officials speaking on that plan ahead of that extreme heat. Let's continue to listen in.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Acting Commissioner Fakerdi Wagau from the Chicago Department of Public Health. We work in 4 key areas around all extreme weather, including extreme heat. First, we provide public health heat-related illness guidance and data to other city agencies, community partners, residents, and visitors. We have information on our website, learning what to do for heat preparedness. And we, earlier this month, released a data brief describing the heat-related illness in Chicago for last summer. One of the things we saw is that as temperatures went up, emergency department visits went up, which leads me to the next thing that we do, which is performing active heat-related monitoring of emergency departments as well as other healthcare providers, including dialysis centers, skilled nursing facilities, and nursing homes. These are early warning signals. This monitoring that tells us where we are seeing issues, we would report them here to OEMC, as well as work with our coalition partners and our internal resources to address the issues that are happening in those sites. We stay in close contact with acute care hospitals and other healthcare facilities in the event that they experience a surge of patients to help think about how to balance patients. We also do this work year-round, so we are prepared for extreme weather as well as any other issue that may come up in our hospital and healthcare systems. The other significant body of work is working with DFSS in All Chicago, a local coalition that works with unhoused populations, to prepare street outreach teams and others that work with unhoused populations on how to help protect and plan for surge in residents seeking shelter. And just recently, earlier this month, conducted a large webinar for this for the providers of this population in order to ensure that they had the tools and resources and knew about the resources that are available for those that they serve. These are the key areas. We do much more around protecting the health of residents and visitors in Chicago for extreme weather. And with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Marlene Hopkins.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Marlene Hopkins, Commissioner of the Department of Buildings. As we prepare for the extreme heat, our teams will be on the ground enforcing Chicago's cooling ordinance and the code requirements that all facilities providing care have air conditioning to protect our neighbors, especially our most vulnerable residents in assisted and long-term care facilities. Under the city's cooling ordinance, buildings protected under the Federal Housing Act, high-rises over 80 feet, and apartments with 100 or more units must provide air conditioning in all units or have a designated air-conditioned room, indoor common area, a cooling center available to residents on days when the heat index exceeds 80 degrees Fahrenheit. DOB inspectors will be working throughout the extreme weather event, partnering closely with the Department of Family Support Services to conduct well-being checks and address any air conditioning related complaints. If your home is dangerously hot, please do not hesitate to contact 311 to find the nearest city cooling center, request a senior well-being check, or report a cooling violation. To property owners and building managers, check your electrical and cooling equipment now to ensure it's in working order. And if something goes wrong, please respond to your tenants. Last year, DOB received and resolved 518 no air conditioning complaints. We are only weeks in, and we are already tracking and responding to nearly 200 calls for service. Finally, I want to echo my colleagues. The city has established protocols, and we are ready to handle this heat as we do every year. But we all have a role to play. Stay hydrated, check on family, friends, and neighbors, especially seniors and those with special needs. We all have a role in keeping each other safe, and together we will get through this. Thank you. I now will announce Commissioner Nance Holt.
Good morning. Good morning. As we prepare to celebrate the 4th of July and enjoy the warm summer months, I want to remind everyone that safety must always come first. High temperatures can quickly become dangerous, especially for older adults, young children, and individuals with medical conditions, those who work or spend long periods outdoors, and pets. Limit your time outside. Stay hydrated by drinking plenty of water. Avoid strenuous activities during the hottest parts of the day. Wear light-colored clothing, and check on your family members, neighbors, and friends. Never leave children or pets unattended in a vehicle, even for a few moments. If you're spending time near pools, beaches, or lakes, remember that water safety saves lives. Always supervise children around water, regardless of their swimming ability. Wear a properly fitted life jacket when boating. Avoid alcohol while operating watercraft, and never swim alone. Water supply is also an issue, and it's essential to CFD operations. And opening a fire hydrant may seem harmless, but it reduces water pressure and can delay firefighting efforts. If you spot an open hydrant, notify 311. If you're grilling, keep your grill at least 10 feet away from your home. Never use it indoors. Never leave it unattended, and make sure all flames and coals are completely extinguished before walking away. Finally, I want to address fireworks because it is the 4th of July. While fireworks are a tradition for many celebrations, they can also lead to devastating injuries, fires, and even loss of life when handled by untrained individuals. Every year, firefighters and paramedics respond to preventable emergencies caused by consumer fireworks. Lead the fireworks to those who are trained, licensed professionals who have the equipment, training, and safety measures to conduct these displays safely. The members of the Chicago Fire Department are committed to protecting our city, but we need your help. By making smart choices, looking out for one another, and celebrating responsibly, we can all enjoy a safe and memorable summer and 4th of July. On behalf of the men and women of the Chicago Fire Department, thank you for doing your part to keep Chicago safe. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce National Weather Service meteorologist Mike Bordeaux.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Mike Bardu, a warning coordination meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Romeoville. Appreciate the opportunity to address the group this morning. Our biggest concerns, as we've noted earlier, as Mayor Johnson and Director Velez noted, we have an extreme heat warning that we've issued that goes into effect today and runs through Wednesday evening. There's 3 criteria that we look at when deciding if we need an extreme heat warning for Cook County and the city of Chicago. The first is if we have one day where heat index, which is the combination of the temperature and the humidity, reaches or exceeds 110 degrees. If we have 2 consecutive days where it's between 105 and 110. And in this case, for this particular event, if we have 3 consecutive days where it reaches 100 to 105 or potentially greater. Why is that a concern for us this time around? Well, 3 days. It's been fairly infrequent that we see 3-day duration of heat like this. We've seen it 2 times since the beginning of 2013 up until this point. The other condition that we're concerned about is it's been relatively cool. So a lot of us are more acclimated to cooler weather, and this quick change to hot and humid conditions can definitely take its toll on the body.
We want to just share a portion of that press conference. Within the past hour here, that concluded. Officials there in Chicago as they're speaking on their plan ahead of this extreme heat. But as you can see from the National Weather Service, dangerous record-breaking heat will intensify across most of the central and eastern United States this week, so make sure you are prepared. All right, well, we do have a live event that has just got underway here, and I just want to take you out to this live look at Venezuela this morning as Venezuelans are combing through more ruins of buildings toppled by last week's devastating back-to-back earthquakes and a 4.6 magnitude aftershock as well. So 5 days have passed since the twin earthquakes struck northern Venezuela, and those latest numbers, we do know more than 1,450 people at least have been confirmed dead, according to the government. We wanted to take you out to the United Nations as they are speaking live on Venezuela right now. Let's listen in.
These developments, especially in advance of the mobilization announced for tomorrow. It's important that the situation remain calm, restrained, and there's full respect for human rights. I think, on your second question, like anywhere else in the world, addressing the impacts on a society of migration must be done within the rule of law, without discrimination, and in a manner that upholds the human rights and dignity of all people. We're seeing many countries throughout the world face this problem, but it's a whole of a society approach, right? It needs to be dealt with by ensuring inclusion of the citizens of the country, addressing the needs of migrants, of refugees, respecting their rights, also looking at the broader socioeconomic needs. Our team in South Africa will continue to work with the government, be as helpful as they can to try to address this. Yes, Ahmed.
Thank you, Steph. You didn't mention it in your readout, so I'll presume nothing's confirmed yet, but we have received notice that there will be a meeting in Doha between the United States and Iran on Tuesday. Will Personal Envoy Jean Arnault be in attendance?
No. I'm not aware that Mr. Arnault will be there. We've seen different reports about this meeting. All right. Yes, please, Mona.
Thank you, Stefan. Just two questions. First, a quick follow-up on last week's open debate on children and armed conflict. Has the SG initiated any engagement or discussions with the parties named in the report since its release?
I mean, that's what the Office for Children and Armed Conflict is there for. They are in constant contact with those parties who are willing to engage, right, to try to improve the situation. I mean, the report's not about blacklisting. The report is about helping the protection of children. So we've seen parties that have, throughout the years, parties that have been listed, then working with the Office of the Special Representative, are delisted because of positions they've taken, and Ms. Fraser's door remains open, and they're actively working with those entities who are willing to be worked with.
Okay, just another question on the Ibrahimi Mosque. Today is the 9th day that Israeli authorities have prevented the call to prayer over there. Has the SG raised this specific issue with the Israeli authorities? And if so, what response, if any, has the UN received?
I mean,
thank you.
People should have the right to worship in any holy site, in holy sites. It's a basic right. Abu Sufyan, then we need to go to our guest who's been very patient.
Thank you, Steph. I have a very specific question on counterterrorism. Terrorism is a big problem in South Asia, especially India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. But sometimes we notice that counterterrorism being used for political purpose. How do you see the counterterrorism as political tool?
Well, I think I would encourage you, Abu Sufyan, to read what the Secretary General said, which is that the fight against terrorism must be done within the context of the rule of law. All right. I would ask our colleagues to put Gianluca back up on the screen. Great. Gianluca, we see you. Do you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear, Stefan.
Perfect. Gianluca, thank you for your patience. As promised, we're joined by Gianluca Rampolla del Tinardo, resident humanitarian coordinator for Venezuela. Gianluca, please, you have the floor, and then we'll take some questions.
Stefan, if you agree, I'll be rather short so that we can open up for specific questions.
Perfect. Yes, please. Go ahead.
I'm not go back into the events of last Wednesday because those have been widely reported. I'll focus on where we are at this point. I mean, since Wednesday last week, when we got hit by the 7.2, 7.5 back-to-back earthquakes, we have had 500 aftershocks. And the latest was this morning, the high Faran. The latest was this morning, early this morning, a 5.2 aftershock. So you can understand that we keep on operating in a high-risk environment. 7 states have been affected. The 2 that have been affected the most are the state of La Guaira and the capital district of Caracas. Just to give you a bit of numbers, we are working with and using the official numbers provided by government. As of the latest update yesterday night, 1,450 people have lost their life. 3,000, more than 3,000 have been injured, and over 12,000 displaced. Now, these numbers will unavoidably and sadly keep on growing as the search and rescue operation continues and as we are able to detail further the assessment of the impact of the quakes. In terms of the ongoing response, the government is leading a large-scale operation that is focused primarily at this stage on still search and rescue. We are beyond the 72 hours critical window, but, and this is one of the miracles of this country, rescuers are still being able to pull out alive people. Yesterday alone, 7 persons were pulled out of the rubble alive. Obviously, we are focusing with government on emergency medical care and working rapidly on setting up emergency shelter. There is a tropical wave that is expected in the next hours to reach Venezuela, and this will bring heavy rains. You can imagine what this means for the displaced people. 27 countries have mobilized over 40 teams of urban search and rescuers. This means over 2,000 rescuers and personnel on the ground with over 160 dogs operating within the framework of the INSARAG, which is the platform that the UN coordinates to mobilize support from all over the world. Together with the search and rescue operation, we are focusing, we get together with government on providing emergency healthcare, shelter, food assistance, water and sanitation, logistics support in ensuring not only storage but distribution of all of the supplies that are coming into the country, and protection. From a personal perspective, and I'll leave it there and then we can move into questions. I have had the chance already to be twice 2 full days down on the most affected areas. And the show of solidarity, as often happens in these cases, but the heroism of the people and the solidarity is outstanding, and this somehow mitigates a little bit, obviously, the pain and the needs of the people affected on the ground, because the community itself has mobilized. The international solidarity also is heartwarming. At a time in which we just heard Tehran updates of all possible conflicts around the world. Well, the world has come together and very rapidly to provide assistance to the country. So at least this is a happy story at this point. I think I'll leave it at this so that we can go straight into specific questions.
Okay. Thanks very much, Gianluca. I'll now turn the floor over to the press for questions. First question goes to Amélie Boutelier.
Thank you. On behalf of the UN Correspondent Association, thank you very much for doing this briefing. I'm Amélie Boutelier from AFP News Agency. I have 2 questions. You said, sadly, the toll is likely to rise. Do you have any idea how many people are missing or under the rubble? And secondly, usually with this kind of catastrophe, the UN is preparing some kind of flash appeal for emergency funding. Do you have any kind of estimates of how much the UN system is going to need for, and the other organization going to need to face the first emergencies? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Farhan, do you want me to take a few questions or you want me to go one by one?
Let's do it one by one.
Okay, so thanks for the questions. On the missing, as I said, we are working hand in hand with the government, and I won't start speculating on numbers that the government hasn't announced officially. I have given you, I actually don't think I have given you a number. It's 2,500, at least 2,500 structures affected, most of which fully collapsed. So we are definitely looking at a number that is higher than the one already reported. I can give you a proxy indicator. We are procuring, and this is something that has been agreed with the authorities here, 10,000 body bags. Okay, so that is somehow applying assumption, and it's very sad, and we truly hope that actually the number is going to be smaller than that, and that's why we are focusing now on the rescue operation. And I won't give you a number of missing because we don't have that number, and I'll just give you the number of the deceased that have already been reported, which is 1,150.
All right, so listening in to the United Nations as they are now answering reporter questions on the Venezuela earthquakes, and you just heard the death toll number there at about 1,500 people, and these numbers keep sadly getting updated here on a pretty rapid basis as you're taking just a live look there. As he's saying now, it's into a recovery mission there in Venezuela. And so we'll continue this on the other side of a quick 2-minute commercial break, listening in live to the United Nations. Stay with us. We'll be right back. You're watching live now from Fox. It is 12:49 on the East Coast and 9:49 on the West Coast. My name is Christy Matino. In just a matter of moments here, we're going to take you back out live as the United Nations is holding a briefing, speaking on those devastating earthquakes in Venezuela. And right now, the media is asking them questions. So we are going to head back to that live. And on the other side of that, my colleague Stephanie Quinu is taking over the coverage. Thanks for watching live now from Fox.
Government to announce the availability of funding to respond to the emergency. I'll leave it at that.
Any further questions? Do we have any questions online? Okay, if not, I'd like once more to thank our guest, Gianluca Rampolla del Tenardo, the resident coordinator and humanitarian coordinator for Venezuela. Thanks very much, and best of luck.
I see Efe here on screen with a hand up. I don't know if they wanted to.
Oh wait, yes, they just joined. Oh yes, yes. Efe, please. Hold on.
Hear you.
Hold on, please. We can't quite hear you. Can you get their audio up? What? Hold on. Try again. I don't know whether you're muted. Sorry, we still can't hear you. Maybe write out your question and then I can read it over for Gianluca. Okay, yes. Esteban from EFE has the following question. We have seen that many countries are offering aid and resources, but how can the UN ensure that it is distributed properly and reaches its intended recipients?
Not only offering, they have already provided it. I repeat, there are 27 countries that mobilized and have landed in country with rescue teams and medical emergency teams. There are supplies that are coming in, and there are more that are going to come, and there is financing. We have established mechanisms to coordinate all of this. We have an aid architecture that has been operating since 2019 in country. This is just to remind ourselves that we already had an ongoing humanitarian response within Venezuela. Within this architecture and through these mechanisms, we will work with government to ensure the best available and maximum impact of the resources that the world is and will keep on hopefully providing to respond to this emergency.
Okay. Thanks. Are there any further questions? Okay, I see none. So once again, thank you very much, Gianluca, and best of luck in what unfortunately I think will be some fairly difficult days ahead. But thanks very much.
Thanks, Farah.
Thanks. Good afternoon.
All right, so that was the conclusion of the UN briefing talking about the continuing rescue and recovery efforts in Venezuela following a pair of deadly earthquakes. This is a live look right here at some of the debris. Nearly 1,500 people have been declared dead, more than 50,000 missing. So this is a live look as we continue our coverage on this event that continues on there in Venezuela. Now, the search for survivors continues, but Venezuelans are continuing to try and search through more ruins of buildings that were toppled by last week's devastating back-to-back earthquakes and a 4.6 magnitude aftershock that rumbled through the disaster zone today. 5 days now have passed since the two earthquakes struck northern Venezuela, killing nearly 1,500 people. That's according to the government. Relief organizations say the first 72 hours after a natural disaster is the most crucial time period for rescues, although survival can be extended if people have access to food and water. And we've been hearing some of these miraculous stories of survival even as the days continue on. And that is what these rescue crews are hoping for, more of these stories, for more people to be rescued as they are surviving. So a live look there at this area. Meanwhile, families are continuing to keep vigil at these search sites where local and international rescue teams battled exhaustion as we continue to follow on. And so we here at Live Now from Fox, we are also continuing to follow all of the developments. And coming up a little bit later on, specifically at 2:15 p.m., we are going to be speaking with the State Department deputy spokesperson as she provides an update on what the United States and specifically the State Department is doing to continue to help support the rescue and recovery efforts. So a live look here from Venezuela. And as you can see, sometimes these live looks are pixelated, but you have to imagine after the devastation that has rocked this area, the connectivity, the satellites, the Wi-Fi, not as great as it once was. So we do have this live look right now from Venezuela as we are going to be speaking with the State Department deputy spokesperson a little bit later on. Meantime, I'm going to pull this up for you. I'm just going to type this in because we do have a social media post and a quote from Secretary of State Marco Rubio talking about all of this, and I did want to pull that up for you. So I'm just trying to put this into our system right here. It's taking just a little bit a moment to load. But as we're waiting for that to load, I did want to share with you what he had to say, saying that the United States extends our deepest condolences to the people of Venezuela following the devastating earthquakes. Our hearts are with those, and we do have that now live. So I'm going to take that for you as you can read along with me from what Secretary of State Marco Rubio has shared, saying our hearts are with all those who have lost loved ones, those injured, and the courageous rescue workers working tirelessly in the aftermath. America stands with the Venezuelan people during this difficult time, and at the direction of President Trump. The State Department is immediately deploying search and rescue teams, medical resources, and humanitarian assistance to Venezuela. So we are going to be speaking with the State Department deputy spokesperson just a little bit later on in just over 1 hour time as we continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. So this is a live look right here from Venezuela. Meantime, we do have a number of other events that we're keeping a very close eye on as we now head to Florida. So I did want to share this with you right here. This is a live look that's going to take us out to Titusville, Florida, as we are going to be receiving an update from the Florida Wildlife Commission. What I'm working to do right now is I'm going to be bringing in some video of a story that we have been following right here having to do with a fatal alligator attack. This took place over the weekend, and here is some file footage from that scene right here. This is what we are expecting to get an update on. So just a little bit more information as we're going to work to bring you some additional information on the lower hand side of your screen in the form of what's known as a lower third. We're going to just put up that title for you in just a little bit. But what we do know is this: a 31-year-old woman is dead after being bitten by an alligator in Seminole County. This incident marks the third time a person was bitten by an alligator in Central Florida in the past week. So this is some file footage from over the weekend as we see some of those investigators are there in the area following this deadly incident right here. She was killed yesterday after she was swimming and then attacked by an alligator. That's according to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. So we are expecting that update any moment now. It is expected to get started at 1 p.m. Eastern time, so in just about 2 minutes time. But as we mentioned, this is the third alligator-related incident that has happened within Central Florida in 1 week time. A 31-year-old woman was swimming with friends in the Econ River. This is near Barr Street Trailhead in the Little Big Econ State Forest when she was attacked by an alligator. That happened at around 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. That's according to FWC. The woman suffered serious injuries. She was rushed to the hospital where she later died. Officials said several agencies responded to the scene, including nuisance gator trappers in search of the alligator. Right now, though, it's not immediately clear whether that specific gator has been found. But I did want to take you back out live to this update where we are expecting to get just a little bit more information. This is scheduled to start in just about 1 minute. And this is a social media post by Fox 35 Orlando saying that 3 Central Florida alligator bite incidents within 1 week. That is what authorities have confirmed. So as we're still waiting for this update right here, you do have to wonder why there seem to be so many gator attacks in a short amount of time. We are expecting to hear from officials answering some of the line of questioning from reporters. The FWDC did say in a statement that they extend its deepest sympathies to the family and the loved ones of the victim at this time. The identity, though, of the victim has not yet been released, so we're just going to wait on this. We are going to bring it to you as it happens, but we don't see anyone walking up to the podium just yet. So we'll monitor that, and of course, we'll bring that to you once it does get underway. All right, so we do have another live event that takes us across the pond. This is the UK Parliament as they are debating on a number of issues, and we're going to get to that as we await some of these other live events. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Is savings to the taxpayer of £311 million in 2023-24, £373 million in 23-24, and over £480 million in 24-25. That's a trajectory I want to continue seeing, approximately a 50% increase within the course of 2 financial years. And in total, the government reported £7.53 billion in taxpayer savings from counter-fraud activity in the last financial year, including almost £400 million linked to COVID fraud, which have been recovered. That is vital work that should not go unnoticed. And it's not small change. Those are critical funds we all need to see retained in the public sector for infrastructure, for resilience and for security. Now, the Minister may not be surprised to hear me say that we mustn't rest on our laurels. Can I therefore welcome my right honourable friend, the member for Southampton Test's views on establishing a central government database to strengthen the detection and prevention of fraud, alongside enhanced mitigation measures and greater transparency in how they're implemented. May I also express my support for a potential new offence of fraud against the public purse, coupled with meaningful incentives and protection for whistleblowers to help identify and expose wrongdoing, as recommended by the campaigning organisation Spotlight on Corruption. Because my constituents, whether in Heaton or Horwich, Tumor or Checkerbent, need to know that the government is on their side and that no matter who you are or who you know, attempted public sector fraud will have consequences. And it's only through pursuing fraudsters tenaciously that we will be able to find the much needed resources to support investment in critical infrastructure and ensure we are as prepared as we can be, whether for the next pandemic, climate change, industrial sabotage or conflict. Thank you.
We now come to the front benches and I come to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Lisa Smart. Are we ready? Lisa Smart.
Born ready, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte said earlier this year that we are not at war, but we are certainly not at peace either. And we've seen that if we look just over the last 2 years since this government took office, there have been many reports of multiple instances of foreign espionage and interference. Earlier this year, it was reported that Chinese spies used LinkedIn and other recruitment platforms to target UK officials and military staff. A tracker was successfully placed on the Prime Minister's car and has been mentioned by my honourable friends, the members for Epsom and Newell and West Dorset. Attacks on the Prime Minister's homes and car, and people with links to a sitting MP were arrested on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence agency. So it is no surprise when the government says national security is its first responsibility, and they are right to do so. Now, I'm lucky enough to be a member of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme this year. I've been fortunate enough to meet some of the remarkable people serving in our military, from the most junior to the most senior. And the key message I'm taking from these interactions is that we, as a society, are not scared enough, and we are certainly not prepared enough.
All right, so we did want to dip into the UK Parliament, but it does look like the update is now underway about the deadly gator attack in Florida. We're going to head there now live and listen in.
And investigations with FWC and also Florida Forest Service supervisors who actually managed the property where this incident occurred. I know there's a lot of questions concerning the incident, the incredibly tragic incident that occurred yesterday involving a young female who lost her life after an encounter with an alligator. So the goal today is for us to get as much information that we can get out to you. It's still an active investigation. We're trying to put all the pieces together, and also give you an opportunity to ask questions. So with that, I really encourage you, please use great discretion on the questions asked, just out of respect for the family, the loved ones, the friends, the family, and also the first responders, the whole team of first responders that responded to this type of event, because it's never fun. But with that, I'm going to introduce our Public Information Officer, Chad Weber.
Good afternoon. I think the Major already covered it. First and foremost, the FWC wants to extend its condolences to the family. Like he said, it's a very tragic time. What I can tell you about this event, it took place Sunday afternoon, approximately 1:30. We received a phone call from Seminole County that a swimmer was bitten by an alligator. At that time, Seminole County FWC and Department of Forestry responded to a 31-year-old female. We're not releasing her name right now because she does have family that's out of state, and out of respect to her, we'd rather make notification to the family rather than find out from the news. So she was bitten on both of her arms. The boyfriend was the one that made the phone call. He was trying to get her from the alligator's mouth. And on the way to the hospital, she did pass away from her injuries. Like I said, it was a multi-agency response from Seminole County, FWC, and Division of Forestry. We utilized our air assets, and Seminole County utilized their helicopter as well to locate the alligator. We have harvested 2 that were in the area. One was 12 foot, the other one was 13 foot. So currently we're still conducting the investigation, and at this time, again, we just offer our condolences to this young lady's family. Are there any questions I can clear up for you guys right now?
Can you tell us more about what the girl and her boyfriend were doing? Are they from this area? Were they just hiking that trail? Were they just stopping to swim because it was hot outside? Is there any more insight you can give us?
Yes, they are. She is from Orlando, and they were hiking, and they just stopped to swim. Right now, in this part of our investigation, it doesn't seem like they were doing anything that was malicious to an alligator. They were in approximately 3 foot of water.
How long before you know if you have the right alligators?
So there's several different parts of the investigation that are occurring, and I can turn that over to Captain Trusley or Lieutenant Eller. They work with investigations, and they'd be able to clear that up a little bit more for you. Oh, go ahead.
Following this, will FWC kind of reassess whether swimming will be allowed in that specific area?
Well, I mean, in the state of Florida, obviously we have alligators in all 67 counties. Every body of water could potentially have an alligator in it. So to say that we're going to close one area versus another is, we'd have to check with forestry, because they're the ones that have access to that property right now. So that's not something I know right offhand, but after the interview, we can probably clear it up and get you some better answers.
What can you tell us about the safety precautions? Were there signs around warning against swimming in the area? Will you guys look at maybe putting up more signs? I know that might be for forestry, but...
Yeah, so forestry manages that property. And again, this is living in Florida, there's alligators in every body of water. So I'm not sure if there are signs there, but there is some risk when you swim in the bodies of water in the state of Florida.
I know it's still very early on, but we know alligator attacks are rare in Florida, even though they do happen. Is there any indication that the alligator was just surprised, or why this might have happened?
It could be any number of things. With low water levels that we have, we are coming into the end of mating season. Alligators become very territorial. So it's any number of things. It's really hard to speculate and pinpoint what the exact reason was.
Can you tell us a little bit, or are you aware of any history of this happening in that area? Have you guys responded to this kind of call before, maybe not as severe?
I'm not exactly sure on that, but if you would like to submit a public records request to see if we have received any calls there, we can clear that up after this interview.
May I hear from the lieutenant about the next steps?
Yeah, absolutely. Lieutenant Eller.
How you guys doing? We've done DNA analysis on the 2 gators that have been harvested, and we'll be taking those up to our Gainesville lab here in the next day or so. That'll help us to determine whether or not the animal in question is the ones that we've harvested. The 13-footer was harvested exactly at the incident scene, and the 12-footer was harvested shortly, just a short distance from the incident scene.
Do those gators match the description of the survivor?
So yes, based off the witness statements, all we had at the time was a very large alligator. A 13-footer would fall into a very large alligator category. So we feel like it's a good candidate for the gator in question.
How long does it usually take to get those results back?
It determines. We're getting our lab's going to push it to the front of the line, so we're hoping to get them back pretty quick.
Will you keep an eye out for other candidate animals in the area? In case one of these isn't the right one?
Yeah, we've been working close with forestry on creating what's called a targeted harvest area for that particular area, which means if other large gators are seen in the area, we'll have a streamline access to call in the trapper, get them out on scene to remove any large gators noticed in the area. So we'll be able to address this as an issue as the gators pop up in the future.
What advice do you have for the public as they visit parks and bodies of water?
Just be mindful, like PIO Chad Weber said, that all freshwater water bodies in the state of Florida do contain alligators, and just use caution when swimming in fresh water.
Can you tell us any more from witnesses what they said about the gator? It could disappear after this happened, or?
After the incident, the gator, the boyfriend was able to while maintaining a hold of the victim, the gator did release, and then the gator remained in the area from witness statements. So.
Can you, yesterday the release you guys sent out said that they were in a group of people. Was it just the boyfriend and the victim, or were there other people with them?
Her best friend was also present, 2 witnesses.
So it was 3 of them total?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
That's a big gator, 12 and 13 foot. Is it hard to imagine that they're trying to fight it off, or if it became aggressive, what was the chances of anything? Even if they're the group, they would have probably attacked all 3 of them, do you think?
It's hard to speculate on the exact gator's intentions. They're very territorial this time of year. I don't know how to properly answer that, really. Just being that they're territorial, it doesn't seem outside the question that it was a bite and release kind of incident. So.
Do we have any idea on how long they were in the water before the attack?
We do not. No, just that they were kneeling down in about approximately 3 feet of water when the incident took place.
A bite and release doesn't seem like it was hunting for food then.
Like I said, it's hard to speculate the exact intentions of the gator. Being this time of year, what we know from gator activity, they are highly territorial after mating season.
Is 3 feet of water lower than normal for that area?
The water levels are significantly low due to a statewide drought, so it is lower than normal for that area, yes.
For residents in the area, how long can they anticipate this park being closed as your investigation happens?
We would refer you to the forestry website. Check with the website on any closures and updates on those closures, and that would be the best source to go to.
Not this gator, but another gator, let's just say, if they bite and release, are they searching for food, or are they just seeing what it is?
Territorial behavior, more of a fighting tactic.
That's pretty much all we have for right now. We're going to go ahead and end the conference. If there's any questions I could do afterwards, I'll follow up with you guys. But right now, we're going to wrap it up.
Lieutenant, will you spell your name for me?
It's going to be Grant, G-R-A-N-T, last name Eller, E-L-L-E-R.
Are we able to ask forestry some questions?
I don't think they're answering questions. Their PIO isn't present. So they can provide their PIO's information afterwards, though, if you'd like to reach out to them directly. But I appreciate you guys coming. Thanks for taking your time. And again, if there's anything I can answer for you off camera once we're wrapped up here, I'll meet with you here in the lobby. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the very latest from the Florida Wildlife Commission as they gave an update on the fatal alligator attack that happened yesterday. And this is a social media post from our Fox 35 Orlando team saying that they are investigating a tragic alligator attack at the Bar Street trailhead in the Little Big Econ State Forest, which resulted in the death of a 31-year-old woman on Sunday. So we learned just a little bit more information about what happened. We do understand, according to officials right there, and I'm just going to pull up some scene video that we have right here from where this all happened, is that we do understand that a 31-year-old woman, she was swimming with her boyfriend, her best friend, and some others there at the forest when she was attacked by an alligator. All of this happening at around 1:30 p.m. Eastern time yesterday. She suffered serious injuries and was rushed to the hospital where she died. So we are just learning just a little bit more information right now. What we understand from officials is that investigators have two alligators, and what they're doing is they're testing these now deceased alligators to see if in fact they have captured the one that was involved in this attack. We hear that those two alligators, one was 13 feet long, the other one was 12 feet long. So right now they're just doing some testing. It's a little unclear as to exactly when they will be getting their results. We also do not know the identity of that woman as this investigation is still ongoing, but we were hearing from officials that, one, this is the time of the season where alligators are territorial, and we were hearing from officials that this appears to have been more of an attack because of the territorial nature of the gator. So we hear that, and we also understand, according to officials, that the water levels are significantly lower than they typically are at this time of year in Florida, 3 feet. And that could also have contributed to, all of this resulting in the death of a 31-year-old woman. So we're going to continue to follow this, and of course, we'll bring you any updates as they happen. In the meantime, though, we are going to just step away for a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We do have a live event taking us out to California. And from what we understand, this is an event that has to do with the renaming of a federal building. Let's listen in.
For some brief remarks. Thank you, Senator. I want to thank you and your former colleague, Senator LaFonza Butler, for helping to get this building renamed for one of our great mayors, a mayor that every mayor that has followed has modeled themselves after. Her focus on getting the job done and focusing on managing to results. And there was nothing too small for her as mayor. And as the senator said to me earlier, that she always said when I was mayor, she loved being mayor. She said it was her favorite job. I do hear that constantly from people. So no better place. And Eileen Mariano, who works closely with me in the mayor's office now, is an incredible public servant as well. And there's a through line in the family of public service. So I want to thank Eileen, and it's a great day. And as Eileen said, to have a federal building here in the heart of Civic Center named after our former mayor is a fitting tribute to a great public servant in Dianne Feinstein.
All right, then we'll do a few questions. There, about 5 minutes.
Was this an act? Was this a congressional act to get it renamed? How is it that it came to pass?
Yes, it was done legislatively through Congress about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. And it just sometimes takes time, believe it or not, with the federal government, with the GSA, to go through the motions of making it happen and, of course, installing this beautiful sign.
Can I get your reaction to the Supreme Court decision on mail-in ballots? Were you surprised at all?
Yeah. Well, welcomely surprised. So you take nothing for granted, but a good decision nonetheless. I think the Supreme Court's ruling today was a win for voting rights, and I think a clear message that Donald Trump does not control elections. It's the people who drive our democracy, not this president who has a tendency to overreach. So people who appreciate the vote-by-mail option, it is safe and secure, is very convenient, should rest assured that all eligible votes will continue to be counted.
Can you comment on the 250 years of America?
Yeah, look, this Friday we're going to be celebrating Independence Day for the 250th time in our nation's history. And so it is an opportunity to not just celebrate, but to reflect on the very ideals that our founding fathers had in mind when we established this new country. A lot of the values and institutions really that are being tested at this point in time. The three co-equal branches of government that are supposed to serve as checks and balances. Free and fair elections. People should be able to easily participate in our democracy without fear of intimidation or interference. The peaceful transfer of power. These are all things that we can never take for granted. It's been time and again that our fundamental rights, all the liberties that we've achieved over time, are never permanent. They must be defended by every generation and built upon by every generation. And these trying times for our country, it is this generation's job to make sure that we defend our democratic ideals. So that's what I'll be celebrating this Saturday in Washington, D.C.
Can you comment on some of the other Supreme Court decisions this week that override citizenship?
Now, we haven't heard the decision yet from the Supreme Court, but we are waiting with bated breath. To me, it couldn't be more clear. It is literally written into the Constitution. Anybody born in the United States is a citizen of the United States. Another example of Trump and MAGA Republicans trying to challenge the notion of who gets to be an American, not just who gets to vote or who gets to have their vote counted, but who gets to be an American. And I hope and I pray that the Supreme Court will uphold what's previously been upheld by prior Supreme Courts, the 14th Amendment of the United States.
Mayor Lurie, yesterday Gay Pride really showed what San Francisco is doing, leading the way. What did you think about the spectacular Gay Pride?
I mean, we had glorious weather. We celebrated what makes San Francisco so incredibly special. Our LGBTQ plus community showed up and showed out. I mean, Market Street was packed. We had upwards of 1 million people here in San Francisco celebrating San Francisco for what it is, and that's a beacon around the world for those who want to be who they want to be, love who they want to love. And it was a special day. It was a special month. And one thing I would say is it can't just be a day or a month. It's got to be 365 days a year. We're going to protect people's rights here in San Francisco, our LGBTQ plus community, our immigrant community, and I'm just honored by what we showed off this past month here in San Francisco. I did. I spoke to the state senator a few times, spoke to him again this morning. We cannot tolerate that kind of behavior here in San Francisco. It's unacceptable. It puts a stain on some of the events. But I will say yesterday, again, we had a great Pride March. I saw him yesterday morning at the Alice B. Toklas breakfast. I thought he gave wonderful remarks. I think there are more people that are unified around this issue, but hate and anti-Semitism have no place in our city. And to those few that were responsible for that, I say I condemn them. I condemn those actions. We're seeing far too much of that across this country at this point. But here in San Francisco, I was really proud of how 1 million people showed up. I went down Market Street yesterday, and I heard almost nothing but love and appreciation for the values of our city. So, yep.
Just before we close out, coming back to your question about America 250, as we prepare to celebrate our freedoms this 4th of July, that includes the freedom to be your authentic self, the freedom to love who you love and how you love. Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, so there is the conclusion to the speaking portion of this event. This is the renaming of a federal building for the late mayor of San Francisco, Dianne Feinstein, right there. And we were hearing from lawmakers as they were speaking about that. She also served as a senator from California from 1992 until her death in 2023, but she also served as the 38th mayor of San Francisco. So this is a federal building there in San Francisco that has been officially renamed Dianne Feinstein. We were also hearing from lawmakers talking about the Supreme Court as we are expecting a ruling tomorrow on birthright citizenship. We understand that there will be 4 rulings handed down tomorrow, and we are going to be having coverage of that right here on Live Now from Fox. The decisions are typically handed down between 10 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. So we are going to be awaiting that decision as tomorrow is the final opinion day of the term. We're also keeping a very close eye on the White House. That's a live look there on the lower right-hand side of your screen. Right now, President Trump, he has a packed schedule today, but all of it for now is closed to the press. However, that may change. And so we are going to be keeping a very close eye on all of those live feeds as if he should be speaking to the media. We will bring that to you in its entirety. All right, for now, though, we are going to just step away for a brief moment as we're taking a live look there on the left-hand side of your screen. People lining up for a photo opportunity there outside the federal building, now named for the late Dianne Feinstein. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have another live event that takes us out to Michigan, where officials are talking about a very serious hoarding case, taking them several days to go through. Let's listen in.
Monday, 3 days now when you're putting the sewage. Do you know what I'm saying? It feels
I think that you're speaking to something you don't know and understand. I couldn't send that down there until it was deemed safe by the health department for somebody to even enter.
What do they deem as safe? Do they take like some type of...
I am relying on their advice, and this is what they're saying. That's not my expert level. So, but that's where I'm at, and this is where we are. This is a significant level of personal protection equipment that my staff is wearing, and that's the way we're going to go with it. So I will be sending...
You got here on Monday, the air quality was good enough for staff, or was it just assumed?
It was a hopeful level.
Just hopeful?
And then we were trying to do some more evaluations.
So did you start sort of airing it out prior to what we're seeing right now?
Yes, we started airing this out Thursday. So, and that's or Friday.
Suck the water out of the basement.
It's above my pay grade. I think we're making serious progress here, but even after that, then we have to go back in again. So my staff's still going to be in here. They're going to be in and out. These dedicated ACOs are doing what they can.
How flooded was the basement? Can you give us an idea?
I wasn't down there yet, so I don't know yet.
We'll have a good idea once they get done pumping, and we'll be able to get an exact amount because we have to know how much is going in the tank.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you had like just eyes on it, if you were like, oh, it's at least a foot, or you know, that kind of.
Nope. We're going to get that to you. I'll be putting out another press release to you guys later this afternoon, but I need to get back to my team. So thank you.
You said it was a disaster in there.
That is my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, how would you said, and once again, you said that some of the worst that anyone's ever seen.
Feces, garbage, you name it, that's there. The house is by far uninhabitable. We'll be going through different varieties of legal stages in order to get what we need to do to make it safe for everybody.
Is it possible that this house might even have to be torn down?
I think that that is a likely possibility, but that's also not me. That's a bit above my pay grade. But it would not surprise me at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so we were listening in there live to police as they're talking about this very serious hoarding case there in Michigan. We do understand that there are many feral cats involved. Also, we were hearing issues of flooding. And we were also hearing, and it looks like there might be some additional comments from this gentleman right here. So let's raise the audio back up.
Well, I came out specifically to make sure, because I'm concerned about our people going in, because I don't. It's one thing to try to save the cats, it's another thing to have to pull somebody out and they're not well into the hospital. So I wanted to be here on the scene to see how it's at, and this is a very impressive group of people from the county, from all over. We have people are suiting up right now. You know, we're allowing only to be in for 10 minutes at a time because of the level, right? So they're doing all the. Okay, there we go. No, but they're all doing a great job. This is very humbling for us because it's not any one township or city is going to be able to handle this all by themselves. But we want to make sure we get all the water out, we air it out so we get the people in there were safe, and so they can be in there longer than 10 minutes. So right now, you know, it's a matter of just getting in, setting some traps, coming back out, grabbing whatever we can, and then we're going to be back to check the traps. And so we're hoping these feral cats, they get skittish. You know, they're like wild animals out in the woods. So we're hoping once everything quiets down, then they will come up to get food out of the traps, and then we'll have them, and we'll be able, I think there's probably about 20 traps in there right now. But we may be adding more, because we want to make sure we get them out as quick as possible so we can move to the next stage of taking care of the house so the neighbors don't have to put up with the smell and everything else that goes along with it. So that's where we're at. I'm real happy with the people that are working here, and they're all here all day. And nobody's getting tired to say we're going to go home now. So we'll see how that goes. But I think they're doing a great job. We have a great group of people here, and I'm very proud of all of them.
You've said they really can't stay in there any longer than 10 minutes right now, and that's with a respirator.
That's correct. That's with the correct respirator, and then they have, you know, I'm not an expert on respirators, but they have attachments for different air qualities, and so these are special ones just to handle this kind of a problem. So yeah, it's not
I feel bad for a lot of people on social media. They say, why didn't you just go in and get the cats? My concern is that somebody goes in there and they don't come out. And then we have a different situation. The media will be here because we have people that, with good hearts and good intentions, have stepped into something that either they're not aware of or they don't want to see. So protect the public, protect the people going in there do this, and try to get as many cats as we can, and then clean up that house and get that smell out of here for all the neighbors.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out.
I don't think that house is going to be able to get cleaned up.
You think it probably has to be turned down.
All right, so we were just learning a little bit more information about this hoarding case that has already taken several days to investigate. And we're taking a live look there in Michigan as a lot of people are being part of this investigation. We see animal control, we see police, we see individuals with hazmat suits. And we were hearing from the police chief just saying how hazardous this situation is, which is why there is so many protective gear involved in this. Because of the heat, she also said that people have to take breaks. And so this is taking quite some time. But we also see some of the police tape around what appears to be the house. And we also see animal carriers there in the background. We were hearing from the police chief as she was talking about many, many feral cats also involved. So we do have access to these live cameras thanks to our Fox crews across the country. And we did want to bring this live event to you here on Live Now from Fox. What we're going to do now is we are going to reset. We're going to step away for a break as we continue our coverage on this Monday. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a special programming note to let you know about as we celebrate America 250. We've been sharing with you some of these events leading up to July 4th, and we are continuing to do so. And we're inviting you to join us as we celebrate with America starting July 3rd, running through July 4th. We're going to be sharing with you all of the events, the fireworks, the celebrations right there. And we are going to be around the clock. So no matter what time of day it is or time of night, we are going to be here. We're going to be live, and we are going to be celebrating alongside with you. We are very excited to be part of these live festivities. All right, so we are going to head to West Virginia as Governor Patrick Morrisey is unveiling the schedule for West Virginia's America 250 Capital City celebration, inviting those from West Virginia and visitors from around the region to join 4 days of music, history, family activities, and patriotic events. He's speaking live, or he's speaking right now. Let's go.
And on the outside, even we have a roller rink. We have a lot of really fun things for the family. It's exciting. The entertainment begins immediately on the big wheel stage at 5 o'clock. That's the local Honeys at 5 o'clock, Bob Thompson at 6, and Riley Babst at 7. Then, as darkness falls, I think people are really going to be impressed. We have a Liberty and a Light initiative that's going to transform our state capitol into a spectacular display of West Virginia and American history, and that's going to be a lot of fun. This is like some of the events you may have seen in the Freedom 250 event in D.C. I think it's going to be pretty amazing. We've been watching some of the previews, and I was walking around last night and the night before as they're getting everything set up. I think it's going to be something that the state's never seen before. And it's a great way to kick off these 4 incredible days. On Friday, the celebration is going to be shifted into high gear. We're going to begin with something very special. There'll be a sensory-friendly hour on the America's 250 wheel. Then at 10 o'clock, everything opens back up. The Midway Eats and Treats, the Artisan Market, the Adventure Zone, the History Hub, and the Capitol Tours. They're going to welcome visitors for another full day. Then the music begins at the Big Wheel Stage, noon with Matthew Malinowski. Then it's followed by Hot Jazz of Charleston at 2, Mark Price at 4, and Philip Bowen at 6:30. Then comes one of the biggest nights of our celebration, and we're really excited about this. At 7:30, we're going to have legendary country music group Alabama, and they're going to take the stage, and this is going to be fun. And I want to emphasize this again, because there have always been some trolls that are out there that try to say, hey, why are you doing it when Charleston's doing the regatta? The truth is there's room for both, and we've been coordinating very well with Mayor Goodwin. They have Bow Wow. We have Alabama. I think that actually is going to bring a lot more people into the city. That's the whole goal. So I really want to thank Mayor Goodwin for the collaboration, and we're going to keep trying to collaborate. I know we have shuttles that are going back and forth because we want to do this the right way. This is a great opportunity for the city, but also for the state as well. And so I want to say we appreciate the collaboration from the mayor's office. We also know that people have an opportunity to enjoy the Charleston Light Opera Guild's production of 1776. I was there yesterday, and this is quite well done, and I think people really, really enjoyed it. It's nice to go back through history and hear people in modern America trying to act as if it's 1776, but very entertaining, and if people have a chance, it's definitely enjoyable for all. And then Liberty and Lights returns at 9 o'clock, followed by a fireworks extravaganza at 10. And for those who may have covered our inaugural, people know this is going to be a real awesome fireworks extravaganza. We know this is another area where we've worked collaboratively with the mayor's office, because there'll be fireworks at different parts of the city and along the river. We think this is going to be very well done. Then, and we're obviously focusing on the Charleston piece, I'm going to talk a little bit about the other parts of the state. We start on Independence Day. Once again, Saturday begins 10 o'clock with the Midway Eat and Treats, then the Artisan Market, the Adventure Zone, and the History Hub and the Capitol Tours all go on again. So there's a lot of opportunity, regardless of what day you come, to take in and really enjoy everything that's going on here in Charleston. There's going to be live music on the Big Wheel Stage beginning at noon with Woodbine, followed by 2 Roommates at 2 and Been Fishing at 4. And then We have the West Virginia 249th Army Band performing at 5, and they're really going to set the stage for the evening. We're excited about that. At 6 o'clock, we'll gather on the Riverside Steps for the beginning of the America 250 ceremony. And we think this is going to be very special. We're going to have a very meaningful tribute to our Gold Star families and to our veterans and to our ideals that our state and our country have been advancing over the last many years. You're going to experience patriotic music, the presentation of the colors, a reading from the Declaration of Independence, the winning entry from the Governor's America's 250 Poetry Contest, and special tributes to those who have defended our freedoms. When the ceremony concludes, one of West Virginia's greatest cultural treasures will take the stage. And I'm really excited about this. I think the West Virginia Symphony Orchestra is one of the best symphony orchestras in the country, and I'm glad a lot of people will have yet another chance to hear them. I know that Symphony Sundays are really popular here. I just think that the more people are exposed to this wonderful collection of talent, people are going to really enjoy it. There's a lot going on here in West Virginia and in Charleston.
All right, so we were hearing from West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey as he's talking about celebrating America 250. And I wanted to showcase this absolutely gorgeous live look from our nation's capital. As you can see, the Great American Fair underway with the Washington Monument in the distance. We are going to just be stepping away for a brief break. After that, though, we're going to have a one-on-one conversation with Representative Ashley Hinson as we look ahead to the midterm elections. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. As we continue to look ahead to the midterm elections, our next conversation takes us out to Iowa. And I did want to share this from Fox News Politics, which says this: Trump-backed Representative Ashley Hinson cruises to Iowa's GOP Senate nomination, setting up a high-stakes general election fight that could determine whether Republicans hold their razor-thin 53-47 Senate majority. Hinson defeated former state Senator Jim Carlin to replace retiring Senator Joni Ernst in one of about a dozen midterm races that will decide control of the chamber. She now faces the winner of a bruising Democratic primary between a Paralympian and a progressive state senator. And joining us now is Representative Ashley Hinson. And Representative Hinson, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks, Stephanie. It's great to be with you.
So there has been a lot of discussion about what voters are hoping for when it comes to the midterm elections, and they're going to be voting for the candidates they think that they can bring them just that. What are you hearing from folks there in Iowa in terms of the key issues that they'd like to see addressed?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, Iowans expect you to deliver. So I've been running a campaign that is based on results. My time in the U.S. House of Representatives, I've been able to deliver for Iowa taxpayers, providing them relief, preventing a $4 trillion tax hike, I might add. My opponents on the other side of that issue. I've also delivered for infrastructure investments and for health care and for Iowa's working families and for Iowa agriculture. And so I know that there is more to do there. And as I've traveled through the entire state, hearing from Iowans, I know prices are too high. I'm also a working mom. I have two teenage boys who are out of school for the summer, so I understand what it's like to have your whole fridge go empty after only 2 days of filling it again. I fill my gas tank in my minivan too. I understand how those pressures can pinch a family's budget. So I know there's more to do to get big government out of the way, cut out the waste, fraud, and abuse, continue to try to cut taxes for Iowa families, and continue to prioritize the people who feed and fuel the world, which is our Iowa farmers and our agriculture industry. So that's why I'm stepping up to run for the United States Senate, and I'm excited to continue to get out there and hear from Iowans and earn every vote in this campaign.
As you just mentioned, Iowa is a huge state that's very reliant on agriculture. You were also talking about gas, food prices that have gone up. And we've seen that influenced by the tariffs, by the war in Iran. You know, President Trump has told folks here in America that the pain is temporary. There's a larger goal at hand. But for the folks, and you mentioned, who are in it, who are really just trying to stretch their budget and may not have additional money, what solutions can you promise to voters that you can provide for them?
Yeah. Well, first of all, let me say this. I do hope that we're able to get some more trade deals across the finish line soon, because our Iowa farmers, they've told me as I've traveled the state, they don't want checks, they want trade and markets. And so I think having that market access is absolutely critical. No new trade deals, I might mention, under President Biden, and at least we're trying to move that ball forward here with President Trump. I know things are too expensive. Again, I feel that pain too. So in order to deliver, we tried to provide a little relief from that by passing the Working Families Tax Cut bill. So many people are taking advantage of the child tax credit, the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, reduced tax on Social Security. That's all real relief to help taxpayers. And I do think there's more to do there. And that should be a priority, because life is too dang expensive. And I want to make sure that paychecks go further. But what we don't want to do is return to where things were 4 years ago, where we had anti-American energy president. We had raging inflation, higher than it is now, I might add, and a wide open southern border that was making our communities less safe. My opponent in this race has, when he did actually show up for the legislature, by the way, he missed 70% of votes this year, which I think is an abysmal attendance record for Iowans. But when he was there, he was voting to give benefits to illegal immigrants and allow kids to change their gender at school and not tell the parents. So I think that's radical policy. And again, my focus has been on delivering real relief and real results for Iowans. And so I look forward to getting out and telling that story and earning every vote in Iowa.
You know, getting real results, that's something that a lot of American voters want to hear, but that also means reaching across the aisle. And we've seen this stark divide in Congress. We've also heard a sentiment that the word bipartisan could be a sign of weakness. So, you know, when folks are heading to the polls, you know, are you willing to work across the aisle with Democrats to come up with real solutions that would benefit the American people?
Yes, absolutely. And that is my record, actually. I'm not going to shy away from that. I think we should be embracing places where we can work together. Now, that doesn't mean that if a policy is bad and not right for Iowa, I'm not going to fight it tooth and nail. I'll fight my own leadership. I'll fight Democrats on that. If it's wrong for Iowa, it's wrong. And I will absolutely stand up against that. What I think is important is that I have had pieces of legislation for veterans' mental health, stillbirth prevention signed into law by President Biden. And then I've had policies that have been signed into law by President Trump as well. So when you talk about a record of delivering in a bipartisan way, I think my work here in Washington, D.C. speaks volumes. I've served under in the minority, right? I came in under Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and President Biden, and I still was able to get things done for Iowans. And so that's my job, no matter who has the gavel and no matter who's in the White House. And I look forward to continuing that governing mentality to deliver, again, those real results, because that's what Iowans expect us to do.
You know, as we look ahead to President Trump's agenda, you know, he is continuing to call on Congress to pass the Save America Act. As we take a look at this divide there in Congress with Democrats refusing to sign this into law right now, what do you think? What will it take for this to actually come to fruition?
Yeah, I'm really disappointed because this should be a no-brainer. It should be an absolutely bipartisan policy. It is if you actually ask voters. I can tell you that. This should be like an 80-20 issue across our country. And we're very proud of our election laws in Iowa, where it is, frankly, easy to vote and hard to cheat. And so that should be a model, I think, for the rest of the country. So when I look at the Save America Act or even voter ID laws, it should be something we have in place for our federal elections. You should be able to say you are who you say you are and prove that in order to show up and vote, because it is important that we protect it and that Americans can trust our elections and our process. So while I think states like California need to clean up their election laws, and I think they should have voter ID, I think Iowa should be the model for the rest of the country, again, where it's easy to vote and hard to cheat.
You know, we're taking a look ahead to the midterms, and the Democrats are really trying to seize this opportunity in order to flip some seats. Going into, you know, the general election, what are your thoughts in terms of just how close of a race yours might be?
Yeah. Well, I will say this, that I'll leave the prognosticating up to the prognosticators. The people who I listen to are Iowans, and I can tell you this, that I always run, no matter what race I'm in, like I'm 10 points behind. I won't be outworked, and I know that this race will be very expensive. They're already lying about me on the air to the tune of, I think there's over $30 million in an ad campaign right now against agriculture in Iowa, and I think that's wrong. So I'm going to get out there, and again, when they're lying about me, I'm going to tell the truth about them, and because at the end of the day, what Iowans want, again, is someone who's going to deliver results and who's going to be able to advocate for them and tell their stories. And I think nobody better to do that than a minivan driving mom from Iowa, because with teenage boys, you're well prepared to serve in Congress because you're negotiating with unreasonable people all the time and their hygiene is questionable. And I can tell you that gets you pretty well ready to work in Washington, D.C.
All right. That's something that I have to look forward to. All right. Representative Hinson, I appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
All right. And just one last post from Fox News as Trump endorses Hinson in 2026 to keep the key Senate seat red. We're also keeping a very close eye here on the White House. This is a live look here of the White House. You know, we've been keeping a very close eye on President Trump's public agenda. He has a very busy schedule. Right now, it looks as though he does not have any public meetings or events on his docket today. However, that could change, and we, of course, are monitoring all of these live looks as we are continuing to follow all of this. What we're going to do now is, right before, I did want to share this with you. This is another gorgeous look that we wanted to showcase. This is the Great American State Fair, and you can see folks walking around there with the Ferris wheel and, of course, the Washington Monument there in the background. Right before we were speaking with Representative Hinson, we were hearing from West Virginia Governor Morrisey talking about the events in West Virginia as we look ahead to the July 4th holiday. Let's continue to listen in on that.
Other fronts, but I will say this, West Virginia is always going to enforce our laws. If they're on the books, we don't ignore them. Yeah, there are. I mean, you may recall that at the beginning of the legislative session, we wanted to make sure that we had systems to detect when waters were coming up. We had presented that. I think I mentioned that in the State of the State. That's not something the legislature acted on, and so we are going to look for that again, because I think we want to make sure that people have early warning systems to be able to measure when water is coming up. I think the most important goal when it comes to flooding is try to save lives, and so that was very much focused on that. And I'd be happy to have Annie, if you want to pull the section from the State of the State to show you that's what we had gone forward with. I'm hopeful that's something we could look at next session, and we're happy to share that with you. Hello, how are you? Good. By the way, I saw you had a nice baseball tour.
I did.
Good. I know that we've been working so hard on so many CPS reforms, and we're going to continue. I know in the upcoming months there'll be more announcements and more progress made. I think we are making progress. It's very difficult and so heartbreaking to see what happens in some of these individual circumstances, and it's awful, and we should try to make sure it doesn't happen again. So I know that we've been working. We've been strengthening our Human Services division, and I think that you will very likely in the upcoming month or two start to see, I think, a fairly robust legislative initiative to address some of the issues, and I think to clean up some of the issues that came up last year where sometimes the legislature would act. We have great respect for them, and we like a lot of the people, but things have to be drafted the right way, and we're eager to do that. So I think that there will be a lot of activity. Nothing specific about that case as it works its way through the process, but obviously when I'm able to share, I do share, as you know, but sometimes, at any particular point in time, we have to wait as law enforcement does its work.
So we did want to continue to share some of West Virginia Governor Morrissey's comments as he's unveiling the schedule for the America 250 celebration. We do have another live event that is actually going to take us out to our nation's capital. This is on I believe it's the Senate floor, but that is actually ready to get underway. It looks like what they're doing now is they're just preparing for this. So what we're going to do is we are going to head to another live event. This is going to take us out to Seattle. This is where the governor's speaking about the FIFA World Cup. Let's listen in live to that.
How competitive that process is, and you've got to be a world-class city to prevail through that very competitive process. I think we're one of 11 United States cities, if I recall correctly. But it's clear from those most elite cities that our city and our state are the most world-class of all. Again, not just my opinion. You've seen on social media, people around the world have said as they've come right here to experience what's going on here. It truly is remarkable. Not a surprise for us who live here and know this place, but it's been very rewarding to see people around the world see what we all know and have come to appreciate. Lastly, I have literally traveled the world to see soccer matches. I've twice gone to England to see tours of English Premier League soccer matches. I've been to Barcelona and seen Messi play in Barcelona. So I know my way around soccer fields and atmospheres. I'm not surprised that Seattle is getting this kind of reaction. It literally is world-class in every possible conceivable sense of the word, and it's been a real pleasure for the state to partner with all these truly amazing partners to help make it that reality. Thanks so much. I'm going to turn over now to our wonderful King County Executive, Gurmai Zahilai. Gurmai.
Good morning, everybody. So good to be here with all of you. Thank you, Governor Ferguson, for the introduction. Thank you to our local organizing committee. Thank you to our media professionals for being here, and thank you for your patience. And as we switch locations, this is not a bad second option behind us today. We are over halfway through this tournament, and we wanted to get together and give our community an update. And that update is what the governor said, that things are going exceptionally well. Seattle, King County, Washington State, I would put us up against any other region. This is the #1 fan and stadium experience in the entire nation, and it's been amazing to see what our local organizing community and what our committee and all of our community partners have been able to accomplish. I had the pleasure of enjoying a game myself, the United States versus Australia match a couple of weeks ago, which was amazing, and it's just an indication of what the city of Seattle has been experiencing, which is our streets are buzzing. Hundreds of thousands of fans are coming in at our shores, our bus terminals, our airports, and it's really made the city feel alive. But as King County executive, I've also been seeing the impact of this tournament across the region. Every single corner of King County has been buzzing. I was proud last Friday to enjoy Gather for Goals, which is the largest FIFA-approved watch party in unincorporated King County. It was happening in White Center, and fans were packing the streets. Our businesses were really experiencing the impact of that. I saw youth playing soccer and having fun. It's been just a really amazing thing to see across King County, all of our major cities and our unincorporated areas. And so for me, I want to share with you all that King County as a government has been working really hard to keep our region connected, moving people safely, reliably, and efficiently. And our preliminary stats are very impressive, we wanted to share. During the first 2 matches alone, Metro and Sound Transit recorded more than 1.1 million combined boardings across King County. 1.1 million. Link Light Rail, I know we're going to hear from CEO Dow Constantine very soon, but they welcomed a record 280,000 riders on June 19th, while the West Seattle water taxi carried more than 8,500 passengers, which is another single-day record. Last Wednesday, our Metro buses welcomed nearly 300,000 passengers and more than 288,000 on last Friday. Again, we keep blowing through our records. Those numbers are possible because of the people behind them. I want to thank our Metro bus operators, our rail operators, our water taxi crews, our access drivers, mechanics, dispatchers, customer service employees, and everyone working behind the scenes to keep our transportation network running every single day. As we said when we gathered at a press conference last month, leave your cars at home whenever possible, leave the driving to us. As we have all seen, hosting the World Cup takes an extraordinary amount of preparation, coordination, and partnership. King County employees have spent the past 18 months preparing critical infrastructure, strengthening essential services, and helping ensure we are ready to welcome the world. Employees from more than 30 King County departments have been working alongside our city, our state, our federal and community partners to support emergency operations, law enforcement, coordinating across agencies, and helping deliver safe, welcoming, and successful experiences for residents and visitors alike. I want to just thank again all of the people who have had a role in this. And then as we prepare for the next round of matches, we're ready to keep welcoming the world to Seattle and King County. On July 19th, King County Parks, in partnership with the city of Redmond, will host Meet Me at Miramore Park. Again, another great event happening across the region. It's going to bring thousands of people together to celebrate the final World Cup match in Redmond. Between now and then, I encourage everyone to plan ahead, ride transit, arrive early, explore our neighborhoods, and support the local businesses that are helping make this tournament more memorable. Thank you all so much again. Let's keep enjoying FIFA World Cup, a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Seattle, King County, and Washington State. Thank you.
Mayor's next.
Next up, I want to welcome CEO Dow Constantine.
Well, thank you, Mr. Executive. And has this not been an exciting run so far in Seattle and Central Puget Sound? The eyes of the world have been upon us, and our region really has put its best foot forward. As was mentioned, the Friday, Juneteenth match between the U.S. national team and Australia was a real high watermark for our region and for Sound Transit. We'd already established best-in-the-nation ridership for a light rail system. We'd already been establishing new daily records as people poured into town for the tournament as well as all of the other summer events we have. But on Friday, June 19th, on Juneteenth, We really blew every record out of the water with 280,000 light rail boardings. People used the system all throughout the day and well into the evening. Overall, the entire month of June will set a lot of records for the agency. 5 days above 200,000 boardings since we started the tournament. 229,000 boardings last Wednesday, the 24th, Bosnia versus Qatar. 233,000 boardings last Friday for Egypt and Iran. And we are tracking toward our first ever 5 million boarding month. Our success in moving these historic volumes of riders is not an accident. It is the result of years of planning, of years of preparation, of years of partnership. Mr. Executive, when I had your job, we were putting in our bid for this tournament, and I went and had to promise all the FIFA folks that we would have a world-class transit system capable of moving those hundreds of thousands of people by the time the tournament started. That was not an easy thing, and it was not always certain. But we pushed and pushed over the course of the last year and more to get to Linwood and Federal Way, to get to Redmond, and finally the most difficult light rail expansion ever across the floating bridge. And we pushed to improve our maintenance and reduce those unplanned outages to nearly zero. And with all of that, and with all of our people out there as ambassadors helping folks find their way around, we really have delivered. We've been running peak frequencies all day long from 6 in the morning till 1 in the morning. Our preferred station approach, getting people to go to the station that is the most convenient to get them to their destination, has worked well, and we've deployed the most train cars ever, 174 cars out on the tracks. And none of this would be possible without the dedication of thousands of our Sound Transit staff and our partners. They deserve tremendous thanks, although we know the work is not yet done. What we've seen over the past 2 weeks is testament not only to years of collaborative planning, but also to our focus on increasing our system's resilience. And that focus is ongoing. So in closing, I just encourage everyone using the system to keep doing what you're doing. Build in extra time, use the preferred stations on match days, continue to enjoy the moment, and be a good transit rider. And these folks from around here and folks from around the world are doing a great job of keeping the system clean, being polite, making sure that everybody is getting to where they need to be safely. So thank you to the local organizing committee for having us here today. The success of our growing regional transit system really should be a point of pride for us all, and it is an absolute pleasure for us to be able to share it with the world. And it's now my honor to introduce the president of the Seattle Port Commission, Ryan Calkins.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. And I can certainly attest to the value of light rail and Sound Transit. Just yesterday, my daughter and I were able to take advantage of those 4-minute headways coming through Capitol Hill. And there was a packed train. It took us down to the Pride Parade yesterday, where there was tens of thousands of folks enjoying our city as well. I'm thrilled to be here today to share the experience that we've had at the Port of Seattle, celebrating our city and region on this world stage. We are well into the busy summer season at SEA. We've got schools letting out, travel is picking up for folks from around the region, and an influx of World Cup travelers have meant that just in the first 2 weeks of the World Cup tournament, we've seen 3 of our 10 busiest days in SEA history. We have also seen nearly a 3% bump through SEA, and our preparation is truly paying off. If you've traveled recently, you'll know our security gateways have been open and easy to.
So we were just listening there to officials out of the state of Washington as they're talking about the continuing games there with the World Cup as we continue our coverage right here. What we're going to do is we are going to step away for a brief moment, but after that, we are going to continue our extended coverage after the deadly earthquakes in Venezuela. This also comes as there was a devastating aftershock that also jolted Venezuela earlier today. We're going to be speaking with a State Department Deputy Spokesperson Mignon Houston, talking about the ongoing efforts by the Trump administration as well as the State Department to support those who have been impacted. That conversation coming up in just a moment. We'll be right back. continue to follow the rescue and recovery efforts after the deadly earthquakes that struck Venezuela. And this is a live look right there on the ground, as you can see the heavy machinery right there as crews are continuing to sort through the rubble. This also comes as a strong aftershock jolted Venezuela earlier this morning following last week's devastating back-to-back earthquakes, as civilians and emergency responders are continuing to comb through that debris. This is now day 5 after those earthquakes, and there continues to be support and resources to those impacted. So far, the government there in Venezuela has reported more than 1,400 people have died from the quakes, and thousands more have been reported missing. The Trump administration has tasked the State Department to lead the response by the United States. And just a short time ago, the State Department issued this statement right here, stating, based on the urgent needs identified by U.S. first responders on the ground, the United States has increased its financial commitment to this life-saving response to more than $300 million. On top of previously announced humanitarian funding, the department has committed an additional $50 million in funding for critical partner organization operations. This brings total funding for partner organizations to $200 million, including $100 million in bilateral funding and $100 million in support through the country's pooled fund. So important information right there. And to speak more about this response, I do want to bring in State Department Deputy Spokesperson Mignon Houston to our show. And Deputy, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
So some really important updates right there that the State Department just issued, talking about the ongoing efforts. And it also spoke towards the multi-agency coordination and the partnership between different countries. Can you share more about this ongoing coordinated effort?
Well, look, this has been an unprecedented response from the United States government. It really has truly been a whole of government approach. Here at the Department of State, we started with search and rescue. We mobilized a highly elite team, a disaster assistance response team that consisted of 4 teams from Los Angeles, California, Fairfax, Virginia, 2 teams in Miami, highly skilled and trained in urban search and rescue. They were on the ground. These are firefighters. These are physicians, engineers, a K-9 team. And what they were there to do is save lives, particularly those who were buried in the rubble. We saw over the weekend babies being pulled out, fathers, sons being pulled out with first responders and their U.S. flags on their arm. It was heartwarming to see the hope that people are still being saved, but it's because of the heroic efforts of the men and women here across the United States, and we're so grateful for what they're doing on the ground. As you mentioned, we have mobilized $300 million. That money is so critical. It is going to vetted, trusted organizations on the ground, understanding the local context, getting those critical supplies in areas that are hardest hit, making sure we're getting those resources where they need to go. But most importantly, what we're seeing is this whole of government approach. The Department of War, the Department of State, Southcom, we had an airport that was badly damaged. We could not get our supplies in, but the U.S. stepped up. That airport is now operational. We have delivered tons of goods. 24 C-17 airplanes have landed, bringing in goods, and we're helping countries around the world get their goods in. So it's really just an unprecedented effort by the U.S. government. We're so happy to be there with our neighbors in the region.
A very complex and highly coordinated effort. And I do want to ask, you were talking about the damage to the airport, and that did pose a challenge as there are boots on the ground and continuing efforts and resources pouring in to help those impacted. What is the biggest challenge, or what are some of the biggest challenges that you're seeing right there on the ground as those rescue and recovery efforts continue?
Well, this is a great question. Immediately, our #1 priority was search and rescue, was getting those highly skilled and trained urban search and rescue teams on the ground so that they could save lives right away. The next step was making sure that airport was functional, was operational, so that we could bring in these airplanes, these large C-17s with the critical supplies. We know the needs right now, particularly for the survivors, our sanitation, our food, water, medical supplies. We know this recovery effort will take time, but getting that airport operational, understanding that the U.S. stepped up in a mighty way to coordinate with countries around the world. We're working not only just on air and ground support, but also over the sea. We have USS Fort Lauderdale providing significant tons of materials by sea as well. And so the U.S. government, this whole of government approach has been incredible. We haven't seen anything like it. And we're just so proud of the efforts under the leadership of this administration, Secretary Rubio, and making sure we are standing with our neighbors in the region. They feel us there. We're on the ground, and we're not going to leave until it's time.
And you were mentioning there's such a human aspect. Thousands of people remain missing. And we've heard some of these incredibly miraculous stories of babies being found alive in the rubble. We're taking a live look here from Venezuela as those rescue and recovery efforts continue. There's such a challenge as time is so critical. So for folks here in the United States who may not be able to go over there, how can people provide support?
Well, look, Americans across the United States, their hearts right now, their hearts are with the people of Venezuela. We know this. The Secretary has ensured that we have a page on our website that explains how Americans can donate. We are encouraging Americans to give financial donations to trusted organizations. We have several listed on our website, and that is on travel.state.gov. It's important to give financial donations when you can because it allows organizations on the ground to be able to make the decisions on the necessary critical supplies that are needed and get those supplies to the best locations. You know, right now, when everyone wants to donate, everyone wants to provide assistance, we really are working together. We are coordinating these efforts in South Florida. We have groups. Walmart is collecting donations. There's a global empowerment mission. They are also collecting and delivering donations. And so the U.S. government is leveraging the full strength of the private sector to make sure we are working in lockstep to support the people in Venezuela right now.
And we just wanted to direct our viewers. We have that website there on our screen, travel.state.gov. You can go right there and learn more about how you can help support those impacted. Before we let you go, Mignon, any final thoughts that you would want to let our viewers know as we are continuing to cover this story out of Venezuela?
Well, look, we know there are Americans in Venezuela. We have been fielding hundreds of calls right now. Those calls are coming from Americans who are in need of help. Because of this administration, we have a footprint in Venezuela. Our embassy is operational, supporting. We have a 24/7 task force here. We are answering the call. If you call us from Venezuela as an American, we're going to answer you. We're going to make sure we can get you the information that you need. And for American citizens across the United States, if you happen to have Americans in Venezuela that are missing, that you are aware of, and you want to ask questions, that number is available on travel.state.gov as well. Reach out to us. The U.S. government stands with the people of Venezuela. We want to hear from you.
All right. Well, Mignon Houston with the State Department, we appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having me.
All right. And that website that you can go to, once again, is travel.state.gov. This is also from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as he also shared a statement as the support continues to come in from the United States, saying the United States extends our deepest condolences to the people of Venezuela following the devastating earthquakes. Our hearts are with all those who have lost loved ones, those injured, and the courageous rescue workers working tirelessly in the aftermath. America stands with the Venezuelan people during this difficult time. And at the direction of President Trump, the State Department is immediately deploying search and rescue teams, medical resources, and humanitarian assistance to Venezuela. Another live look as these rescue and recovery efforts continue. And as we were just hearing, if you have a loved one or if you know of someone who has been impacted, all you have to do is go to travel.state.gov and they will provide you assistance right there. What we are going to do is we're just going to step away for a brief moment as we continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Earlier, we were dipping in live to an event where Washington officials are talking about the FIFA World Cup, and they are continuing to do so. So we're going to head over there and listen in.
In support of what we've all wanted, which for this destination to continue to thrive. We have been incredibly fortunate to have the local organizing committee be what has truly been the tournament's best of all 16 cities. I get to introduce Peter Tomazawa, leading the way, the CEO of our local host committee.
She's not wrong. We are the best, and we've done an amazing job. I am the CEO of the Seattle Local Organizing Committee, and I've been relegated to do what you all are really here to hear about and see is our psychic animal, mystic animal pick for the winner of the next match. I think we're going to get set up for that. But while we're getting set up for that, I do want to thank everybody up here. It truly takes a village to get something like this going, and as has been mentioned, we have literally exceeded every expectation that we had set for ourselves. And I will tell you, my expectation for this tournament was as high as possibly can be, and we've blown the doors off of every element of this. And as well, we got a little flag situation going here, but we will have what is the name of the dog, please? Molly. Molly is going to come over, and Molly is the dog from the Seattle Animal Shelter. The Seattle Animal Shelter are just some really incredible, awesome people that have provided animals. We had Alfie the rabbit, is that correct? Alfie the rabbit on the first match, Belgium, Egypt. We had Junior the dog, and I did a faux pas the last time we did this. We had Junior the dog for Australia. The Australia-USA game, and we had a three-legged cat to predict one of our matches.
All right, so we're listening in there to Washington officials talking about the FIFA World Cup. And speaking of the World Cup happening right now in San Francisco, we're hearing about a briefing on continuing safety measures amid the World Cup, but also looking ahead to the July 4th holiday weekend. We're going to transition to this live event.
And those shuttles that we talked about.
We'll have street closure maps for folks too later. If I didn't
Fireworks.
Sure. Good morning, Dean Crispin, Fire Chief. Fireworks are illegal, and we will be working closely with San Francisco Police Department to enforce the use of illegal fireworks. As Chief Liu mentioned, it's not just the fires, but it's also the injuries that are ensued upon people who set them off and others who may be in the area. So we really encourage people, please do not use illegal fireworks. Keeping that in mind, we do set up task forces for the 4th of July. We'll have one near the Bernal Hill in the Mission and the Bayview, and we also staff up our mini pumpers. We have one right behind you at Station 51 that will be in service and able to extinguish any fires in a wildland urban interface area.
Okay, we got that stuff. Mayor, do you mind sharing your thoughts, or your reaction rather, on the recent passing of the longtime San Francisco firefighter Ken Jones? You spoke at his rally back in January. You talked about the importance of standing behind firefighters. Despite your comments, despite the public outcry, Blue Shield never wavered in its decision to continue to deny part of this cancer treatment. What should people take away from that?
I had the honor of standing with Local 798 and firefighters from across the city and the region in support of our fallen firefighter. And, we pushed. We're working at the state level also with 798 to try to improve that. Our firefighters put themselves at risk every single day, and as a city, we should always have their backs. Obviously, we're talking about a private health insurer here, but we're going to continue to keep up the pressure on those folks. And
Just largely speaking, then, do you have concerns that Blue Shield continues to provide insurance coverage for tens of thousands of city employees and retirees?
Yeah, listen, we've made calls, we've talked to them, and we're going to continue to keep the pressure up. Of course, I have concerns, but I'd rather address those directly with the healthcare provider.
Okay,
thank you. Appreciate it all. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, so it looks like we caught the tail end of this event in San Francisco, but we were hearing from the mayor, we were hearing from the police chief as they were talking about celebrations with the World Cup and America 250. We heard from the police chief that fireworks in that area, they are illegal, so they are urging everyone just to enjoy, but of course be safe while doing so. So what we're going to do is, as we were right before this event, we were in another live event taking us out to Washington as they were talking about the FIFA World Cup. We're going to just dip into that as we continue our coverage on this Monday here on Live Now from Fox.
And that's what's happened so far. So regardless of what happens going forward, this is a success, regardless of that, because of what we've seen. The energy in our city is so exciting, and that's because we focused on the community. That was our number one focus. I was just telling Governor Ferguson that, you know, what was different about what we did in Seattle versus any other host city was I always figured that the matches would take care of themselves. That's why our number one priority was making this an event for the people, an event for our community, and I think our visitors are feeling that energy. And that's exactly by design. And so thank you, everyone, for coming. Sorry, Belgium, but we are going to do, I guess, a picture now with everybody, and we'll go from there. But thank you for the BBC, for all you've done to get the psychic animals on there. I guess now my kids are like, Dad, you're actually on YouTube. Holy smokes. Yeah, I'm the animal guy. So anyways, thank you all for coming, and enjoy the rest of the day. Where do you want us?
Yeah, I'm going to move this out of the way.
Okay.
And then can I get you guys together, please?
Do you want us to move
Behind
this?
or in front?
Let's go behind.
All right, so it also looks like we caught the tail end of this live event as it looks like they're transitioning to a photo op right there. But we were hearing from Washington officials as they're giving an update on the FIFA World Cup. We are continuing to keep a very close eye on all of our live events on this Monday, and we are going to just step away for a brief moment. After that, we're going to head live to Capitol Hill, where the House is back in session. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Our next live event takes us to Capitol Hill, where the House is back in session. Lawmakers debating a number of issues. Let's listen in.
U.S. workers received unemployment benefits. As a result, states issued billions in unemployment benefits, some of it on prepaid debit cards through contracts with banks. These benefits were meant to help families afford their basic needs during the lockdown. These benefits kept more than 5 million people out of poverty as they faced the threat of mortgage defaults, utility shutoffs, and hunger. Unfortunately, while people were isolated and overwhelmed and desperate for reliable information, criminals and fraudsters exploited those vulnerabilities and attacked unsuspecting Americans. In fact, domestic and international cybercrime rings weaponized stolen identities. That is, they stole people's identities. And they used loopholes to actually apply for unemployment insurance using the fake identities that they had stolen. And they applied for this federal pandemic aid. Right now, as I speak to you, some of this stolen money is still sitting untouched in debit cards. Even worse, investigators estimate that the majority of fraudulent debit cards as a result of identity theft, and that many of the victims have no idea that they were even targeted. These are working families and senior citizens. Cyber criminals have figured out how to take complete advantage of our system. They wait to withdraw the funds from these debit cards until, and this is the important thing, they wait until the statute of limitations expires on each case, and therefore avoid the legal consequences for stealing. According to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, in 2021, banks experienced $212 billion in suspicious activity related to identity. That number increased to $394 billion in transactions in 2023. The statute of limitations for prosecuting many of these pandemic crimes is 5 years, meaning that consequences began expiring for some of these criminals in March of 2025. This has already resulted in the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds. So we have to act now before we lose these millions of dollars. Congress has to be united in going after fraud and protecting Americans from illegal scams and identity theft. We have an opportunity to take that action today by supporting H.R. 8873, Recover COVID Unemployment Fraud in Banks Act. This bill would extend the statute of limitations for the remaining cases where it hasn't already expired and create a task force to support recovery of those funds identified by the Inspector General that can be recovered cost-effectively without diverting time or money from future fraud prevention. Every time a debit card that was issued using stolen identity is detected, in addition to recovering the money, this bill ensures that the victim of the theft is notified and provided with resources. This is critically important because if the criminal has used a victim's identity to apply for pandemic unemployment insurance, chances are that that criminal is going to use that stolen identity to commit other crimes as well. By extending the statute of limitations, this bill would allow the Office of the Inspector General to complete at least 300 current investigations into large-scale unemployment insurance fraud and potentially recover those funds for the taxpayer. By supporting this bill, Congress can help states focus their energy on the most cost-effective prevention and recovery efforts. Money recovered by the states will help ensure that state unemployment insurance systems are able to prevent fraud and pay earned benefits on time and accurately to unemployed Americans in the future. This is especially important right now. Gas prices are too high. Grocery prices are too high. Healthcare prices are too high. And too many Americans live in fear of losing their job and being unable to afford their family's basic needs. We have a responsibility to eradicate fraud, hold fraudsters accountable, and keep Americans and their identities safe from harm online. I'd like to once again thank Representative Van Dyne for sponsoring this common sense bill, and I urge all members of the committee to support this legislation. And thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is now recognized.
Thank you. I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8873, the Recover COVID Unemployment Fraud in Banks Act, which I was proud to introduce with my bipartisan partner, Representative Swazi of New York. This common sense legislation creates a federal task force to work with states to recover unspent federal pandemic unemployment funds that remain frozen in financial institutions and return those taxpayer dollars to the U.S. Treasury. But Congress must act quickly. Last December, the Department of Labor's Office of Inspector General issued 2 fraud alerts, identifying nearly $1 billion in unspent federal employment funds frozen by banks because of suspected fraud. Those funds now are sitting on millions of prepaid debit cards that states used to distribute supplemental unemployment benefits during the pandemic. But more than 6 years later, many of these accounts have simply been forgotten. So they remain unreconciled by state workforce agencies, and in many cases have even been transferred to state unclaimed property divisions, making recovery even that much more difficult. Without congressional action, hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars could be lost permanently. So the Ways and Means Committee has made combating pandemic unemployment fraud a top priority. Earlier this year, the Work and Welfare Subcommittee held a hearing that examined the scope of this problem and the consequences of failing to act. During that hearing, the Department of Labor Inspector General testified that the fraud alerts covered prepaid debit card accounts across 21 states, and that more than $200 million in suspected fraudulent funds had already been transferred into state unclaimed property programs. H.R. 8873 addresses this problem by establishing a federal task force led by a national recovery coordinator to partner with states in identifying, recovering, and returning those federal unemployment dollars to taxpayers. The bill also extends the statute of limitations for prosecuting pandemic unemployment from fraud from 5 years to 10 years. And this provision mirrors H.R. 1156, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act, which passed the House last year with bipartisan support. Federal investigators are still actively pursuing hundreds of pandemic fraud cases. Since October 2025 alone, the Department of Labor Inspector General has brought 59 criminal matters to prosecution, resulting in charges across 131 individuals and more than $16 million in recoveries. Extending the statute of limitations ensures that prosecutors have the time that they need to hold fraudsters accountable. This legislation has earned bipartisan support from the National Association of State Workforce Agencies, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and Strategic Services on Unemployment and Workers' Compensation. Every dollar stolen through fraud is a dollar that cannot serve hardworking Americans or reduce our nation's debt. It's not too late to recover these taxpayer funds, and it's not too late to hold criminals accountable. H.R. 8873 gives us the tools to do both. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. H.R. 8873, the Recover COVID Unemployment Fraud in Banks Act, is a common-sense bill that helps eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, recovers stolen taxpayer dollars, and protects some of our most vulnerable citizens, including older Americans. At a time when too many families face the uncertainty of unemployment, high gas and grocery prices, and seniors are forced to choose between food, rent, and health care, we can't allow fraudsters to get away with stealing funds meant to help hardworking families. We have a responsibility to root out fraud, hold bad actors accountable, and protect Americans and their identities from being exploited ever again. I again want to thank my colleague, Representative Van Dyne, for working in a bipartisan collaborative fashion on this common sense legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm glad the Ways and Means Committee was able to come together in bipartisan unity and bring this important piece of legislation to the floor. The American people expect Congress to root out the fraud and the critical social safety net so many rely on, including unemployment insurance. To date, only $6 billion of stolen UI benefits have been recovered. It's shameful that these benefits were stolen from vulnerable Americans in the first place. It will be equally shameful if Congress doesn't pass the bipartisan bill and recover the fraudulent unemployment benefits we know are sitting in banks and prosecute more fraudsters. I want to thank all my colleagues, but especially the leaders of this bill, Representatives Van Dyne and Swazi, for their leadership in fighting fraud. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8873 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5347, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5347, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to ensure the availability of appropriate collection types for quality reporting under the Medicare Shared Savings Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you.
So we're listening there live to the House floor as House lawmakers are debating a number of bills right there. We are just going to step away for our final break of the hour, heading right back to Capitol Hill. We'll be right back. We're going to head right back to Capitol Hill, where happening right now, the House is in session and lawmakers are debating.
Has yet to lighten the load for many medical providers. This bipartisan bill provides stability for quality measure reporting and flexibility for smaller provider practices. It also establishes a pilot program for digital reporting to determine best practices. This policy is particularly helpful for over 12,000 small, rural, or independent providers who are committed to lowering cost and improving patient outcomes, but often lack the sophisticated software needed to comply with a digital reporting regime. Medical providers should not waste precious resources and man-hours on reporting data to Washington bureaucrats when the need for patient care is so great. This bill ensures that ACOs can put quality patient care First, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Again, I rise in support of H.R. 5347, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, which was introduced by two of my good friends, Vern Buchanan from Florida and Congressman Panetta from California. This is a common sense bipartisan bill to improve care for Medicare patients while reducing burdens on health care providers. The bill does this by expanding quality reporting options for accountable care organizations. These organizations, accountable care organizations, are groups of doctors, hospitals, and other healthcare professionals that work together with the aim of providing better care to patients on Medicare. They do this by coordinating their efforts and sharing information with one another rather than working separately. These organizations were created under the Affordable Care Act to improve health care quality and to lower costs. When an accountable care organization is able to improve care and reduce costs, they get to share in the savings generated. The legislation would provide for a wider variety of quality measure reporting methods to be used in Medicare through the year 2029. It also creates a digital quality measure pilot program to ensure any transition to digital quality measures continues to assess care quality and reduce burdens for providers. The Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act is supported by the National Association of Accountable Care Organizations, America's Physician Groups, Epic Systems, Oracle Health, Accountable for Health, and the Healthcare Information and Management Systems Society. Doctors in my district tell me, like many of my colleagues all the time, that they want to spend more time caring for their patients and less time with paperwork and medical record systems. Today's physicians are bogged down in insurance paperwork and are severely underpaid because Medicare reimbursement rates have not kept up with the rate of inflation. Physicians work incredibly hard every day to care for us, our loved ones, and our communities, and they deserve to be supported so they can continue to provide quality care for patients across the country. This bill is a step towards ensuring that physicians have the support they need to provide the best care possible for their patients. The Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act received unanimous support from the members of the House Ways and Means Committee, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill on the floor today. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Florida, the Vice Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Buchanan.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our Chairman Smith for his incredible leadership over the years. I rise in strong support of my bill, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, which helps minimize burdens on value-based care organizations. We must move away from fee-for-service. As someone that's been in business for a long time, the incentives are wrong. That's part of the problem. The more you do, the more you make. The sicker you are, the more you make. And I just don't like that. Not to say doctors take advantage of it, but it's just the incentives are wrong, and we need to fix that. That's why I'm a strong supporter of accountable care organizations. Americans deserve better, and the focus needs to be on quality of care, not quantity. As our health system continues shifting towards value-based care, we need to do everything we can to make health care more supportive, especially in ACOs. ACOs and the Medicare share portion of it in terms of the program, they save annually about $2 billion annually. My bill ensures a smooth transition to digital reporting to physicians, can focus more focused on their patients themselves. I want to thank Mr. Panetta for his bipartisan leadership and helping me working together on this. And I want to thank Leaders Solis and the Whip for letting me bring this to the floor today. I urge my colleagues to support Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman from Missouri, the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time. H.R. 5347, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, It is a common-sense, bipartisan bill to provide more flexibility when accountable care organizations report on the care they provide to their patients. This bill ensures that the CMS provides a smooth transition as it improves these reporting requirements, thereby reducing confusion and administrative burdens for physicians who are with us at the most vulnerable times in our lives. While Congress continues to work on other legislation to address physician payment issues and more, I urge my colleagues to support this bill that Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Panetta have worked on together in a bipartisan fashion, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. This bill before us today was approved with total support by Ways and Means Republicans and Democrats. The purpose of value-based care is to implement solutions to some of this nation's most pressing health challenges, including the high cost of care. Digital reporting of quality measures holds the promise of relieving the administrative cost associated with accountable care organizations. However, that potential does not do doctors, patients, or taxpayers any good when the rules and timeline for digital reporting of quality measures are uncertain. Ultimately, this bill keeps medical providers at accountable care organizations focused on providing better health care at a lower cost that eliminates the potential distraction of complying with new digital reporting requirements that are yet to be finalized. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5347 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 629, an act to amend the Agricultural Credit Act of 1978 to remove barriers to agricultural producers and accessing funds to carry out emergency measures under the Emergency Conservation Program and for other purposes.
All right, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, so we're taking a live look there on the House floor where we were hearing from lawmakers debating on a number of issues. It does look like they are in between speakers as we're hearing no one speaking there. It's pretty much silence there on the House floor. I'm just going to hang on this just for a little longer to see whether there might be additional debate or possibly whether this might be a conclusion there on the House floor in Capitol Hill. So we're just going to stay on this with this live look right here. Also wanting to draw your attention to the upper right-hand side of your screen. That is the White House. So far, President Trump does not have any public events scheduled for today. All of them are closed to the media. Should that change, we will bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. And then also looking ahead, which is something that we always do, tomorrow, this is going to be an incredibly big day for the Supreme Court as they will hand down their final rulings for the term. Tomorrow, we are expecting to hear about the ruling on birthright citizenship, among others. In total, we are anticipating 4 decisions to be handed down. So we are going to be having extended coverage here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be speaking with attorneys as we do look towards
Gentleman from Nebraska
rulings.
seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7128 as amended.
Report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7128, a bill to extend the terrorism risk insurance program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I am including in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to start today by thanking Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, and my co-lead on this bill, Congressman Andrew Garbarino. All of us have worked together on legislative texts that would reauthorize the Terrorism Risk Insurance Program while also making changes that will protect taxpayers. This legislation would reauthorize TRIA, the program established by Congress in the aftermath of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks through 2034. We are so fortunate that we have never seen a TRIA claim in the program's entire history, and I hope that we never ever see one. However, if this program is going to continue to exist with a public backstop, we should ensure we update its charter to protect taxpayers in the event of future claims, and we should work to ensure the certification process is transparent. Allow me to briefly walk through the changes this bill makes to TRIA. Number one, this legislation increases the amount of losses that must result from an event for it to be eligible for review by the Department of Treasury as a terrorism risk insurance event. The current statutory threshold is $5 million, and this bill would increase that to $10 million for events in 2029 and later. That change will keep this threshold in line with inflation, and it will put in place appropriate protections for taxpayers from future claims. This legislation also provides a couple new deadlines or shot clocks, as you may have them, for the Department of Treasury to certify whether an event is an act of terror. That process would work as follows. First, Treasury would publish its intent to examine a potential event more closely in the Federal Register. They must publish this notice within 30 days of initiating their review of an event. Then, 90 days after publishing that notice in the Federal Register, Treasury would need to come to a decision about whether that event qualifies as an act of terror. If Treasury needs more time, they could extend that deadline up to a year after the original event occurred. Because the program, again, thankfully, has never been tested, we don't have much of a case study in how Treasury's review process would work today. What we do know is that markets tend not to react well to uncertainty. With no active deadlines for review, the current process leaves a lot of room for ambiguity and uncertainty. We want to ensure that if, God forbid, we are in the position of reacting to a potential terrorist attack with the Treasury review, there is sufficient structure to the process to provide insureds and insurers with the information they need on when to expect Treasury's review to conclude. With these changes, there will be transparency for everyone in the market regarding when Treasury is undertaking a review of specific events and when they can expect a final decision on whether an event is covered by TRIA. I am so pleased to have bipartisan support for this common sense reauthorization of the Terrorism Risk Insurance Program. Mr. Speaker, I am now offering 7 letters of support for the record on behalf of this bill.
Without objection.
I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Nebraska reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
All right, so we're continuing to listen in there live to the House floor. We were just hearing from Representative Mike Flood, a Republican from Nebraska, as he was delivering marks there on the floor. Meantime, we are just going to step away for a brief moment, but before we do so, I did want to share this beautiful look here from Washington, D.C. This is of the Great American Fair. This is part of the America 250 celebrations and a beautiful vantage point as we see the Washington Monument right there in the distance. And we do have a special programming note to let you know about that we here at Live Now from Fox, we are going to be celebrating with America 250. So our celebration with all of the live fireworks displays and celebrations from across the country, we're going to kick that off on July 3rd. And throughout the night, throughout the early morning hours into July 4th. So we are going to be 24/7, no matter where you are or what time you're going to be watching. We have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we are going to step away for that break. Much more to come. We appreciate you staying with us here on Live Now from Fox, and we continue to showcase live events on this Monday. I am going to head back to Capitol Hill, where House lawmakers are continuing to debate.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me thank Chairman Flood and Ranking Member Cleaver of the subcommittee, and certainly our full committee Ranking Member Mrs. Waters, for their work with the majority to craft this extension of the Terror Risk Insurance Act, H.R. 7128. The reauthorization of this program is important, and I want to thank, on a bipartisan basis, those who've worked to bring it to fruition. Every member of this body, Mr. Speaker, including you, my friend, knows where they were on September 11th, 2001. That day changed everything, including how America thought about risk. Before those attacks, the private insurance market handled terrorism risk like any other. After 9/11, no insurer could price it or absorb it alone. Congress subsequently created TRIA in 2002. The purpose of TRIA is spelled out in the original law. Section 101B states that TRIA is designed to provide for a transparent system of shared public and private compensation for insured losses resulting from acts of terrorism in order to protect consumers. That's the goal here, to give policyholders access to the financial protection they need and confidence they need to build skyscrapers, sports venues, and malls, and employ workers that drive our economy. Each reauthorization is an opportunity to look at what's working and what's not, what adjustments are needed to keep delivering market certainty and stability. As time has passed, quirks in TRIA have appeared that make it harder for those policyholders to get their claims paid quickly and fully, and left insurers adrift in the lurch of a clunky will they, won't they certification process. Mr. Flood's bill today proposes a modest set of improvements that will add clarity to the certification process and makes it easier for insurers to pay their claims in a timely manner and more easily for policyholders to recover financially when they need those payments the most. Throughout this process, we've sought feedback from members on both sides of the aisle and others as we've moved to get out in front of this program's scheduled expiration in December 2027, so that everyone would have an opportunity to review and debate the modest improvements contained in this measure. The reality is that terrorism is now, unfortunately, a permanent fixture of American life. Whether you're in Los Angeles, the Big Apple, or Little Rock, this risk does not respect geography, and it does not go away. I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Flood's bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to enter into a colloquy with the chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was appalled by reports that a FEMA employee used their authority entrusted by the United States to determine access to federal aid based on a political yard sign. Whether we're talking about FEMA or the Terrorism Risk Insurance Act, this type of action violates the mission of federal programs that Congress designs to work for all Americans. Likewise, H.R. 7128 is also designed to avoid anything like that from happening in the future with regard to the Terrorism Risk Insurance Program. Congress passed TRIA shortly after the horrific September 11th terrorist attack in an effort to ensure all businesses, not just some, could access terrorism insurance coverage. Since then, we have repeatedly reauthorized the Act to provide certainty to all American businesses and the insurance market. However, a capricious use of TRIA would undermine the certainty, and for that reason, some of the changes we made to the Act would ensure that certainty is a part of what both sides believe to be necessary. Mr. Chairman, I know you agree with me on this matter, and I value your thoughts as well.
Is the gentleman yielding?
I yield to the chairman.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding, and I agree with his assessment. It's true that TRIA was designed to create certainty, not doubt, for our businesses, indeed our economy at large, after something unthinkable takes place. It requires insurance companies to make standalone terrorism coverage available to their clients who can choose to purchase it or not, in addition to their traditional business insurance coverage. That was the system we devised more than 2 decades ago to provide continuity after a large-scale terrorism event, as well as to provide businesses for the fastest path to economic recovery. It simply would not work within the spirit of the law or the confines of this reauthorization to pursue pathways that interrupted that system and flow of that important post-event recovery capital. So I'm very pleased, as my friend from Missouri knows, that Ranking Member Waters and I have worked to include some small but important reforms to the post-event process to make sure that policyholders can get their claims paid more fully and quickly the way that TRIA intended. Simply put, TRIA should always be about putting affected policyholders first, and that is represented in the bill text that we're voting on today. I thank the gentleman from Missouri for yielding, and I yield back to him.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
I have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker, and I yield to the gentleman from Missouri.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
TRIA exists because the private market left alone will not provide adequate terrorism risk insurance for businesses, universities, and policyholders. The losses are too large and too unpredictable for private insurers to price or absorb alone. We learned this after September 11th, when coverage all but vanished and commercial reconstruction stalled in New York City. Congress stepped in with a federal backstop, and for over 2 decades, TRIA has kept the market functioning. H.R. 7128 reauthorizes that federal reinsurance program for 7 years, extending certainty to small businesses, hospitals, universities, and not-for-profits that rely on it. This is a bipartisan piece of legislation, and with TRIA set to expire at the end of 2027, passing this bill now by reauthorizing it through 2034 with sensible, targeted updates is both timely and necessary. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to echo agreement with Ranking Member Cleaver's words today, as well as the chairman of our subcommittee, Mike Flood, and his hard work on both sides of the aisle to bring forward this 7-year reauthorization of this critically important program well in advance of its expiration. What I love about this is the work of the majority and the minority working together for the benefit of the American economy are getting this done, Mr. Speaker, well in advance of any loss or gap in coverage. And we know it's important. We treasure the fact that we're in the semi-quincentennial year of our country's life, 250 years after the Declaration of Independence. But everybody in the back of their mind on this House floor in the coming weeks will be thinking about another anniversary, one that we're not celebrating with fireworks or bands or parades, and that's sadly the 25th anniversary of the terror attacks on Washington, New York, and our country at large. And it makes us sad, and we reflect on those who we lost, the claims that we're still paying, the families that are still mourning. And this bill is an important reminder that we have an obligation to our country to do things right, to be thinking about the future, to be thinking about our nation's economic growth, prosperity, and the safety of the American people. And so I want to urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to answer the call today and support this 7-year reauthorization of our terror risk insurance program. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7128 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on.
Speaker,
for what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek?
I'd request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking a vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
So it does look like they're in between speakers and issues there live on the House floor. What we're going to do is we're going to take this opportunity to step away for a brief moment. It looks like they're just changing some folks right over there. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are going to head right back live to Capitol Hill, where House lawmakers are continuing to debate.
Service Award, the Navy Distinguished Public Service Award, the Department of Defense Distinguished Public Service Award. In addition to his numerous accolades, an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer ship was named after him, which is currently homeported in Rota, Spain. After spending his career dedicated to public service in the country, Paul was an active member in his community, involved in various nonprofit organizations, and served on several boards. I call on my colleagues, my House colleagues, to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. From Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4662 to designate the facility of the United States Post Office located at 644 San Fernando Road in Glendale, California as the Paul Ignatius Post Office. And I yield 3 minutes to my friend, the Congresswoman from California, Representative Friedman, to discuss this bill.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill to designate the United States Postal Service facility on San Fernando Road in Glendale, California, as the Paul Ignatius Post Office. Let me start by thanking my colleagues for bringing this legislation to the floor and giving us the opportunity to come together, set aside our differences, and honor a truly outstanding American. Paul Ignatius was born in Glendale in 1920 to Armenian immigrant parents who escaped horrific persecution and genocide overseas. They put down roots on San Fernando Road, the same streets where, as a young man, Paul clerked at the post office that will carry his name should this bill pass. Paul went on to answer the call in World War II as a naval officer and served 8 years across 2 presidential administrations as Assistant Secretary of the Army, Undersecretary of the Army, Assistant Secretary of Defense, and ultimately as Secretary of the Navy. He earned too many awards to list here today, but they include the Army, Navy, and Department of Defense Distinguished Public Service Awards. The Navy named a guided missile destroyer after him, the SS Paul Ignatius. After serving our Navy in the military, he went home and kept giving back to his community well past his 100th birthday. Sadly, he passed away last fall at the age of 104. As we approach our nation's 250th anniversary, I keep coming back to his story, the son of Armenian immigrants who fled persecution and built a new life in this country, who answered the call to serve under presidents of both parties, and who went home and continue giving back to their community until the very end. He's the kind of American we should all aspire to be. There's a reason this legislation has brought together the California delegation, Democrats and Republicans, and an independent, because there's nothing partisan about honoring a patriot like Paul Ignatius. It's simply the right thing for us all to do. I want to thank my colleagues again for their support, and I urge passage of this bill. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back.
Mr. Speaker, having no further speakers, I'm prepared to close.
All right.
I have no further speakers, and I'm
recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Mr. Ignatius by naming this post office after him, and I urge the passage of H.R. 4662 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
I have no further speakers as well. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Paul Ignatius, a dedicated soldier and public servant, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4662? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the ayes have it. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3350.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3350, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 340 East 1st Street in Tustin, California as the Ursula Ellen Kennedy Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, including extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Tustin, California, for Ursula Ellen Kennedy. Ursula and her husband raised 3 children in Tustin, California. She's an accomplished author, publishing more than 500 articles and a book on essays. In 1978, Ursula became the first woman ever elected to the Tustin City Council. 12 years later, Ursula became the first woman elected to mayor, where she served for 2 terms. Through her dedicated leadership to the city of Tustin, Ursula contributed to the creation of senior services, community planning, and environmental protections, leaving a lasting civil legacy.
All right, so we were listening there live to the House floor. However, we now see that President Trump is speaking live. We're going to transition to that and listen in.
This is something that's very exciting to me. And if you bring the bill, and I'm going to let Lee explain exactly what it means, but it means a lot to people that own vehicles, cars in particular, but cars and anything else. It's going to save them a lot of money, and they're going to be able to do it themselves. Please.
Mr. President, this is a presidential memo to the Environmental Protection Agency, a presidential memo supporting the freedom to fix. Americans have the freedom to fix their vehicle. President Trump insists upon it. We are not going to be going after people who are fixing their own vehicle like past administrations have. Additionally, we've been concerned, President Trump has been concerned about aftermarket parts, cheap knockoff aftermarket parts coming into the United States, harming small businesses, harming Americans. This presidential memo puts an end to it. Also, the only third-party certification for these aftermarket parts, it's CARB in California, a process that's backlogged and faulty. So we're going to break that monopoly, and no longer will CARB be the only third-party certifier for these aftermarket parts. Again, President Trump is insisting on fixing it. This presidential memo does that. President Trump was calling me up on a Saturday night when this idea first came to his head, and he says he wants to do a press conference right away to get this over the top. In February 2nd, we signed a right to repair for our farmers so that they can repair their tractors and their non-road equipment, and this is covering everyone else.
I mean, think about it. It came to my attention because I noticed they were arresting people for fixing their car. They were arresting people for fixing it. That's not even believable. Anyway, so it's right to fix, and I think it's really common sense. If somebody wants to fix, some of these people are better mechanics than the mechanics in the shop. They're telling the mechanic in the shop how to fix their car or their truck. We signed the truck one